Alrighty, so let's start that again. Those guys were fast as lightning. Okay, right, let's get the monetization on and we are good to go. How is everybody doing? Get your shiz in the comments for me to riff on. We are gonna have some fun tonight, baby! Or maybe I'll just get triggered and sulk off again. Either way, it's fine. So that's that one, two more, and then my full attention will be with my wonderful viewers and a few not so wonderful ones, but mainly wonderful ones. If anyone feels like getting some early motivation into a chat, that would be great. Me funny. How's the camera angle? Is that better than last night? I feel like that's better than last night. We're still not OBSing. I've had to take my laptop back to the shop. Cambodian. But it's great. It's so Cambodian. It's so great. I love it so much. The best. I'm looking forward to introducing you to a character called The Master. So yesterday I got my DJI Pocket Osmo 3 fixed. Guess how much it cost with The Master? Oh, and I also had a nightmare. An absolute, like, the worst. It's one of the, well, you know. It felt like the worst 4 hours of my life, but obviously I've said that 200 times during my life. Oh, don't. Oh, it's okay. All right. Genuinely 10 more seconds and I will be with you. Why is it already on there? That's crazy. Oh, it's crazy. All righty then. Okay. Just cover that screen. Oh, it's okay, pussy. I'm not trying to kill you. So apparently we can't talk about pussy on YouTube. How gay is that? Talk about gay tube. Fuck me. Can't even talk about a clunge. I didn't even want to talk about a clunge. I just wanted to talk about my cats. I don't want anybody clunge. You're crazy. Are you crazy? That stuff smells of fish and has a woman attached to it. Ugh. Women. Ugh. Oh yeah, there's one more thing actually I need to do. I need to remove the moderator from last night. I'll talk about that when I've got a bit more. When I'm not doing this, basically, I'll talk about why I'm removing the moderator. Who have we got in the chat? Let me just do this. Removing of moderators. I am done with moderators, except for Debbie and Lee, because they get it. Now, I'm not slagging anyone off. I don't want to upset anyone. I'm just going to say what happened, and if they get upset, they get upset. Which I'm pretty sure they will, because they like to get upset. Okay, so that one is done. I knew I'd done one channel. So I just need to do English Refugee, I think. And then my full attention will be on the stream and you lovely people, but we've got to get the moderation, right? We can't have APV getting banned because the moderator doesn't like his comment. No, that's not moderation. Don't be so silly. That's defensivism. That's you putting your ego ahead of the chat. We're not doing that, silly mod. So let me get rid so no good people get called because they've offended the moderator. Get over yourself. Okay, cool. That one is gone. So we're back to just Debbie and Lee. Debbie isn't really officially a moderator, and Lee's too cool to moderate, so we don't really have a moderator. But yeah, it was brought to my attention last night that the moderator we had on the last stream isn't ready to be a moderator, is still too of the ego and too of themselves and the minds of others and wanting to control all that. And PV Urban Mining, one of my absolute favorites. He left a really funny comment, but because she was in defensive, I must protect Sophie mode, she deleted it, and that's not how you moderate. So she's gone. Thank you for all you did. I won't mention her name. I mean, everyone knows anyway. But she is the sort. She does offence. She still lives in offence, even though she thinks she's wiser than me. Anyway, I'm not making it a competition. I don't care. It's fine. I'm just saying we've got rid of a moderator. Don't worry if you got banned last night for no reason. Pussycat cannot be shown right now because they're still scared of me. Oh my God, let me tell you about yesterday. Fuck me, honestly. So they're down there in their corner doing their corner thing. And my tactic is just like, fine, you do the corner thing for as long as you need to do the corner thing. Oh, it's pretty dark, isn't it? Let me just open that curtain. Oh, farting. So I have done a pre-stream poo. It was quite solid. So I think we'll easily get, I mean, we did an hour and 15 with no poo yesterday, and that was without a pre-streamer. So with pre-streamer, oh my God, that's so bright. I don't know if I can do it. Yeah, it's not worth it. Sorry, world's worst YouTuber in action. Absolutely shocking. How's that? So yeah, I'm going to go for a big hour and a half before a poo break. We might have to have a coffee break there, obviously. And we'll only get to an hour and a half if we get some donations, of course. We won't do past an hour if we don't get any donations. Yeah, so we're in the corner doing the corner thing. I was like, oh, just have a little look, you know, just want to see them. No, they're not there. I wonder where they've gone. Behind the fridge. Mm-hmm. Check every corner of the room. Right, so at this point, I've got the door open, so I've not taken responsibility. I've not done what I was told, which is keep the door shut. I've got the door open, but I blocked it off with some water butts, big water butts. But the cats can get over it, and I know they can get over it. And as I do it, there's a part of me saying, this isn't good enough, this isn't good enough. But obviously, I'm just like, meh, it will be fine. So basically, I'm not taking responsibility. Bearing in mind as well that, you know, I've adopted them off 2 friends. I've not promised them, but, you know, effectively promised them that I'll keep the cats in the flat for a week. And we're not even 24 hours in. And when I sat down with the window, with the door open, but covered with just water, now it's covered with cardboard and plastic. Like now they really can't get out. As I sat down, I was like, I know I'm going to fall asleep. I should really close that door, but I didn't want to put the aircon on. So I told myself it was okay, and I'm near it, even though I'm going to fall asleep. Plus the cats are currently too scared to even come over here. So it was okay, but it wasn't 100%. And I felt uneasy as I went down, as I started to fall asleep. Anyway, next thing, I'm like, where are the cats? I search everywhere, like to the point where I'm opening ridiculous drawers. I'm like, the cats aren't here. So I have to go through this whole acceptance and humiliation. Like, so obviously I have to tell Jamie. So it gets to a point where I'm searching in the garden, like they're not in the flat. And Jamie and Michael, I have to tell Jamie and Michael. So I have to go through. So for 3 hours, I genuinely thought I'd lost them. And I have to go through that humiliation ritual as if I had lost them. And the moment, so in my mind, they were gone. So obviously I was devastated, mainly embarrassed. You know, obviously I was like, oh shit, the cats, they're probably dead. But I was mainly embarrassed around my 2 new friends who had given them to me. But I was having to ring them within 24 hours and say I'd lost their cats. Like, it was just, thank you, Debbie, I really appreciate that. It was just devastating. Like, so obviously humiliation is the best way, you know, that we will learn. It's because to crack to new depths of feeling and acceptance of our depression, acceptance of our narcissism, acceptance of our insanity, our layers of these things. Like the ego is so good at not letting that happen, at making the problem the other. Until we have to face ringing our friends and saying, I've lost your cat. You know, until it's like utterly humiliating and the ego can't pretend anymore. Like, so I had to accept responsibility for what I'd done. I really had to accept that, like, there was no, I couldn't, in the past, I could have swam in stories of like, oh, those stupid fucking cats, or, oh, how did that happen? Oh, that was crazy. Oh, I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. But I couldn't do that this time, like, because I couldn't shift. Usually that would be enough in the unconscious person. That would be enough to start shifting the anxiety. But I couldn't. I just had to be with it. I just had to accept it all. And once I'd accepted, once I'd taken responsibility, then I was able to accept they were gone. And in that process, there was a moment where the anxiety went. There was a moment where I fully accepted it, as in like, it's done. What's done is done. I've told Michael and Jamie, they've reacted really well because they're conscious. I've taken responsibility, now it's time to let it go. And there was a moment where I clearly let it go, like I went from anxiety to like, okay, this is fine, it's done. And that's when I heard meowing. So that was a 3-hour process where I was adamant the cats weren't in the flat. Like there was no, I'd left all hope stories, all delusions that the cats were in the flat, because they were not in the flat. Like we're talking checking tiny little drawers 5 times. But it turns out my bedside unit has a hollow back, which I didn't know about. I'm in there. Unbelievable. Debbie, you're amazing. You've just had a lovely walk with Kai, your Alsatian, amazing. Kai doesn't like the starny ones. So I like Kai. When I'm voice noting with Debbie, which is very often, because Debbie is a very good friend of mine now. Very highly valued friend, I'm delighted to say. I realized that. During our chat after the last live stream, I was like, whoa, Debbie's a real friend. So thank you for that chat, Debbie. It really helped me. And whenever I do that, oh, one of the mice is still alive. I can't believe they haven't chipped out of here, man. I can't believe they're staying in here, and just their demise is inevitable. You're not going to beat 2 cats. Bloody mouse. Debbie, Kai. Yeah, she'll be sending a voice note and Kai will start barking and she'll go, oh, a pea just walked past. Go on, Kai. Okay. Sorry I left you hanging, bro. He needs his pussy. All right, so what we're doing? We're doing a live stream. Okay, let's try and do a live stream. Wicked. Who's in the chat? We've got Liz. We love Liz. This is actually officially a moderator, but she isn't. I don't think she's ever moderated anything. Tom, would you consider, oh God, no. Would you consider teaching English to locals? I don't need to make money. I make loads of money. Balkans, that's much more easy. So would I consider teaching? When I first went to Thailand, I had a massive scarcity story, even though I still had lots of money because I hadn't bought a stupid wooden house yet. But I had a massive scarcity story, didn't believe in myself, didn't believe I could do this. So I started trying to do this. It was horrendous. Like my first videos were so bad. And I also started applying to online teaching. Didn't get anything. I never got to a point of desperation where I would actually go to a school out here and teach. I just couldn't think of anything worse. I mean, just having a job to me. You've got to remember, you're talking to somebody who hasn't had a job since they were 18. I briefly had one when I was 21 for a few months. You know, I'm not a job person. I'm not retarded. I'm a creator. You know, I've always created my own destiny. I've always been a businessman since the age of 12. So no, absolutely not. I just couldn't think of anything worse than doing the job thing. let alone teaching English to foreign people. I mean, now I'm in Cambodia, it feels slightly more bearable because Cambodians are amazing. But no, absolutely not. Like the idea of doing it in Vietnam, oh my God, or Thailand, oh my God. Not nearly as bad. Just Vietnam would just be the worst. Also, you know, when I was really looking into this, it's very unlikely you're going to be anywhere you want to be unless you're like hedonistic and stupid. Then maybe you get one in Bangkok. You know, they're going to send you to some remote village or Bangkok or, you know, you're not going to be able to be in Pai or Siem Reap. I mean, you might get lucky and get one in Siem Reap. So Jamie, who I got the cats off, she's a teacher, but she's not like, she's a teacher. Like, it's her passion. She'd be doing it no matter what country she was in. And I think she's going to go on to set up some sort of alternative learning school. I think that's her destiny. I don't think she's going to be a teacher for forever. She's still pretty young. She's still in her 20s. No, I couldn't think of anything worse. I'd rather sell my ass. But I think it's a great idea for less dynamic beings than myself. I think it's a great idea just to, I'd do it if it was between that and being in England, for sure. I'd highly recommend it for the, you know, non-walker to the beat of their own drummer. Balkans, yes, we've talked about that at length. Very interested in the Balkans. I am very good, Liz. Thank you very much. Feeling good today. Lee's been really good for me. Yeah, Lee's been amazing. Lee's just been such a blessing. Such a blessing. Yeah, the previous title wasn't liked by YouTube. I thought you were in some massage parlor until I heard the cat. And I've already got HPV, so I might as well, haven't I? That was HP. P for Peter. HPV. Oh my God, that's going to get clipped, isn't it? Fuck. You can tell by my radiant glow that I don't have the other one. It doesn't exist anyway, so it's fine. But I do still use rubbers just in case. None of that shit is real. It was Fauci. It was Fauci. History repeating itself. Don, Don, and we're going to send you flap snaps. Just send me money. Very good. Yes, you hear the pussy. You hear the rumblings of the pussy. I'm so immature. It's so funny. Rachel's in the house. That's good to see. Debbie is obviously here. She's already throwing in some shekels. Bunham is a commie. Yes, agree. It's going to be way worse. It's going to be way worse. He's really bad. Sorry. It's very serious and it's all very real. You've got to laugh at the show. Now, I appreciate it's easier when you're in Cambodia and you are, you know, physically detached from it. I really do appreciate that. But whilst I appreciate it's going to trigger some people and I will lose subscribers over it, I feel like I'm here to lighten the mood. And I'm not going to pretend to be sad about, you know, a three-dimensional show that is actually really funny and have a wink at the same time. Because we live in a rather paradoxical world. I don't know if you've noticed. No, not yet. Did you sort it out with Fish and Chip Man? No. Hey, I'm ready now. Like, it will be a spur of the moment thing. I don't know if I am ready, actually. Ugh. Hi, Tom. You're still living in that place with the communal kitchen thing. What? What you been smoking, bro? Yeah, it looks a bit different. No. I spent 5 days there. I think you've already seen one of them on YouTube, maybe two. So in 4 episodes' time, you'll be here. Well, no, you'll be in an airport while I'm ranting about Pugees. So in 7 episodes' time, we'll have done ranting about Pugees and we'll be here. We're really catching up now, guys. It's great. Arcadian Stacker, I've decided, is one of the best. I have my first one on... Oh, so I knew this. but I wasn't going to say it. This is why Arcadian Stagger is one of the best. He's got in touch with Lee, and he's having a one-on-one session with him. That says it all. Amazing, Arcadian, amazing, man. Yeah, well, life is about to change, bro, and I think you're already very impressive. Okay, it'd be really easy for me to talk about the crazy emails I've had off a certain person, but I'm just not going to mention it because it's just not worth it. And I think I've realized they're special needs. Okay, so we're talking about Sophie. I've realized she's special needs, so I'm just never going to mention her again. Like she's not with it. So yeah, it's sending you lots of love, Sophie. And you keep licking that window. I'm going to try not to delete it from the chat, but honestly, it makes my job a lot harder in terms of shifting through shit. And then just the fact that the chat's full of women, like, it's very challenging because it's just full of... How are you? I'm okay. How are you? Oh, I've got to hear that. Oh, let's all pretend that we like this mundane level of conversating and that it does anything for us other than slight dopamine hits and gives us some sort of validation. Now, I'm not slagging you off, women in my chat. I love you, but that is what's happening. Let's be honest. That's how women operate. Teaching English would be a bad idea as you lose your rage quick. Oh yeah, there's just no way. Like, I'm way too good for that, obviously. So, I mean, I'll use Debbie because she's great and she don't get offended. Like, this is a perfect example of what I mean. So Debbie doesn't want to send that. Debbie has, you know, there's no, the conscious part of Debbie has no interest, and all women, all people, has no interest in conversation like that. How many dogs do you have, Debbie? I have 2 dogs. Do you have any dogs, Debbie? Like, no one wants to do that. It's just politeness. It's just people pleasing. It's just so fucking boring. So boring. Right. There's nothing for me to talk about. You're all being a bit boring tonight. You're all just talking pleb chat to each other. Oh, no, Spen, you texted me yesterday. I will respond. I haven't read it, but I'm pretty sure I know what it's about. I will respond today, brother. I've had a few smokes by the time you text me. All right, we've got someone in Siem Reap. Tom, we're in Siem Reap in last September. It is a wonderful place and very easy to be happy in. I don't like the word happy, but I totally agree with what you're saying. Yeah, it's incredible. It's incredible. I just assumed that it was, I mean, I'm sure it's a city. It must be. It's the second biggest town/city. It doesn't feel like a city. It's 250,000 people. So that's 1/8 of the size of Sheffield in terms of population. That's just incredible. I think that's right. I think it's 250,000 people. It doesn't feel like a city. So I just assumed it was a city. So when I went to Kampot, it was Kampot Siem Reap. And I had no interest in Siem Reap at all. I just, I thought it would be like Bangkok. Like, obviously not. I knew it would be smaller. But I was really naive. I didn't realize what Cambodia was, which is amazing. The best place in the world that I've ever found is what it is. But that's because it's not Thailand. It's not shopping malls. It's not big high-rise buildings. It's not arcades. It's not nightclubs. It's just not any of the crap. But it's just so chilled. It's so wonderful. I just can't believe it. I'm so shocked. When I flew in and just saw fields, and then the airport was tiny, and then the immigration officer was happy to see me and acted like we were friends. It was just bonkers. Nowhere's like that. So don't come and ruin it, everyone. But also, Siem Reap is amazing. It's amazing. It's really amazing. It's just such a little gem within Asia, which is so chaotic and so mental. And that's why I love it in many ways. It is amazing, the chaos. But then you've just got Siem Reap. It's just, oh God, it's just wonderful. Even the fish and chips aren't that bad. We miss them. We invented them in Portugal, but we don't have any here. I don't quite understand that. But you can get good fish and I had fish and chips last night from Nick's. Oh my God, it's so good. Sorry, you don't know Nick's yet, do you? You'll get to know Nick's very well. Oh, you kind of do, because they're the people I went and shouted and ranted at. The people that feed me twice a day. Baby reindeer, oh, like all over the place and scattered comes to mind with Sophie. Yeah, you get it, Liz. You can see it. None of this having to defend because you're so scared of others being offended, because really you're so scared of you being offended. And then it gets to a point where you delete people's really funny comments. No. Anyway, let's let go of that charge. There's obviously a bit of a charge there. I will just speak into moderators in general and my journey with it. So it's been shit. So I didn't realize how difficult it is to be a moderator or to find somebody who can hold themselves to the point of being a good moderator. So the first two I had, as moderators go, were great. And they taught me, one, never to give your WhatsApp to a moderator. Two, the story at the time of them was that normies make the best moderators because they were normies by my standards. One of them was a full-on normie and the other one was Christian, so a normie. They actually made very good moderators, but they expected friendship. They were entitled. I wasn't offering my friendship. I was saying, do you want to be my moderator? So they expected friendship. When I told them we weren't friends, they spazzed out. Then, well, the good shifters thing, there was no point even talking about, because that was just, clearly he just wasn't anywhere near ready. And then it was Debbie, wasn't it? So Debbie has shown me what a moderator is. Debbie is just incredible. Like, so she's sharp, she's on it, she's intelligent, but she's also, and this is the key thing, this is the difference, and this is why Debbie is the only one, other than Lee, obviously, but there's no point talking about him, because he's not really human. Debbie is the first one that's nailed it, because she's not of the ego. Of course she has an ego. Of course she can notice when she's triggered, but she's not going to delete somebody's comment over it. She has integrity, and she is there to serve the chat, and she knows that, and she honors that, and she respects me and you and the whole thing we're doing here enough to not let her personal grievances get in the way. And I assumed that the one we had last night was going to be similar, but no, absolutely not. So yeah, I'm just done with mods. There's no way of knowing. Obviously, we'll keep Debbie, and she can do whatever she wants to do, but she doesn't really want to be a mod. So this is the other thing. So I thought it had to be normies, because only normies want to be mods. And Debbie kind of proved that when she stepped away and was like, I don't really enjoy it. And I was like, yeah, I totally get it. I wouldn't enjoy it either. And the fact that Liz is like, I made her a moderator and she's just not touched it with a barge pole. Because they're too good for it, to be honest. So you need normies from that perspective, but then normies get triggered and get offended and try and control things. So they control the chat based on their offense and delete the best people. What are you doing? Well, I know what you're doing. I totally understand it psychologically. I can see exactly where you're at, and it's fine. I get it, but you can't be my moderator. So I think I'm just done with moderators, because you'll think somebody's cool, but they haven't done the work. And if you haven't done the work, they're just going to get offended and control things, because that's all they know. I haven't even tried, mate. Have you managed to get a good massage in Siem Reap? Honestly, I've gone into full on. It's partly the heat. It's partly my foot, which is a bit effed at the moment, so I can't really walk, or I shouldn't be walking. I can hobble about, and the more I hobble about, the longer it takes to heal. Green tonight, everyone. What do you think of the green? But it also was just Siem Reap energy. It was just like, So I'm big on content creation right now. I'm spending, well, not including the time live streaming, I'm probably spending 4 hours a day creating, editing, all the ings that go into content ings, and then the live stream. So, probably 8 hours a day in general. between 6 and 10 hours a day. So that's quite big. I spend a lot of time smoking. I still spend a bit of time touching my penis. I spend a lot of time watching YouTube and just lying down and going, you don't need to be scared. And that's it, really. It's so hot, mate. It's so hot. Like, you can't do anything in the day. I have a gap between 6 and 8 where I can record videos if I want to walk. I can record videos between 6 and 8 a.m., maybe 9 a.m., and then it's too hot for that. Maybe up till 10 a.m. if I go and sit in the garden in shade, but I can't walk after 9 a.m. And really, that's the shopping window as well. The shopping window is 8 till 10. Or 3 till 5 in the afternoon. I'm happy to go out, maybe 4 till 5 in the afternoon. But 10 till 3 is a write-off. And then by 5 p.m., I'm too mongo to even consider doing anything. So, no. Also, I found the body worker. Once you've worked, like having a massage now, I could do it for relaxation purposes. I might go the other way now and not have a hard massage and actually just have a really soft, relaxing one. Because now I've had the body worker, it's just like, what's the point? There's no comparison. All right, it'd be nice to see another super chat sometime soon. Something about ley lines, this could be interesting. Below ley lines, each have a stone. Oh, amazing. Let's just jump straight to that because I don't feel like this is very interesting. I think it was quite interesting, but super chats obviously come first. Oh, thank you very much, Manchester. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? Manchester Teas and Tarts tour. Wow. A tour based on tea. That's a really good idea. That's a really good niche you found, actually. That's really quirky and interesting. Like, you wouldn't think of that. Usually it'd be something historical or, of the indoctrination. Manchester City Stadium, That's really quirky and cool. I like that. And I like you. Thank you so much for donating. I really appreciate it. I wish we were on OBS and I could honor you a bit more, but... Oh, yeah, the laptop has to go back to the shop. I think I told you that. Oh, was that on the first live stream? I can't remember. The Master. So the Master has fixed the DJI Pocket Osmo 3. Can you guess how much it cost? Maybe I went to sleep at 9 p.m. and woke up at 3, and that's 6 hours sleep. How can you look at this beautiful, glowing, radiant, conscious, cosmic face and think that I'm on that? This is the level of, so this person, thinks we're on a spinning ball, probably did this. They can't accept obvious truth. Because if they do, they're going to have to accept a lot of stupidity that they've done. And it's just, the ego, the brain. Don't forget, the brain is always searching to reinforce its current belief system. It's not searching for truth. This is why everyone's so retarded. So, and I've really seen on Not Today Satan, coming back to Not Today Satan, how, people can be like, yeah, they tried to kill us during 2020. They've invaded the country with a load of bioweapons. But you don't think we're living on a spinning stupid ball? And that one is massive for them, and it's because it leads to God, and so they'd have to let go of everything. So basically, the ego, the brain, the human, just is obsessed with being right. They're not interested in truth, so they'll do anything to defend their opinion, to the point where they're making shit like this up. Yeah, I mean, it's just bonkers, man. But it's also, it's exactly how psychology works, and it's how 90% of the society are operating. Completely unconscious, completely deluded, just walking around making up stories and lies so that they don't have to realize they're completely deluded and stupid. It's amazing. Yeah, Burnham's going to be terrible. WEF contributor, hope he doesn't... Oh, there's no hope. Take away your hope. Stop hoping. Take responsibility. come on, the time is now, people. Stop hoping. And stop even, well, yeah, I know not today Satan's on the stream, but, you know, honestly, if you're still taking this seriously, like Burnham and, like, yeah, he's going to be tyrannical, he's going to be a Satanist, we know that. Like, stop hoping. That's like, you're still believing in politics, you still believe it's real, you still believe that he makes some decisions? Come on, wake up. Come on, wake up, please. I mean, like, what about when I start telling you that Rupert Lowe works for the same people? Like, that's what I want to be talking about. You know, I realise that's a tough one. I realise why people get stuck on that one. But hoping over Burnham? You're still hoping over Burnham? Really? You don't want women being mods. I think this is true. Debbie's very masculine. You don't want precious women being mods. Yeah, you're so right. Oh my God, as if I've made women mods. You're so right. It's like the matriarchy playing out on my YouTube. That's crazy. I can't believe I did that. You're so right. They need to be broad-minded Sheffield lass. Oh, you're a woman. So Debbie has proved that some women can do it, but in general, it's a terrible idea to have women. Like, women shouldn't be making decisions. Cook the pie, women. Cook the pie and bring up the children. And that's not an insult. It's not an insult. It's an honouring. Okay, I said it as a bit insulting when I was like, cook the pie. But, you know, what's more rewarding than bringing up women? Like, why would you want to do anything else? Obviously. So, yeah, women are absolutely after feminism, as are men. But men have got more repressed. Women have got all empowered and thinking very important and offended. Oh, I'm offended. Just by your presence as a man, you offend me. Yeah, you're so right. Yeah, well, let's get to know you better, and maybe we'll make you a mod. Chuck some money in and tell us who you are. Tom is astral projecting into the ethereal realm while sipping ayahuasca-laced coffee and communicating. He's trying to be funny, but he's failing terribly. Alex, love Alex. Alex is completely the opposite energy to this. I appreciate Justin. Now Justin is a donator. I should show him a bit more time. Let's just try. Tom, is astral projecting into the ethereal realm? No, he's just making a statement. He's not asking a question. Very different energy to this. I'm not going to make one better or one worse. Alex is better. Alex can hold himself. Justin needs attention. And that's fine, Justin. You're great for a chat. And thank you for your generosity. You are appreciated here. But my God, like I said the other day, I could not spend any time with you because you don't take yourself seriously. Whereas Alex, I definitely think I could spend time with Alex. Evening, sir. Have you checked out the gyms yet? Prices and such compared to the last one? Yes, I have. Really good news. Prices is twice expensive, but it's 10 times better, 20 times better. It's a proper gym. No one's smoking in the changing rooms in any of the gyms here. I've seen 3. They're all fantastic. I'm going to join one that's got tennis courts, swimming pools. It's more of a sports centre. I'm just waiting for my foot to heal. Very, very impressed with the gyms of Siem Reap. Very pleasantly surprised. Like I went to check the sauna and steam room and like it smelled of lemons instead of sweat and mold like the one in the lat did. And you just know there's no one in there making noise out of their phone. Like there was no one in the changing rooms when I went in there, but there's no one doing that. So like in the lat, if I came out of the sauna and went, shh, they'd look at me gone out. Like there's no concept for not playing shorts on speakerphone in the changing room right next to the sauna. Like there's no concept for it. And I'd be rude to ask them to not play childish demonic noises around me while I'm trying to sauna. In Cambodia, I'm almost certain that one, it will very rarely happen. Like it's just not the culture. And also just the setup of the gym, the fact that it's good. Like so people respect themselves and respect the gym in there, rather than like walking into this moldy fucking shit fest, which is what the changing room was in the Dalat gym. It was disgusting. That raises standards automatically, and and puts the onus on respecting the space. So I'm pretty certain that if someone is playing shorts, well, I know what I'll do, and I don't care whether it's acceptable or not, but I'm pretty certain it's even acceptable. Because obviously acceptable is just, you know, culture is conditioning. Obviously there's the other side as well. It's like, yeah, beautiful, I respect your traditions and I won't, you know, and all that. But really, from our perspective, what we're talking about in this chat, which is, you know, awakening, hopefully, culture is just conditioning. So, you know, there's the other side too, but, you know, I can't speak into both sides all the time on every bloody subject. So yeah, I'd just come straight out and be like, switch your phone off. Because they'd be the one, you know, they'd be the one in there doing it. Whereas in Vietnam, I'm the one not doing it. Honestly, the more time I spend here, the more I'm just like, how the hell did I ever even go to Vietnam, let alone live there? Yes, this person has experienced Nick's restaurant. They know what I'm talking about. The cleanest food ever, and it comes in. This is how the food is wrapped. Obviously, you can tick the retard button if you want. So there's two options. It says eco-friendly packaging or normal packaging. So, you know, if you're really depressed, you might click normal packaging. Now, it's not brown when it comes. This is 12 hours old. But it comes wrapped in these massive leaves. It's amazing. It's amazing. So I have, let's say I've been here 20 days, so I've eaten 40 times. 36 of those have been, and I'm not exaggerating, that's the exact number, because I can remember I've only eaten away from Nick's 4 times. 36 of those have been at Nick's restaurant. That's how good it is. So that's the other thing. It's the best restaurant I've ever found in Southeast Asia. You know, having Lee here was such a blessing. Like, no hotels, straight into his apartment. Thank you very much, Kerry. Straight into his apartment. Tells me the best restaurant in town straight away. A few other things that I'm too tired to remember. But, you know, I've cut out all the tourist crap and just gone straight to being an expat, which is just wonderful. Kerry is thanking me for the content because we're pals. I'm pretty sure Kerry could be a moderator, but I don't think she'd want to be. But I'm not taking the risk again because I fought the same against Albus, and I don't want to fall out with Kerry. I mean, obviously I haven't fallen out with Albus, but I know she'll fall out with me because I know where she's at, and I don't want to risk that with someone like Kerry. But I don't think Kerry would, and I'm just speaking into the example. This isn't me. You know, if I wanted Kerry to be a moderator, I'd just ask her. I'm not like pussyfooting around. I don't want her to be. I don't want anyone to be. Anyway, why am I talking about that? We're pals. That's what I was trying to say. And I won't want to risk that over bloody moderation. Kerry respects me and I respect her. And she thanks me and I thank her. Thank you, Kerry. Thank you so much for the reciprocation. Ooh, I like a bit of reciprocation. Can you reciprocate on your reciprocator? Okay, who's next? Ludwig. Done 600 words today. That sounds like a productive day. Good words, not any words, good words. They're getting better. I see my story getting better. The best day is so lovely. Is it? You're a great writer. So lovely is the satisfaction. I think that's the best composed comment I have ever read. Ludwig, bless you. You are an absolute writer. I'm very happy for you, mate. I'm very happy for you. I can really see that, you know, this is, I'll say passion, but, you know, I think purpose as well. And that's beautiful to see, man. I love people in their passion and purpose. No, it was a woman who stalked a fella. It was called Baby Reindeer. Yes, the Netflix show. That's actually the only thing worth watching on Netflix. That was amazing. That was the last thing I've been able to watch. I was going to say on Netflix, but just watch. The last thing I've watched that gripped me, that took me out of any thought, any of self, just completely took me out of myself. Totally gripped me. which is what everyone's striving for. Obviously, it's, you know, the last thing you should be doing, and it's why everyone's so stupid. But that's what everyone's striving for when they watch football, when they watch films, when they watch YouTube, anything. They're striving to be gripped and not feel themselves. Well, that was the last time I ever experienced it, was watching Baby Reindeer. So good. Like, if you class that as good. Like, obviously, there's the other side where you realize that, oh, yeah, no, that's quite bad. But, and then you get to a point where you're just ungrippable. Like, so that was the first thing that had gripped me in years, 2 years at least, probably more. I suppose there will have been a Sheffield Wednesday game that gripped me. I can remember, oh yeah, I watched the Peterborough, the famous Peterborough game where Wednesday came back from 3-0 down or 4-0 down. I think it's 4-0. That gripped me, so that would have probably been the one before. But then the final afterward didn't really grip me. It was only because it was so like, oh my God, like historic comeback, first team to ever do that in history of football. So yeah, Baby Reindeer, wow, amazing. That fat bird in it, such great acting. And the man's really good as well. I'm very bad at remembering details of things I've watched. I just remember that being incredible. Oh, okay, I'll take your recommendation. Try the tacos at Chubby Gonzalez. And it's definitely a good name, isn't it? I always do this, and then I just start editing and delete all of these photos without ever reading them again. But when I take them, my intention is to act on them. It's when people put good stuff in the chat. But, God, I have to delete so much off my phone every day because I'm creating so much. And also, I just can't be bothered. I'll just order from Nick's and have a smoke. But I appreciate it, it's good. And I do want to look at the photos I took yesterday. I haven't deleted them yet, but it is inevitable. That is what's going to happen, because it always happens. Open your mouth, Tom. I noticed in my last YouTube video that I created, you know, I focused more on my articulation. And yeah, I think I really need to bring awareness to my articulation, because I've realized that I don't open my mouth properly when I speak. And I want to try and stop mumbling. What's the best country you've been in, pal? The one I'm in now, Cambodia. Specifically, Siem Reap. Liz, I'm more of a sit back and listen kind of person. That's why I don't say much in the chat. Not just your, oh yeah, totally, I'm the same. Of course you're like that. Not just, yeah, of course. I mean, without knocking anyone, and I'm not knocking anyone, I'm just speaking into reality. It's all a journey, it's all a stage. But yeah, of course, it's, you know, it's the person that's obsessed with chat is a person that's looking for dopamine hits, the person that's, you know, still external. Of course, like I can tell you're very conscious. So of course you're just listening. Of course you're not interested in what everyone's got to say. You know, you just want some nice background noise that takes a bit of being with self away, but you're still with self. You know, you're never going to leave self. I'm exactly the same. That's exactly how I consume content, and it's just inevitable. It's as inevitable as leaving the city is if you're on this journey. You know, it's just an inevitable part. It's as inevitable as the dark night of the soul is. It's as inevitable as the period of isolation is. You know, as you come home, as you come inside, of course you leave the external, and commenting is the external. Nothing wrong with it. It just is what it is, and people are where they are, and it's all a journey. But yeah, of course you're not interested in I've got 2 cats, Sophie. How many have you got? Like, of course you're not going to do that. And Debbie won't be doing that in 6 months. She'll be honoring herself and not giving herself away to total retardation, by which I mean Sophie. And then eventually she'll get to a point where, you know, even, you know, chatting with Kerry and like just chatting won't do anything. And I know women, I know it's a bit different for women. I know they love the chat, but You know, Liz will confirm that chatting doesn't do anything for her because she's beyond it. And that's not looking down on it, that's not shaming it, that's not making it wrong. You know, we're all where we're at, and each stage is inevitable and has to be staged. Has to be walked. You can't skip a stage that's known as spiritual bypassing, and then you'll just be a twat like the Awakened Brave. So you don't want that. You want to feel each stage. So there's nothing wrong with, obviously, and as a live streamer, like, I obviously shouldn't be saying this. Obviously, I should just be bigging up my chat, but I'm real. I'd rather lose subscribers than lie. So, yeah, please keep chatting. Please keep the live going. But also know you're on a journey where soon you won't be interested in chatting with people, you know, just making noise, essentially, is what's happening. But it's good noise, and I enjoy it, especially when it comes with shekels attached. Keep making noise, people. Man, I'm so bad for my YouTube channel. Way too honest. And people don't even appreciate it. Of course, some people do. Most of the people in this chat do. But many people actually will get angry about what I just said. You know, this is the level of defensivism we're working with now, like the level of ego we're working with, where, you know, I can just say something that's very obvious like that. Very obvious, and not criticizing any individual. You know, just speaking into it broadly. And there's going to be people unsubscribe over that. There's going to be people leave a chat over that. There's going to be people who are like, he's disrespecting me. Rather than being like, okay, why do I do this? Why am I asking Sophie how many cats she's got? They're going to be like, he's disrespecting me. Like, no, this is fucking obvious. Why are you chatting to Sophie? Like, just ask yourself that question. Rather than getting offended and angry, ask yourself what you get out of it and break it down. And there'll be loads of stories like, I'm nice and I'm helping a vulnerable person, people pleasing me. No, you're not nice. You're reinforcing retardation. No, that's not how it works, C-plebs. That's not how it works. You can't just write £10 in the chat. You have to actually send it as a donation. You tight-fisted mofo. I realised you weren't actually trying to send a donation there. But I hope you're intelligent enough to know that. But I just thought I'd break it down just in case. You're not flying to St. Reaper, you Acadian. Is it an in-person one-on-one? I love that. You're the first one, mate. You're the first one that's brave enough to seek Lee himself. Well, even, you know, I've offered it to a few people and they've not taken the offer. They're not ready. But you, I didn't even offer it to you because I think you're a bit of a twat. Well, I thought you were a bit of a twat. Now I realise you're just a very funny, conscious man who likes dancing on people's edges just like I do. But you're the first one that's booked a session with me. Good on you, bro. Yeah, it's mad, that. I was really shocked when I saw. I mean, that, for me, right, so I've seen your video earlier. The ref you said was upset about Argentina losing was, oh, you're joking. Oh, that's a shame. I just hate that about X. Oh, that's a real shame, man. But it's still, the point still stands, but just, you know, it allows the retards to dismiss the point more. But that's a real shame. I just hate that about X. I just hate the fact that people lie. Like, why are people sharing that? And why are people lying? Why do people lie? I just don't. I get it, psychologically, obviously. I could break it all down, but I'm not going to do that on every single point. It just disgusts me. Lying disgusts me. So boring. Oh my God, Arcadian's coming to Cambodia. I checked flights to Cambodia and 1,700 is the cheapest I can find. Are you in America? Can you and Lee move a bit closer? No chance, mate. We're not moving to your Satan lands. Fucking hell. What are you doing there? I'm assuming, I think you're in America. No. We're definitely not moving, mate. No chance. You can do all the moving. We'll do the sitting. The door is open. We're calling in. Oh, what's that song? I'm calling it in. I'm calling it in. All the little fishes, I'm calling them in. I can't quite remember. A Peyote song I used to sing a lot. But the door is open, but not many people dare walk through it. Kerry. Oh, it's 2-1. Are you watching The English Refugee on Appliance and Tom Grace at Some People Travel? It might be something to do. Oh, in fact, there's no point in me speaking to it. It's fine. It's just chit chat. Spen's going to London. Spen, oh my God, why are you going to London, man? This is because you're in a relationship. This is what being in a relationship does to you, man. You end up having to go to London. I'm visiting London tonight, and while I was waiting for some food, I was by a charity pesterer. Oh my God, I used to be one of those. I can tell you it's an absolute scam. Like, the charity gets so little of that money. However, they still choose to do it, and they still choose to pay these people because it is still the best way for charities to. It's so ridiculous, man. It's just so ridiculous. I mean, one, charities don't exist in general. Certainly all the big ones that are doing this, you know, they're not doing what they say they're doing. You know, they're just lining people's pockets or worse, like raping kids. You know, I mean, Oxfam, for example, you know, they're not helping kids. They're doing the exact opposite. I mean, not all of them. So you've got that. Then you've got the fact that even to get people to donate to their satanic rituals, they have to give 90% of the money away to these charity pesters who wear the clothes that suggest they work for a charity, but they don't. They work for a marketing company. That's what I was doing. I only did it for a week. Almost everyone has said sorry to him in such a simpy way. Yeah, like, absolutely. It makes me sick. Oh, mate, I love it. And you know what? I do that. No, I've stopped. I've started going away with you, beggar. After chatting to Lee. You know, essentially, they don't respect themselves. So I'm not going to speak into it. I'll get Lee to speak into it. I can't do it justice, but he does a really good job of why he doesn't. Away with you, beggar, is his way. He doesn't say that. Obviously, that's his energy. I actually say it because it's funny. I have stopped saying sorry, but for a long time I did say sorry. Not them. I'm thinking of homeless people. There's a big difference. With homeless people, I will go, oh, sorry, mate. But with them, I just laugh. I mean, I know what they are, or I'll say, like, I know what you are, mate. I know you work for a marketing pyramid scheme. You don't give a fuck about the birds you're claiming to care about. And you're a bioweapon. Get the fuck away from me. You have no impulse control. You're a beast of the land. We are not the same. CT7. Right, I'm going to open the door they're hiding behind and take away a bit of their barrier, so it might be a bit more inquisitive. Hey, Puss. Malcolm's dead. Just to lighten the mood, Malcolm is dead. Malcolm now is in a bag in the bin. I should have probably given him a bit more of a respectful burial, but it's a mouse. I don't want to touch it. It's dead. It's not very nice. It's starting to smell. So he went in the bin. Rest in peace, Malcolm. I knew, you know, this is the question of the pleb. Rachel, you are not ready. So Rachel has asked Arcadian Sticker, have you booked a session with Lee? If so, how much is it? So this is one drama, the drama addict. Wanting to know the details, wanting to know the personal details, not wanting to honor, not wanting to feel what that would mean to have a session with Lee. Like, how much is it? What's the details? And it's also like, is there a way that I can judge Lee here? Does he charge £250 for a session? No, he charges $2,500 because he's worth it. I wonder if Lee is charging anything. I hope he is. I really hope he is. He won't. I don't think he'll charge much if he does. But I have a feeling that he won't be charging anything. But I'm pretty sure Arcadian is centered and balanced and understands reciprocation enough to just be paying whether Lee asks for it or not. And then there's also potentially a story going on here that you might book a session with Lee. I mean, to be fair, Lee's amazing. He's way better than me, and he can meet people wherever they're at, but you're just not. The language he uses is just going to be too much for you. And the energy he holds is going to be too much for you. Give it a go, see? Oh, God. You wouldn't like the gym I go to in Ashton, Tom, like a spot on a domino. Great language. Fantastic comment. Obviously, there's, also the, oh my God, attached to it. The reality attached to it. The tyranny, the treason attached to it. So I went to Virgin Gym, best gym in Sheffield. Amazing spa area. And I first went 20 years ago, and it was just glorious. And even then, I mean, Sheffield has been, Pakistan for a long time. But yeah, it wasn't gorgeous. It was still boom bad than 20 years ago, but it wasn't like unsafe. It wasn't like they're the majority. And then I went back about 20 years later, and it's just Pakistan, and they're shouting across the sauna, shouting across the spa, in big groups, shouting, just disgusting, absolutely disgusting. Oh God, and then I start doing Not Today Satan content, and it starts blowing up. So if, I'm doing Not Today Satan content, and I'm sat in the sauna surrounded by them, I'm the white spot on the domino, and then Not Today Satan blows up, and I'm just like, shit, man, I can't keep going to this sauna. I'm gonna get recognized soon, because obviously my videos are very Sheffield centric at this point, and it blows up when I'm doing all my Sheffield City Centre videos. So obviously it's gonna get pushed. It's gonna get pushed to Sheffield people more, and obviously they're all one. They're all like one big brown blob of sameness, of noise and mayhem and low impulse control and just a completely opposite culture that could never assimilate in the Western world. So yeah, they'll just jump on me like a pack of animals because, some would say, not me, because obviously I realize that diversity is our strength and we're all the same, but some would say that they're not the same as us. And some would say, and it is in their scripture, so, it's kind of okay to say it, I would think, that they don't like us and they want to destroy us. And their little silly book of indoctrination is all about destroying those that aren't following the book of indoctrination. That particular book of indoctrination, there's a few others as well. There's one called the Babel. Isn't it good, Debbie? Dot on the domino. I'm going to try and remember that one. Yeah, rather than when I go, yeah, if you look like, I could go, if you're the white dot on the domino. Can you remind me of that one, Debbie, if I'm not saying it in my next 5 videos? This can be found easily. Obviously, I'm not doing that. Cambodia is awesome as it's so young, and those that are older, as it is so young, I think as a country maybe I mean, it's actually got a really old, long history, but you know, maybe I don't really know what you mean. Cambodia is awesome as it is so young, and those that are older have experienced something so. Okay, so I think she's referring to obviously the Pol Pot era, the fact that many people got ended, and therefore it's kind of like a new country after that. So it's like a young country since then, because obviously that destroyed a lot of their. Well, it didn't, and this is why Siem Reap is so amazing. Like they held on to their traditions and their culture. But you know, you could class it as like a reborn country since that horrendous era, I suppose, is maybe what she's implying. Let's just read the bloody comments on. And those that are older have experienced something so horrific and yet still have such positive, loving and caring attitude. It is truly inspiring. I couldn't agree more. I just couldn't agree more. They're amazing. They're such amazing people. It is, obviously, it's so sad that that situation would occur to any peoples. But for it to occur to the Cambodians, who are literally like the most, like honestly, I'm not exaggerating at all when I say they are the best people I've ever met. Why can't I keep my head straight? It doesn't help that the screen is mirrored at all. They're amazing. They're such amazing people, especially the ones in Siem Reap. And my understanding is, and it's, you know, just a very vague understanding, but Siem Reap never got conquered by Pol Pot. Yeah. Perhaps that's why they're so amazing. Or perhaps the reason he couldn't conquer it is because they're so amazing. And again, I don't really know what I'm talking about, and I can't even say the word, but the Khmer, the tradition here, I think, I really don't know what I'm talking about. I shouldn't be saying this. But my understanding is, you know, the people of Siem Reap held it in that time because they didn't let, they managed to keep them out. And then obviously, so the real Khmer traditions were held by these particular people in this particular place, Siem Reap. So now I was a very different person when I was in Kampot, so I can't really say, but it feels very different to me, to Kampot. I wasn't taken with Kampot at all. And I think if I went back now, I still wouldn't really be that taken with Kampot. I mean, I would be, because it is amazing, it's beautiful, and it's still Cambodia, it's by the sea. I probably would be. But it's not Siem Reap. Siem Reap's the one. Oh, God. Rachel feels, so this is a session with Lee. Yes, I feel compelled to. I'm going to reach out to him. Oh my God, he definitely needs to charge you money. He is so knowledgeable, but yeah, but you can't, you're not ready to hold that knowledge. I feel like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. So egoic, I can't even read it. First Kung Fu Panda moment. Well, so Debbie is still a mod, because Debbie can hold herself. But I've realized that most people are too of the ego to moderate. And if they're not of the ego, they don't want to moderate, understandably so. So, yeah, the moderator last night deleted comments based on her offense and not serving of the stream. She deleted APV Urban Mining, who is obviously one of the best commenters, because he upset her. So boring. People who control things, ugh, ugh. Especially when you're meant to be in service. You're literally serving the chat, but they don't see it that way. They just see it as like, I'm a moderator because I'm the best. You know, they don't realize it's service. You're meant to be serving people. Fuck's sake. So I've just got to a point where I've accepted that everyone's too retarded. Not everyone, of course, but the ones that aren't too retarded don't want to do it. And why would you? Why would you want to sit and read the comments of retards? Oh, shit. I'm doing it. This is why I'm doing it, man. Hey, Rachel, you underestimate me, Tom. Buy yourself a bottle of something. I think I see you for exactly what you are and where you're at, and I love you, and I think you're absolutely amazing. I think you're not wasting your time with a session with Lee. If you go on his channel and you just put in AMOS or just AMO, a video will pop up that says there's something like a session with Amos. I want to share it on my channel, actually. And Amos is way ahead of you, Rachel, but he's, still very new to his journey. And, the way Lee holds him through it, like, Lee's amazing. But you're just a ball of noise still, Rachel. Like, yeah, why not? Do it. I mean, he's amazing. But in my experience, you need to start with people that are closer to your level than jumping straight to Lee. But that's just my experience. Like, you do whatever feels right for you. But he won't let you ego. He won't let you make noise. Like, you'll proper spaz out with Lee. But he'll do it in a very soft, compassionate way, but he won't let you get away with anything. It'd be very interesting to find, yeah, I'm very interested. So funny that Rachel's having a session with Lee. Oh my God, what is happening in this world? What is happening in this world? It is happening. Like, whoa. 6 months ago, Rachel would have been projecting all over Lee. Or it's not about Rachel. People of low consciousness will be projecting all over Lee. And now they want sessions with him. It's shifting, people. It is shifting. I think the World Cup's a really good example of that. And how detached people are being from it this time, or some people are starting to be from it this time. How open people are to the fact that it's clearly fixed. 4 years ago, you were a nutter. If you were saying football was fixed, like I was, you were a nutter. In the eyes of the plebeians, of course. I'm not talking about actual reality, just the eyes of the plebeians. Awesome, Rachel. I honor you. Well done. It's amazing. I was just genuinely, I was shocked to see that. And I suppose I was a bit triggered because I'm expecting you to book in for a session with me. So there was probably a load of my ego in there. So I honor you, Rachel. You make the right decision for you. If you feel like Lee is going to serve you better than I can, then book in with Lee. I'm a bit pissed off though because we spent a lot of time developing a relationship and I spent a lot of time ripping you apart. And now you're just going to fuck me off and go to Lee? Is that where we're at? Is that what's happening here, Rachel? Am I even going to get my donation or is that going to go to Lee as well? Fucking Lee. Lee, he's so much better than you. Yeah, he is. You're right. Well done, Rachel. Whew, Outlaw, do you just like being around nature or are you a loner who wants peace? Genuine question. Yeah, I can see that's a genuine question. It turns out I'm not a loner. I assumed, yeah, I don't think I've ever had the loner story. I have had the I'm too good for people story, which obviously is the ego protecting itself. Before I came to CMV, I had basically got to the point where I had accepted / convinced myself because it was easier than seeing and loving the parts of me that needed to be seen and loved in order for me to start enjoying other people. So my egoic self-protection delusion story was I'm too good for anyone, basically. And I would never get anything from friendship because friendship is nothing but distraction from self. And that was true for me for a long time. And that needed to be true for me for a long time. I needed my period of isolation. It's inevitable. If you read Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, listen to any of these wise people speak about these wise things, anything on Stoicism, anything on the Greek philosophers, They will all advocate for at least a period of time on your own. But it's not even advocation. It's not like you don't need encouragement. Like, it's an inevitable part of the journey. Like, you will get to a stage I was at where you just see through every social connection you've ever had. You see the fakery in people. You see the pointlessness of it all. Like what I was saying about, people chatting. You see all that. You see that no one is being authentic. Everyone's just people pleasing or manipulating. People pleasing is manipulating. It's just the other side of a manipulation scale. You've got narcissism and people pleasing on the manipulation scale. Just different ends of the same thing. Because essentially what you're doing in either of those is you're trying to influence someone's actions through how you manipulate them. Whether you people please, you're still trying to influence their actions. You're trying to be popular through people pleasing. You're just very disempowered. Or if you try and control them like a narcissist, it's still, trying to affect the actions of others. So that was my story for a long time. So obviously the ego isn't going to go, I'm too broken to connect. I mean, obviously there was an intellectual understanding that there were some people out there who were worthy of my friendship, who could, and a better way of saying that would be, could hold themselves and therefore meet me. And there's even, as I'm now experiencing, there's even some people out there who are holding themselves so deeply that when I'm around them, I feel like I can't meet them. And I go into my little boy and I get anxious. So I'm meeting lots of those people now. So it turns out that actually I was very traumatized and I was healing. And as part of that journey, I needed to be alone for 3 years, 2 years, 3 years. But now I've got to a level of self-connection, self-love, self-worth, knowing, trusting that I'm very, I am reconnecting with people. But of course, you only reconnect with people that you resonate with, people who inspire you. So for me, it's one of two types of people. I suppose it's three. I mean, I'm not really interested in this. I said the other day that I want this. I'm not really interested in this. I want either this or this. So I want somebody who inspires me and I can learn from, or somebody who is inspired by me and wants to learn. I'm not really interested in this. I mean, maybe I am. Maybe I'm sure that will come later. Right now, there still needs to be some sort of egoic kick in it, i.e., oh my God, I'm learning something, or oh my God, I'm teaching something. I would like to get to a point where I can just sit next to somebody and just be, and not even be in conversation, just like be in someone's presence, like don't even recognize that anxiety around being in silence around others, because I'm sure if you've even, unless you really haven't even taken a conscious breath, everyone in this chat will be able to acknowledge that anxiety that comes up when you're in the presence of another and there's a silence and you think you have to fill that space. Well, that is what you need to notice. If this is new to you, or if you're still experiencing that, you need to start practicing that. You need to start practicing being in that. The next time you meet your brain dead, airhead, noisy friend that is all about dopamine hits and validation, just don't say anything for the first 5 seconds and see how it feels. And then when you feel that and you see yourself react to that, blah, 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 how many cats have you got? When you see that, like, notice what you're doing. Notice, like, oh, there was an anxiety there and I couldn't deal with it. And a story came up that, oh, well, if we're friends, there shouldn't be any silence. If I'm a bad friend, I'm performing badly, I'm not validating this person. Obviously, you won't use that language. You'll use language like, this person won't like me. Notice it. See how insane you are. As if you can't just stand next to someone and be silent. I can't either. I can. It's so uncomfortable. Sven, mate, you're so funny. Can confirm the charity Pestra was a bioweapon. Oh, thank you. Oh, go on then. We'll bring it up. Thank you. That is nice. I appreciate that. Thank you, people. Kerry got involved as well, of course. And obviously, I'm thanking you for Malcolm. Oh my God, I get this so much. It's crazy. Like the universe is using you guys to tell me what I'm meant to be doing, apparently. Like in the last... In the last 3 I mean, this has been a constant thing since I started YouTubing, and or you know, it's been mentioned to me at least every 2 years of my life. And then since I started YouTubing like on a monthly basis, and then the last 3 videos, it's just been like non-stop. Yes, it's been thought about. The story is I'm not good enough. But I'm starting to, you know, accept that the universe is going, actually, I think you might be good enough. Get on that fucking stage. Stop being scared. So everything that you may feel I criticize you for, I see in myself. and all the stages, obviously not the ones beyond me, they're beyond my perception. But all the stages, the reason that I can speak into the stages you're at and find triggering and then project onto me over rather than accepting the truth that I say is because I've experienced them all. It's because I've done it all. And I still do. So what I've criticized you for, which is essentially escaping your, and it's not criticism, but you may feel it's criticism. Whoa, the turtle head is coming out of the chocolate starfish as we speak. I will try and finish this sentence. Oh, it's in my pants. No, it's not really, but it is. It's turtle heading, and the chocolate starfish is about to open up. Shit! I was in flow. Whop, 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 whop. So everything that you may feel I'm criticizing you for, I still see in myself, just over different things. So, okay, yes, I'm not going to get lost in the chat comment on a YouTube video, but I am going to tell myself I'm not good enough to be a stand-up comedian. Bosh! And we got to an hour and 22 with no pooing. But now we is gonna poop. at money-wise? Are we carrying on? I'm not sure. What are we doing? I was only doing an hour and a half. How much have we had? So really, I need 30 quid for that. 10.22. Fucking hell. I'm on minimum wage, people. Is that all I'm worth to you? Minimum fucking wage. Right, we'll go on to 2 hours and we'll end it there unless we get more shekels. Oh my God, like people who set up multiple profiles just slag me off. It's just incredible. Oh, this is the only way you're going to get my attention now, Sophie. With money. I'm open to it. I'm open to it. I don't think, well, I've lost all faith in you, Sophie, and I've got to a point where I assume you're special needs because that's the only way I can rationalize your inability to take any slight morsel of responsibility in any situation, even when you put, I know you didn't really, but we thought you put my life in danger, you still couldn't take any responsibility. So I just don't think there's any point, Sophie. I don't think there's any point. But we'll try one and we'll see. But I'm not wasting my time. I'm not just taking money off you and wasting your and my time. We'll do it once, and if it's clear that you just are in it, like as you've shown so far in every single comment you've ever made, you are unable to self-reflect. You are unable to take any responsibility. So much so that I've got to a point where I assume you're special needs, like actual special needs. If you're not actual special needs, then we'll give it a go. We'll do one session, and then at the end of that, I'll be dead honest with you, and I'll tell you if there's any point you spending more money or if you're just wasting your money. Because I don't need £50 enough to waste my time. I'm not wasting my time. My time's way more important. So we'll see. We'll see. Kevin, speaking of comedians, I caught up on Jesse P. I love his humor. Thanks to whoever recommended him. Yeah, thanks to whoever recommended him. I'd love to know who it was. Just incredible. You know, I think with him and me, I think you get to a point where it's not sense of humor. It's just a beautiful way of being. Like, why would you not have fun? I'm not putting myself on the same level as Jesse P. Watson, by the way, but I feel like, so basically, people say I'm funny. People say Jesse P. Watson has a great sense of humor. What if you're all that funny? What if authenticity leads to inevitable funniness because you're authentic and you're a character, and of course that's going to be humorous because we're all fucking ridiculously humorous because we're all ridiculous and we're all amazing and we're all beautiful. We're a full spectrum. But we are absolute characters once you become authentic. Like you literally become a character. I've just done a video on main character syndrome actually, and people's retardation around it. Like, yeah, of course you want to be the main character of your life. Like, what are you talking about? How repressed is that? To judge yourself and others for being the main part of their lives. Communism, anyone? So I think that actually, here's all the layers of indoctrination, repression, and retardation. And here's the authentic, oi, we're live streaming. And here's, oh my God, I hate pussy so much. Here's the authentic self, which is naturally humorous, is a better way of, what I'm trying to emphasize here is in flow. And humor is just part of flow. So it's actually, if we remove all the layers, we're all hilarious. We're all magical, we're all beautiful. And humor, of course, is part of beauty. So, of course, so obviously you realize there's no criticism here, Kerry. I'm just trying to take the comment deeper and show the layers of the layers. Don't really need to say anymore. Layers of indoctrination that stop us all from being like Jesse P. Watson, basically. And also, I'm pretty certain that Kerry is flowing with an authenticity that makes her humorous. that allows her authenticity and her character and her flow and her beauty to shine through. And of course, this is all linked to not living in the minds of others, because if you want to be humorous in this world, you're going to upset people, because people don't like anything that's in any way challenging to them. Yes, I know, you're very silly. You're very, very silly. I'm just going to secure this door situation. Because we don't want to lose the pussies, do we? Oh no, we've only just started liking pussy. We want to embrace the pussy. So, I think that would be the reality. Honestly, I think shagging women is so gay. You've got, shagging women is for puffs, is it not? Is that just me? So yeah, I totally agree with what you're saying, but I'm encouraging everyone to become Jesse P. Watson, because you all have your inner Jesse P. Watson. But he is definitely leading the way. He's, well, I put him up there with Lee as the most inspiring man I've ever come across on this world. I'm a peyote shaman. Dude, this person is so, I might be getting you confused with the one from last night. The very external one. So as in smashes the external, has great knowledge of the external, is a very impressive person. Nothing can get past them in terms of the external. But I think you might be a different person, but like, I don't know what this dead Kennedy thing is, but it's obviously something external and conspiratorial. So true. Holiday in Cambodia, dead Kennedys. Like, who cares? Cambodia's amazing. Like, who cares about your external conspiracy theory? But also, yeah, great, it's true, and it is a stage that everyone needs to go through, and it's really important. And it's also really important that we have people who are totally honed in on that. So, call for an uprising. That woman, is it Whitney Webb? I could be getting confused, but I think she's called Whitney Webb. Who can just, I mean, Whitney Webb in particular, if it is her, it might be someone else. Like the recall that woman has is insane. And the detail she can hold, like names, dates, blah, blah, blah. So I do think some people are just born to break down the external. And that's their service to humanity. But in general, try and leave the external behind. Sorry, not today, Satanist. All right, you're here. The Chunkster. That's a good name. Are you a bit fat? I'm out in the outer skirts of Siem Reap, a little village with the locals, and they are the kindest folk. 2 weeks in, I feel at home. That's really interesting, mate. If you'd be up for sending me an email with the village name and maybe showing me where you're at. I'm so happy here. I don't need to. It's fine. It's. I do have to listen to other people's music 3 times a week, and then the monastery all day. But the monastery doesn't bother me. But other people, like boom, boom, boom music, like 3 times a week. But it very rarely, like last night, it came on for 5 minutes. It's so bizarre. I experienced this a lot in Vietnam, where they play this incredibly disgusting, entitled music where they value their own insanity over, the peace of the whole village. And you just think, oh shit, that's my night, completely ruined. And then they've got it on for 5 minutes. It's like, why have you played just one song so loud for 5 minutes? Or not even a whole song. They might play the first 10 seconds of 8 songs and like flick through them like they're shorts, but super loud over the whole village. Like, it's just bizarre. Like, you would think, obviously I think the whole thing is disgusting, like loud music, the impacts on other people. Like, to a Westerner, obviously that's just abhorrent and rude. But it is the norm out here. But again, and I know I'm coming from a Western perspective that doesn't understand any of this, but you would think that you're either doing it or you're not. Like, if you're going to disturb everyone, which I know isn't even a concept for them. Like, I know that's not even a concept, but for me it is, and it's the only place I can speak for. If you're going to disturb everyone, like, make it worthwhile. But at the same time, I'm really glad they do just switch it off after 5 minutes. So last night I went to bed early and I noticed in here I could hear it, in the bedroom I couldn't really hear it. And I just thought, oh shit, is this going to be a problem? And then it was gone after 5 minutes. Like they just switched it off. Like it's just so bizarre. Like why would you do that for just 5 minutes? But also thank you for doing it for just 5 minutes. All right, do you want to see the pussies? The pussies are currently pissing. Oh, I don't want to mess up the camera.
Hey, are we getting ready for me to pick you up? Do you think we can pick you up and show you to the plebs? The plebs like pussy.
Only joking. I don't see you all as plebs, just most of you. I am banned from Thailand, yes, 5 years, working without a work permit, investing in their country. You're not allowed to do that. Which actually, I actually really respect, because they're protecting people, they're protecting the Thai people. Because obviously if people like me come in and invest, then prices rise. So look at what's happened to London, perfect example. I mean, all of England, but you know, London is a perfect microcosm of it. So no one can afford to live in London anymore because foreigners have bought it all. And so obviously the same would happen to Thailand if they let people like me actually buy property. So it's really good. Middle class Thai people who own property in general, want the government to change the laws and allow foreigners to buy stuff because then all the property prices would go up and they'd be rich. But obviously in terms, well, we've seen what it does. We've seen what it does in England. Of course, foreigners should never be able to buy land in another country. Like, are you mental? So I really respect Thailand for taking my money and throwing me in jail. Right, I haven't really noticed this. Look around, Tom. Everyone is young. There are very few people over the age of 50. I can't say that's my experience. Right, I'll walk with that concept and see if I spot it more. I mean, the master is definitely in his 50s. Maybe not. Yeah, he's in his 50s. I've definitely seen some old people. But yeah, probably not as many as I did in Vietnam. Oh my God, that's so sad, isn't it? It's so sad, man. Oh, thank you. Khai Mơ. Is that right? Have I just said that right? Khai Mơ. I read that as Khai Mơ. Khai Mơ. Khai. It's got to be Khai, hasn't it? Khai Mơ. Can you tell me if I'm doing it right? Oh, it's Keep It Real. Hey, Keep It Real. Big love, man. I've just made your video. I'll probably post it today. I've made a video about, well, it's not about you. It's about, you know, giving, but you feature in it. So thank you for the inspiration for that video that 300 people will watch. What do you think of the Devil Horns guy, referee? Devil Horns guy. The one that I featured in the video I shared 2 days ago, where he scratches his face here and does the devil logo. Well, I spoke about it in the video. Yeah, I agree, delightfully not. Being a mod is gay. From your perspective and from mine, but not from everyone's. But sadly, those that don't think it's gay are still of the ego and easily offended and will try and control the chat based on their fragile little ego. So it's a very difficult one. Debbie's like the perfect balance, although not really, because she's too self-loving and conscious to want to do it. However, she is still in the chat talking to Sophie, so she's still obviously very external. So I think that, I don't know how true that story is about her not wanting to be a mod. I think she's trying, I think she's leaning into it, but obviously, well, actually, I don't see Debbie in the chat. Oh, no, there she is. Hi, Cole. I mean, to be fair, Cole is definitely worth saying hi to. Cole's the best. But she also does it with Sophie. So, I wonder whether Debbie is really real to let go of moderating. Is really ready to let go of moderating. But also, I know that even if she is ready to let go of moderating, she is also in service and she really honors me. So she may still do it just from that perspective. It's an interesting one. It will all play out as it should. Rachel, I've been donating on here now. I've learned how to do it. So you're not missing out on that, Tom. Was going to send you 50, so we're almost there, minus YouTube's 30%. Yeah, bless you, man. That's amazing. So you're paying for a session through your donations. Yeah, I mean, if you take into account YouTube's 30%, then I'm more than happy to honor that. In fact, that's great. I'd love it if everyone paid for their sessions except obviously there's a 30% thing, so it doesn't really work. But yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. I think that's at somebody. Let's try and get down with chat. Oh, we're ending in 18 minutes. Unless somebody throws some money into the chat, and it's gonna have to be at least a 5. Arcadian, I was thinking of sending him either diapers or tampons. No, I'm good, man. I just let it all out. I don't need to clog it up. That's the last thing I want to do. Of course, Arcadian agrees with the whole perspective on chat. I agree, silent. Depends on the streamer too, though. Some really need the backup, typically the straight up e-beggars, but Tom works his ass off. Bless you, man. I am working very hard, but it doesn't feel like work. It does feel like work when I'm editing, waiting for uploads, doing thumbnails, or doing descriptions. That feels like work. This doesn't feel like work. Recording a video doesn't feel like work. I even enjoyed editing yesterday's Not Today Satan video, which I think was really good. I don't know how, shall we have a look at how it's done? Yesterday's Not Today Satan video. Yeah, I actually enjoyed editing it because I planned that video. I actually really planned that video. So I bookmarked a load of things on X, and then I made a list. I very rarely do this. I made a list of what order I want to speak about things in, which made it so much easier. My story up until now has been like making a list is hard. I just want to flow. I just want to speak. I don't want to be restricted. Oh my God, it was so easy to follow the list. It made, because there was a lot to bring together in that video. And without the list, it would have all got mentioned, but it would have been sporadic. We'd have done like fixing Satanism, back to fixing, back to Satanism, back to the reason, back to, you know, whereas it was very much fixing Satanism. This is why they're doing it. It felt very, oh my God, that's my other channel. I thought it was a 9 out of 10. I thought it had totally flopped. Yeah, it felt very structured by my standards. So making notes was really good. Right, so now we're gonna go back to StreamYard. We're gonna share a screen. Oh my God, how do I do this? I can't remember how to do it. What's going on? Is it this? Yeah, here we go. Share a screen. We're gonna share that dashboard. We're gonna do that. And then it takes me to the dashboard, which is really annoying because I haven't even shared it yet. That's a really bad thing, StreamYard. I'm glad I'm gonna stop paying you soon, even though you are very good. Okay, oh, it's a 2 out of 5. It's ranking my videos out of 5 because there's only 5 videos. 5 recent videos, or maybe 5 videos at all. Yeah, maybe I should switch my old ones on actually. But I'm kind of thinking I don't want to. I'm kind of thinking that they're of a different energy and I just want to move forward in this new energy. Okay, how's it doing? It's lost 4 subscribers because I mentioned Flat Earth. People freak out when I do that. 3,000 views, that's not bad because it's not even the end of the evening in England, is it? So I'll probably end up on 5,000 tonight. Probably finish on about 8,000 views. Not bad. How is yesterday's doing? Oh yeah, I'm going to release the Michael one on Not Today Satan. I think that will go down pretty well. Oh, we're going to get to 10,000 on the comeback video. Fantastic. Oh, plus 44. Who defunct it? I imagine the next one, because that was really a Tom Greatest video. It wasn't designed for Not Today Satan. This has probably lost a lot of subscribers. -9, there you go. I can't remember what I speak about in that, but I basically, you know, put some cosmic shit in there, which, you know, some of the people subscribed to Not Today Satan won't be able to handle. So, but more and more can, and that's why I'm just going to keep doing it, because, you know, it's the only way that anything's going to change. I'd rather lose subscribers than not share what can change people's lives and change the world. So it looks like we're finishing the stream, guys. I mean, if there's another 30 minutes, maybe someone's going to want to keep it going, but it's not looking good. So obviously, if you put in money now, it would start at 2 o'clock. So you can, if you're waiting, you can just put it in now, and then we can relieve all this tension, and we can all know that we're just going to be chilling together for the rest of the evening. Yeah, this is where I'm at. Once Debbie gives up, that's it. I think Lee will always be in the background. I don't think Lee will ever change in terms of how he sees it, but he's not really present enough to be a moderator. As in, he's too present. He's not present enough on the lives. That is a very good start. That is definitely a requirement. Being a nationalist. What? Do you want some chicken?
You need some chicken, you silly go push push.
Yeah, being a nationalist is definitely a prerequisite, but it's more about, have you met yourself? Are you easily triggered? Do you still get offended? Do you still try and control people? You know, that's more important. Right, I'm just going to cut up a little bit of chicken for my pussies because it might shut them up. And in that time, you can like the stream and someone can send me a donation so we can all carry on. Puss, puss. What's this, pussies? Little puss, puss. Where's a little piece of chicken? Silly squawking pussies. There's some chicken. Let's fill up your water. And if you're still squawking after that, I don't know what to do because I don't understand cats. Beans loves the raw chicken. So the people who gave them to me are amazing. Jamie and Michael. Michael's super conscious. You've met Michael, and you're about to meet Jamie, who's very much on the journey, but is still scared of being called racist and stuff like that. Now, she comes from South Africa, so it's much more intense. Thank you, Rachel. You know, the indoctrination. Well, no, it's as intense as it's been for us for the last 10 years, but she had it since the day she was born. You know, like to even consider. So she was talking about Afrikaans, so Dutch Africans, sorry, creating their own community. And she was like, but it's not racist, it's not racist. And I was like, you don't need to say that. Like, of course it's not. They're focusing on themselves, not the other. How is that possibly racist? So she's still, you know, a bit, very conditioned. And she gave me some chicken for the cats. And I was like, oh, wow, you're a raw feeder. And she was like, yeah, so we cook it and then they love it. And I realized that, oh, there's no point. Like, you know, I don't need to, you know, it's not worth it. So I took from that, and I could see that if I was to say, oh, well, I'm not going to cook it, but then she'd be like, what do you mean you're not going to cook the meat? Well, they're cats. Like, you think they cook their meat? No. What do you think happens to meat when you cook it? Do you think nutrients get lost? Yes. Why would you cook the meat for the cats? Like, humans should be eating raw meat, but we're just, you know, conditioned and indoctrinated and tarded. So why would you pass that on to your cats? Oh yeah, because you're conditioned and tarded. She's also amazing. I love this woman. Like, I really, really like Jamie. I'm not slagging her off in any way. I'm just acknowledging, you know, the reality of where she's at, where I'm at, where Rachel's at, where we're all at, because we need to start acknowledging it if we want to change it. Nothing I say is with judgment, but I appreciate why you think it is. Right, Rachel wants to keep the chat going. Rachel's amazing. Rachel's just taken it to 2.5 hours. Thanks for admitting I triggered your ego when I said I'd like to work with Lee. I feel you're too impatient to work with Tom. Nice reflection. Yeah, that's true, actually. That is true. I have nothing to hide from Lee, so feel I can do a session. Fantastic. Still love you. Yeah, great. Love you, honestly. Really appreciate it. Like the reflection. I am very impatient. I'm great for a few set sessions for sure. Whether I'm good as a long-term, I'll just use the word therapist, but way shower, it is debatable right now. I know I will be in the future. I'm very good for some hard impact sessions if you're really ready to remove the layers. I'm very good at that. But Lee is obviously going to be the best. If you could understand, Rachel, are you honestly saying that you watch Lee's videos and understand them? If you honestly watch Lee's videos and understand them, then you're making the right decision. But I would just be amazed if you could even conceptualize Lee's language. And then the depth that he speaks at, because you're on a surface level and Lee is not speaking on those levels. However, he will meet you in the session. Like I say, watch that video with Amos, A-M-O-S. And you'll see exactly how Lee works and exactly how we can help you. But don't go and search for it on his channel. I'm going to share it on my channel soon. No, go and search for it on his channel. Oh, I love his characters and different accents. Yeah, of course you do, Kerry. Like you're amazing. So this is Jesse P. Watson. Oh my God, the way he can use his mouth. This is why I need to learn to open my mouth, because maybe one day I could do an accent. Like, I'm just focusing on speaking English right now, but and a little bit of Cambodian, very little bit. But once you've actually mastered speaking, then maybe I could even try, speaking like a Pooji. That would be funny. I mean, that really, honestly, that stops me from being a comedian. If I can't do accents, I can't be a comedian. Michael can do accents from every country in the world. And it's so funny. It just makes it hilarious straight away. You have to be able to do Trump. If you can't do Trump, you can't be a comedian. I can't do any of them. Except, I guess all the poo noises I make as well are a good impression of him. All right, thank you, Rachel, for extending the chat. That's really good. Oof. Little putty cat. I can't wait to show you them. I think today is the day. So this is day 3, 2.5. Yeah, half a day. Yesterday was the first full day. So today is the second full day. And I feel like today I will. So I have stroked Beans, as in done this on her forehead. I haven't touched CT7 yet. I am almost certain that today will be the day that I will end up with both of them on my lap. Definitely Beans, maybe not CT7. But CT7 is actually the more loving of the two, according to Michael and Jamie. So he is. Michael was actually surprised when he came out, and he was surprised to hear that Beans had been the one that had come closest to me. He assumed it would be CT7. So I'm really looking forward to connecting with CT7. Now, when they were crying, I was like, are they crying for their mom? And he says, no, probably their sister. So I it feels a bit bad to me that there were 3 kittens left and I took 2 of them. Why have I not taken all 3? How's that one doing on its own? Now, admittedly, I was wrong. They haven't got 11 cats. They've got 4 in the stomach of the mother. So they've got 6 or 7 cats, minus 2. So now they've got 4 cats. So it has still got lots of cat company, but it's lost its siblings. And to me, I don't know if I'm being naive, but for me, the difference between having 2 cats and 3 cats is just cost. I can't really see the difference. You've either got cats or you haven't. I think if you get past 5, it probably makes a difference. But they're so easy. They're just cats. They just cat around. You don't have to do anything. You have to clean your house more often. You have to feed them, obviously. But again, if you're feeding 2 cats, then feed 3 cats. What's the difference? So I did sort of jokingly broach the subject, and Michael didn't latch onto it. So I assumed, and it was just after I'd lost them, even though I hadn't lost them. So I assumed that he doesn't want to give me the third cat, or he doesn't feel that it's right, or he feels that two's enough, or whatever it is. But I'm definitely open to taking that other sibling. To be honest, my resistance in it is a very shallow one. My resistance is the fact that he's black. And I've already got a black cat. We're talking about cats, YouTube, don't get shirty. Yes, we're talking about you, CT7. Yes, that's right. I don't really want two black cats, just from a shallow, I want good-looking cats perspective. So shallow. It's all about their personality, obviously. CT7 is going to be so much better than Beans, just like Clive was so much better than Muriel, but Beans and Muriel are the best-looking cats ever. Beans looks exactly like Muriel, exactly. Like, you know, I could be looking at Muriel. And Muriel fucked off to live with her neighbours. The last NTS video was really good. I am sending the footy vids to my brother just to piss him off. Nice one, Cole. Appreciate that. And thanks for pissing off your brother. They need pissing off, man. Let's piss them off. I'm done with these plebs. I really felt the difference when I was recording it. I mean, one, the fact that I created a list. But one, the organization that was in that video was miles apart from any video I've ever created in my life. I mean, it's not quite true. I think I've done that twice before, but it felt like a new level this time. I mean, I'm just a different person to the one that was creating NTS videos previously. So I can't believe they're not going to be way better. But also, I can also understand that there's an element or a percentage of people who watch NTS who want the Fear Vibe version. And I don't think I'm really giving that anymore. So yeah, so far so good. So far so good. Numbers are really good. I've only lost about 40 subscribers. I was expecting to lose about 500, which may still happen over the next week. I said 5,000 in my video, but I think it's more like 500. But actually, so far it's been 40 or 50. So that's nothing, isn't it? So yeah, it feels like a new level has been achieved with that video. I'm pretty proud of it, and I really enjoyed creating it. I really enjoyed creating it, and even editing it. Yeah, I didn't finish this off. So as I'm editing it, I'm thinking of more examples. Like as I'm watching back what I've said, I'm like, oh, and so the I Stadium, that wasn't in the original video, or was it? Oh no, that came to me as I was recording, as I was speaking into something I'd planned. I went off on a bit of a tangent. And then remembered the fucking stadium eyes and was like, as I was speaking, I was like, I'll try and find this video now. But there were also a couple, I can't quite remember the examples. Oh, Messi running as a goat. I found that after I'd edited. But there was an example of something that came to me. Oh, the ball, the chip in the ball. No, that was before, that was planned. There was something that came to me as I was editing, and then I went and found the video and put it in. So it's like I'm still creating as I'm editing with Not Today Satan, whereas English Refugee, I hate editing English Refugee because it's stressful, because the Osmo mixes up the fucking scenes. So I have to try and work out which scene is which, and it makes so much difference whether I get it right or not to the quality of the video. And I've actually only just realized that it even does this. This is why the Vietnam videos are all over the place, but the Cambodian ones aren't. Or certainly the last week of Cambodian ones aren't. I think I've got good at editing them now. Like I think all the scenes are going to be perfect. Obviously there's going to be the odd one that slips through, but because I'm editing each day now and I can remember what I recorded. I'm so excited about it being up to date. It's going to be so much better when it's up to date. And it really, you know, it's not far off now. I think 3 weeks. I'm not just going to give out Lee's contact details. You can, you know, if you really want a session with Lee, then you can subscribe to his channel and you can comment on his videos and you can create contact with him. He's very open to contact. It's not hard. Just go on his videos, comment, and go from there. I'm not going to spoon feed you. If you're ready to work with Lee, then you need to hold your own fucking spoon. Otherwise, you're definitely not ready to work with Lee. Debbie, thank you for the extra motivation. Really, really appreciate that. I was already going to do another half hour because of Rachel's £10, but there was a little bit of begrudgment in me over earning £7 for half an hour once YouTube takes it cut. So you have just made it totally worthwhile. Because really, you know, whilst I view myself as worth about £50 an hour, actually, if I make £10 an hour, I'm laughing in Cambodia. Not my circus, not my monkeys, so we'll always say hello to people, especially the wise. Not my circus, not my monkeys, so I will always... I don't get that, Debbie. It sounds like you're disagreeing with what I said, which surprises me. But it's very welcome. I don't think that's true, Debbie. I don't think that's true. I think you'll let go of it at some point. I think this is a hater, isn't it? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, God, he's so boring. He thinks he's fucking got something to add. Pathetic pleb. Oh! Licky, licky, scissor, scissor. Strawman is here for Sophie. And Sophie's got a big pink waving hand. Hi, Strawman. Hi. Hi, Strawman. Hi. Hi, Strawman. I'm in Essex, Strawman. Come and scissor me. Come and validate me. I'm not a lesbian, but I need validation so bad that I would love to be scissored by you, Strawman. White cats only, interesting. There's something about black cats, isn't there? I forget what it is, but it's potentially not energetically good. But then obviously, you know, it's all just story. Yeah, I'd like a white cat. You know, that would complete it quite nicely, actually, a white cat. I agree. But actually, in terms of just best looks, it's Brindle and Ginger. I mean, you want unusual, don't you? Which is why Brindle's the best. But also, like, you know, if it's got a patch here and a patch there, and that's really cool. I'd like a white cat. Oh, let's try that sentence again. Oh. I'd like a white cat with ginger spots. That would be ideal. I might get two more. I might get a ginger one and a white one. Or I might just get one more and make sure it's white with a bit of ginger on. Amazing. I like cats, even though right now they're nothing but annoying. Not really, they're cute. But when they start screaming on a live stream, I notice a little bit of like, you're not so cute, you're annoying. Cole, I think they are. What's he talking about? I was worried I would find it hard to watch like before. What are we talking about? All right, not today's 8 videos. Okay, cool. Are they better than they were before? I think they are. I was worried I would find it hard to watch like before. Yeah, I did say to you, mate, that... So I totally resonated with what you said about my old content, but now you're in a place where that doesn't resonate with you. And I totally honored that and totally agreed with that. But I did say, just give the new ones a go because you might find that they resonate with you. It looks like they have. But I think this new way is better, but I still can't follow you on... Oh, really? You're struggling with Flat Earth? Wow. Wow, I'm amazed. It's so obvious. What is it you're holding on to? Like, why is this lie so big? Like, why are people so scared of looking at this lie? Like, you know, so you're at the point where they tried to end everyone in 2020. They've invaded the country with bioweapons. You probably accept that most of history is a lie. You know, it seems to me you're at the point where you can see they've lied to you about everything. So why are you so determined that they haven't lied to you about this? when all of your senses tell you that they have, is it because you're scared of God? That's the only thing I can think of, is that you're so scared of God and the self. I am, all is one. But you might conceptualize it as God. That you have to hold on to this lie that allows you to believe in, coincidence, randomness, Big Bang, science, nonsense. It just amazes me that someone as aware as you is still holding on to that lie like they need to. And I can only assume that it's God. So on the latest Not Today Satan video, I mentioned flat Earth because they literally show it you in the World Cup. They show you the ice wall. I mean, have you looked into Antarctica, Cole? Like, it's very obvious. Why do you think we're all banned from Antarctica? Why do you think we can't go to Antarctica? Why do you think there's warships patrolling Antarctica, stopping anyone going there? Do you think they might be hiding something, Cole? Maybe, perhaps, possibly, maybe. It just amazes me. That amazes me. But this is the one that people will die on. So I get people loving my channel, and they're like, "He's a flat earther," and they can't even like you've just said, you're open to it. I mean, for me, if you're open to it, that's the end of it, because it's so obvious. It's just about whether or not you're open to it. There's no debate here, Cole. There's no debate. This is just are you repressed or not? There's no debate. The Earth is not a spinning ball. Forget flat Earth. I'm not saying what it is. I mean, it is probably that. But I don't know what it is. But it's definitely not what they've told us. Everything they've ever told you has been a lie. Why do you think they've not lied about that? The fundamental one that would cut you off from all your intuition, all your senses, and your connection with God, self. Of course they're going to lie about that. It's the fundamental biggest one that's most important. I'm gobsmacked, Cole. I'm gobsmacked. But it's fine. You will, in a year you'll have smashed through this. But yeah, you get people who love my videos, and then the minute they find out I'm a flat earther, as in I ask questions, is basically what they're saying. They have to get angry and dismiss it all. They can't even go there. They can't even hold it as a possibility. They have to dismiss it as ridiculous. Yet they know that everything they've ever been told is a lie. Yet they seem to be unable to let go of that lie. It's just so bizarre to me. But it has to be a fear of God, because that's where flat Earth leads. It leads to God. Which is why people get so triggered by it, because for the atheists to acknowledge God, well, actually it's self. So actually they have to do serious self-work. They have to really feel themselves to acknowledge God. So that's what you're scared of, Cole. And that's why you're hanging on to this stupid lie. NTS is no longer my favorite, Tom. Great, well done. This is real progress. It's too external. I found you by accident on this channel, but I've moved on. So you're watching on NTS, I assume. I've moved on from this. It's no longer part of my life. We'll still watch it though, as you make it funny. Great. That's the journey. My channels are very much set up with that in mind, Where I'm at now with it, it didn't necessarily start off this way, but where I'm at now with it is NTS serves a purpose. It helps people let go of indoctrination. It helps people, does it help people meet themselves? No, it probably doesn't. So it lets people let go of indoctrination, which is a first step to meeting themselves. Then they've got English refugees, but it is very much of the external. I will say of the fear vibration, even though I don't feel like I'm bringing that fear vibration anymore, and I'm not operating and I'm not hooking onto that fear vibration anymore. It is of the fear vibration, of course. We're speaking about things that create fear in people. Hopefully I'm doing it in a way that holds their hand through it more rather than just puts them in the fear. That's my intention now. But it is of that. And then I've created English Refugee to bring people entertainment, but also, drop some wisdom in there. And then there's Tom Great Sex for those that are really ready. And I see it as a progression. I see it as you start here, you go here, and then you end up here. But also, I can see why one could watch all three, because I still watch some external things. I still watch Call for an Uprising. I still watch Neil McCoy Ward. I still watch... I feel like there was another one I mentioned tonight. Fittest Fat Earther, I would watch him. And you know what? I still watch the odd Lotus Eaters, even though I know that they're either useful idiots or paid shills. Death penalty and politics. You know, I still watch the odd Lotus Eaters. I quite like that Bo guy. I watch him in the morning, and he believes that we landed on it. This is just amazing. You know, like Bo is pretty aware, right? Pretty intelligent, but he still believes we landed on the moon. Which just shows the level of repression these people operate with, that they can even look at that moon landing video and not just burst out laughing and see that it's, you know, the rocket ship looks like it was made by 4-year-olds. Like the fact that people think that flew through the, Van Allen belt or whatever it is, the reason that we no longer can go to space because we've lost the technology, because they don't have the class of 4-year-olds that made it. It's made with tinfoil. Like, just look at the rocket that they're telling you they went to space in and landed on the moon in. It's made out of tinfoil. I'm not joking. It's actually made out of tinfoil. It's unbelievable. So Bo is so repressed, and by that I mean so scared of himself, so scared of God, that he can watch that video and do the mental somersault. So think trans movement when I say mental somersaults, you know, where you genuinely believe that your gender is wrong because you're so repressed and so scared of feeling that you will make up this external story that's so extreme to stop you from feeling that you'll chop your dick off. Well, that's the level of repression we're talking about when someone like Bo, or Bay, or whatever it's called, I'm talking about the bald-headed guy on Lotus Eaters, who I really like. He can watch that moon landing video, see that the shadows are all from opposite angles, see that, you know, Neil Armstrong is clearly just bouncing around in the desert. I mean, and not even ask who's filming it, like not ask any questions, not ask why the shadow is in the opposite direction to the other shadow. You know, all these absolute faux pas. He can watch that and be like, yeah, that's real. Serious repression. So this is the same as Cole thinking that we live on a spinning ball. You know, just ignoring all your senses, all your intuition, just because you're completely repressed. It's amazing. It's amazing, but it's also, you know, it's the way the mind works. And I go back to, don't forget that your brain is not searching for evidence. Your brain is searching to reinforce its current belief system. It wants, you know, you could replace brain with ego very easily. It just wants to stay safe. It just wants to be right. It doesn't want the truth. So you'll get somebody who's as deep and wise as Cole, thinking that they might be spinning around at thousands of miles an hour at some weird angle and hurtling that way, and yet the stars all stay the same and are clearly still and in the same spot all the time, to the point where Angkor Wat, that was built, well, we don't know when it was built, you know, way further ago than they tell us, and it perfectly like lines up with the sun at certain times of the day, and you can see through these holes and you can see the sun, yet we're hurtling like this and like that, and Cole's still not sure. Oh dear. Have I just woken you up, Cole? Have I just shattered you out of that insane repression? Yeah, I mean, the fact that they showed it at the World Cup, they literally showed the Earth flat with an ice wall around it. I mean, what's going on, Cole? Like, how are you so repressed and retarded? You're not, because I know you're not. Okay, so, oh, right, okay, good. So he agrees it's not a ball. So you're getting lost on the flat Earth bit? Well, I don't claim that. I have in the past, but I don't claim that it's flat. I admit I don't know what it is. I'm just trying to get people to accept we're not on a spinning fucking ball. Lonnie Lozzie, I've started noticing you in the comment section more, Lonnie. Thank you for your inputs. My cat is white and ginger. Awesome. Being able to create a deep bond with a cat and gain their trust is a big spiritual compliment, I believe. I totally agree. I totally agree. Way more so than a dog. A dog will just give themselves to anyone because they're amazing. I'm not slagging off dogs, but, you know, it's not the same I mean, to have a good relationship with a dog, to have a well-led dog that's not aggressive and can walk off a lead and walk by your side, that takes skill. So that's why I like it so much, because I like being skilled. But to have a relationship with a cat takes a whole another level of skill, or maybe presence, one might say. And then there's also the whole vibration thing and the purring thing, and you know, they're clearly vibrating at a very high level when they purr. Like you can feel it going through your whole body. It's gorgeous. And then there's a whole spiritual thing, isn't there? So dogs, something like dogs are protectors of, I can't remember, but they're protectors of different realms. And then there's the whole Egyptian thing. The fact that they've got these sphinxes everywhere and clearly worship some sort of cat. And, you know, I think people believe cat deity, but I actually think, you know, I think it was a cat animal, a big cat animal that they were worshipping, or a half cat, half human type thing. But, you know, they didn't build all those sphinx. Are they called sphinxes? For no reason. They didn't, you know, it wasn't just a bit of fun. And then there's the way cats react when you put Egyptian music on. Have you seen those videos where cats like hear Egyptian music and they're like mesmerized? What the fuck was going on in Egyptian times, man? And if you think that's crazy, then you need to watch Fittest Fat Earther break down like the mountains being giants, and you know, like honestly, like if you think that what you're perceiving in this world at this now moment in 2026 is your barometer for history, and anything outside of that is impossible. So giants or dragons or giant cat beings, mate, you haven't even started. Like the mountains are all dead giants. Or chopped trees, chopped giant trees. There's that one in America that's just so obvious. What's it called? And there's something about water coming out of trees as well. I've seen lots of videos about water coming out of trees. And this mountain that is clearly a giant tree stump, it has waterfalls just cascading off it, like coming out of the tree. There isn't enough rainfall to justify the waterfalls or something like that. But it's so clearly a tree stump. There's so many of them. There's so many of them. There's so many. Like, I don't know if he's still doing it now. You'd have to go back to his older videos, I think. I think he's more interested in the recycling of celebrities now and how they're all the same. So Jim Carrey is Joe Biden, and there's so many examples. He seems to be focusing more on that now, but there was a time where he was focusing a lot on showing very obviously, very clearly that the mountains are dead giants, like very obvious, like clear facial structures, and dead dragons, and dead massive everythings, like turtles and crocodiles, like massive ones, like continents are made, not continents, but mountains and some countries, or certainly some islands, are made out of dead things. It's just amazing. Right, NCS and channels like it are good for waking people up to lies we have been told about. Yeah, I totally agree. The thing is can I still do that to myself? That's the question I've been asking. Can I still swim in those vibrations to make that content? Because that isn't, you know, I don't live in those lies. And the answer is yes, I can, and I can do it very well, so that's all good. But that was the question. And there was a period of time where well, basically, I suppose I was feeling the shame of the reality that actually I'd played into the agenda, and also the shame of the reality that for the last 2 months of Not Today Satan, I wasn't really acting out of service. I was acting out of fear, which showed up as I must earn money at all costs. So I will just go on X and create 3 videos a day, no matter what, whether I want to speak about it or not. And I think I never just, you know, I always talked about self-work. and talked about the real way out of this. So, you know, but in the realization of what I'd been playing into and that I was too blind to see, there was shame and humiliation, and that needed to be felt. So I think when I was looking down on Not Today Satan, I was coming from that place. I was reacting to the shame and the humiliation rather than just being like, okay, well, that occurred, and that's fine. Let's accept it. Let's let it go. Let's love it. Let's honor it, and just move on, which is where I'm at now. But you know, there was a 2-month process of doing that. So in that time, I was looking down on Not Today Satan. But yeah, it's fantastic. I'm dead proud of it. It's really good. And it's really important. It's really important. Now, what's much more important for me is shadow work. So yeah, waking people up is great, and it's an honor to be part of that. But it's nothing compared to doing a one-on-one session with someone and helping them open new doors and meet new parts of themselves that they've repressed and ran away from all their lives. You know, that lights me up. So it's at what point does that become big enough? You know, I have many clients. It's taking up much of my time, where I then have to honor that more because that's much more important and much more aligned, and you know, actually changes the world. And let this go, which also is aligned and also changes the world, but not as much. But as Rachel has just fucked off to Lee, it looks like that time is very far away. Thanks, Rachel. I'm only joking. I think it's great. And it's, you know, it's exactly what I need. If you genuinely don't think I'm ready, then I don't want you to book a session with me. If the way I show up puts you off, then don't book a session with me, because I need to know that. You know, if I got a load of clients, I don't want clients that are sympathy. I don't want you booking in with me because you feel you have to. I want you booking in with me because you know it will be a cosmic session that will change your life. And if you don't feel that, then I don't want you to book in with me, because I don't want my ego to be reinforced. I only want clients if I deserve clients. Because I don't need the money. You know, I want to help. I want to do shadow work with people. That's what I want. But obviously, if you give it away for free, then you just get idiots. And also, there has to be an energetic exchange. There has to be self-respect in there, self-honoring in there. However, I'm not sure if Lee charges. So maybe you do get to a point where you're just like, no, I just want to help people. I don't want to charge. But I see that as, I've only ever seen that in very disempowered people before. I really hope Lee is charging Arcadian. And if he's not, I know Arcadian will pay him. He fucking better do. But I'm sure Lee, like, it's going to really womp with my mind if Lee isn't charging Arcadian. Because it's, to me, my story is then you have no self-worth. But obviously I know Lee has self-worth, so I'm going to have to look at my story and accept that it's bollocks. And accept that maybe I'm still too grabby, still too external, still too addicted to money. And actually it's me that's a problem, which is always the answer. It always seems to be the case. Hello, Herman the Tosser. How are you, you great big tosser? I love Herman, he's great. History is only written by winners, so all winners will shape the story to make them the good guys. Yeah, totally. So why are you still believing anything they say? Oh, no, sorry. You clarified that you don't believe we live on a spinning ball. Yeah. The earth and metaphysics don't mix regard. I think he's probably trying to agree with me. I have had, Riley, I quite like you. You're new. I have had people tell me my dogs should be oh, I really like you. And on leads, I just chuckle to myself. I've got 2 pit bulls, always getting better with every sentence, who walk perfectly at heel and have fantastic recoil and big softies. They love my cat too, and people want them muzzled and on a lead. Yeah, because they're muzzled and on a lead. That's how they live. They live in such fear. They are energetically muzzled and on a lead. So they project that onto your beautiful pit bulls. Yes! Riley, I really like you. I can feel your... So anyone that can walk a dog to heel off a lead is a natural leader in life. Dog leadership, dog ownership, dog leadership is very logical. If you can't walk your dog to heel off a lead, then you are not logical, because they're the most logical animals ever. It's very easy for anyone who has a sense of leadership. So Riley is clearly a natural leader. Yeah, I'm a bit, does anyone have any, so you obviously think Tartarian Vault is AI. I don't know how you would do, I mean, one, you need to get over your AI thing. It's, I watched a really good video on this. I can't really do it justice, but it's just disempowerment. It's fear. Like, obviously we've been programmed, and there is some truth in AI is going to be used to control us. But it's also, it's just like a knife. It can be used for good and evil. And so people are, yeah, so this guy, it was a great podcast. Like, this guy was so wise, and this was his thing. And he was like, you can either use the technology to fight them, or you can reject the technology and get left behind, because this technology is the future. There's no two ways about it. So you can either be powerless. Oh, he used a really good analogy. What was his analogy? You know, you can basically, this isn't what he said. You can either be powerless and principled, but not really principled, just repressing in fear. Or you can embrace the technology and fight back. So get over your AI thing, for starters. Now, my understanding, I'm very bad at spotting things with AI. So maybe Tartarian Vault is, I mean, I just don't care. It just doesn't mean anything to me. The only reason it matters to me is, as a content creator, obviously I appreciate that it's going to become a problem for us, or it probably already is, because it is so good, and because if I don't care, then there's going to be no content creators, because AI is going to be so much better. Now, I think I'll be all right, because I'm getting viewers based on my authenticity. I'm getting viewers based on how real I am. Now, AI will never be able to do that. Like, even if it creates, I wonder if, so obviously it will get to a point where it creates a Tom Greatorex and a Charlie Veitch and these interesting, entertaining characters. But I don't think that is going to be enjoyable, watching an AI version of that, because it's entertaining, because it's like, oh my God, is this guy actually real? Is this actually how this guy lives? Like, oh my God, this guy's so witty, or whatever. Whereas if that's AI, you can't feel that. But when it's explaining history, no problem with it at all. So you obviously think Tartarian Vault is AI. It probably is. I assumed it was an actual person speaking, and they were using, yeah, and I think it's a real person. I don't know. I'm really bad at this. So my recommendation is Tartarian Vault. If you put Tartarian Vault in, then loads of others are going to come up, but they're probably all going to be AI too. Just get over your AI thing. Just get over your fear. Do the work. You know, anything that's like this. You know, so like me with poisons, chemicals. Lee and Jeroen aren't like that, because they're not in fear. It's all fear. It's all fear. But it's also all true. Like, your thoughts on AI are true. There's also another side of it you're not seeing, but on the same level, the same vibration, is in the same consciousness. But if you can go to another level of consciousness and see that it's all just fear, and you trying to control out of fear. Riley, I think Riley is about to confirm that he's an absolute G. All he needs to do now is a little small chat, super chat, and he's in the top 10. Let's see. Does this take him to a top? Does this take him as high as one can go without a super chat? Tartaria stuff is amazing. Paul Cook, I think his name is on YouTube. That's where I found out about Tartarian mudflugs. There you go. Fearful AI-resistant people. I would really recommend following this recommendation. This man is awesome. Now, there's also Flat Earth Britain. Flat Earth UK. I think it's Flat Earth Britain. And he doesn't speak about the shape of the Earth. Like, he really needs to change his channel. He used to speak about that a lot, but he's moved on to mudfloods and Tartaria. Now, I haven't seen him for about a year, so he might move on again. Now, I think I'd be ready for him now, actually. I used to find him, I couldn't really listen to him because his videos are 3 hours long. But I think I'm in a place of enough presence and stillness now, which is not still and present, but, you know, more so than ever before, Yeah, I'm going to try and remember to check him out because he's really good. Flat Earth Bitten, I think he's called. And he's definitely a real person. He speaks about it all. But I think you'd learn much more from Tartarian Vault. But you're too in fear of AI. Oh, fear vibration. Oh, ain't that cute? You know I love you, Kevin. And I'm only speaking into it because I've been there myself. I know it very well. I used to have these same fear repressions going on. Sorry, Tom, I forgot that I changed my name temporarily. All right, I did wonder if it was you. Awesome, so you're commenting more. Wow, Lauren is getting empowered and growing her natural hair out. Yeah, baby, it's happening for Lauren. Maybe she won't be fat one day. Really happy to see you commenting more, Lauren. Really happy to see you showing up more because I know that that's a reflection of you and your life. So yeah, that's wonderful to see. Just do a bit of Kung Fu Panda. What is it, Papacha? I'm a woman. Wow. Riley is helping me get over my projections and fear-based repressions. I have them too. Onto women. Because a woman really ruined my life. Not really. She was a great blessing. But at the time, it seemed like she was ruining my life. So I hate women. But this chat really helps me like women again. Am I at the bottom of the chat? Oh, wow, I'm at the bottom of the chat. That seems to be happening more now. Yeah, I used to get so lost on comments. Well, I can still really get into a comment. But what I was doing is I'd speak into a comment for 5 to 20 minutes, and then I'd read the next comment and the next comment, and I'd put one of the next 3 comments up. And like I was really valuing the comments. Whereas now I realize that, oh no, there's loads of good comments. I don't need to like read every single one. Like, okay, it doesn't mean I'll miss some good stuff. But also, yeah, I think it's good to be more present with the chat. But it's a real balance, and it's one that I haven't quite worked out yet. Obviously, it will only come through experience. Okay, so here's Kerry on the Tartarian Vault. Says outright, the photos are AI. I will definitely, okay, so that's a bit different. The photos aren't AI. They may use some AI photos, but in general, most of their photos are not AI. They're actual photos, I'm sure of that. So there's a difference between having a repressed fear around AI in general and not wanting to watch a video that's using AI images, because that's not helpful. It can't be, because it's using images to prove its points. That would take away all of the proof of points. That makes no sense. I don't think that's true. I'm not saying it doesn't use any AI images, like when it talks about giants and stuff maybe, and not the stuff I talked about earlier, just like showing a giant. But I just don't think that's the case. If that is the case, then I've been fooled. It can't be, because it talks about the structures and then it shows photos of what it's talking about. That would be lying. Maybe it's just a fucking lying channel and I've totally fallen for it. And I've been recommending it to everyone. Oh shit. No, I don't think so. I think you're wrong, Kevin. Because I can't possibly be wrong. So that could be the reaction of the ego that you're just seeing there. This is how the ego works. That's why I'm bringing it up. You know, like, I think you're wrong. It can't be. Like, rather than me just being like, oh, I've been fooled. Right, okay. So with me, you'll see that process. Like, you're already seeing me open to the other side. But with a libtard, you won't. There's no process. There's just that first bit, making someone else wrong, because you don't want to accept that you're wrong. So it still happens, but I can recognize it. But also, I genuinely think Kevin's wrong. But it could just be the ego. I see most of it on X, and like I say, most of them have moved on now. So the Flat Earth British guys moved on. Fittest Flat Earther. I would recommend watching some of fittest flat earthers earlier stuff or Flat Earth Britain, his early stuff. I mean, there's no way if you watch that, there's just no way you'll still have this retardation. Yeah, to be honest, most of what I see is just clips on X. Like anything that NASA ever puts out, any interview that NASA ever does, or any space mission that NASA ever does. Like, I mean, surely just watching that is enough. Like, did you not watch the Artemis 3 thing and be like, oh no, sorry, I'm forgetting. You are past the shape of the Earth. I'm sure you watched Artemis 3. Like, are people thinking this is real? Is this meant to be real? Are we supposed to pretend this is real? So the answer is no, mate. To be honest, for me, it's just so obvious and it's just so obvious in terms of senses and intuition. And then clips on X. But I can't say I've ever sat down and watched hours of videos about what the shape of the Earth is. It's just so obvious. It's just so obvious. I don't need to watch any videos. Like it's the most obvious thing ever to me. Like I can feel it. I can feel that we're not spinning around and we're not hurtling. Like, and I forget what the scientific explanation is, but they try and tell us that basically we get used to it. Like, no, think about when it's windy. We're talking about thousands of times, like the spin, thousands of times faster than 100 mile per hour winds. And look what 100 mile per hour winds do. They destroy buildings and trees and kill people. And people think that we're spinning around stupidly fast and we just don't notice. Like, fuck off. Stop being such a dum-dum. Yeah, there you go. It's Flat Earth British. What's he called, Storm Dog? Of course, Storm Dog knows. I think Storm Dog is the same person. Maybe not. I think Storm Dog is the one that absolutely smashes the external to pieces. Okay, Riley's a woman. Did we speak about Riley being a woman? Oh, man. I've just deleted him. I didn't read what he put, but whenever I see that name, I just delete him. He's just disgusting. Riley's a woman. Did we speak about that? I don't know. This is the first live I have been on. I have watched his Tom Greatswitch channel, but yeah, the Lord of Patriarchy is just reeling you into hating. He's an absolute demon. So Riley's a woman. Riley doesn't show up with female energy. No, but yeah, so I made an assumption that Riley was a man based on the name, although it's one of those names that can be used for both genders, isn't it? But obviously, you come across it more with men. It's a nice name. It's a really nice name, actually. Riley, yeah, Riley's sexy. Obviously, if he's a man. Oh shit, not today, Satan. Not really, I'm bisexual. Yeah, fuck it. Unsubscribe, I don't care. Yeah, so I assumed you're a man, so maybe that's why I'm so shocked. But also, yeah, you don't meet many women with wisdom in this area. Like, you meet many wise women, but not usually in this area. Yeah, it's really unusual, actually. Yeah, I'm amazed you're a woman. I'm amazed. But it's great. Another woman on the feed. Now, I imagine you're not going to do the whole chit-chat thing. I think you're probably better than that. We'll see. And don't get triggered, ladies, by me acknowledging that some people are better was the wrong word. That was the wrong word. Deeper than that. Tom is good with dogs from what I have seen. Yeah, of course, I'm a natural leader. I'm not a pack. Dogs are so easy. Oh my God, I will try and bring some more other people in, but Riley's clearly the most interesting person in the chat right now. If you're talking about the dog daycare thing, oh yeah, no, it's just silly. Also, it wasn't even, so we did kick dogs. We didn't kick dogs. We used our feet to separate dogs. So you're in a pack of 50 dogs. How do you think you maintain that? How do you think you stop them all from fighting? You dominate. You're the leader. You're the pack leader. You dominate just like the dog leader does. So he barks, he nips, he bites. So we would, oi! And then we would, oi! And then we would, oi! It wasn't kicking, it was using the sole of the foot. No dog was ever getting hurt, but it was a strong physical command to maintain control of the pack. But of course, the retard who just wants to hate, doesn't want to understand any of that, or even if they do understand that, they'll ignore all of that, and they will be like, it was kicking, it was abuse. No, of course not. Of course, I didn't create a dog center based on abusing dogs. Like, one, you can see the man I am and the heart I have. Of course, I'd never want to abuse dogs. But two, it just wouldn't work as a business. So the whole thing's ridiculous. But these haters will pretend it's real. And they must know it's not. But I don't know, like, people are so deluded and so, like I said earlier, like the spinning globe thing, like unable to see the obvious. Because if they do see the obvious, oh, that poor mouse, man, it's not going to last much longer. Oh, it kills me, man. I just wish it would leave. Like, it's 2 foot from the door. Why does it not leave now? There's cats here. But then presumably, like, this is its home. And it's like, well, if I leave, I'm vulnerable out there. So then it's just going to keep living here. But it's inevitable, but it's going to die in the next 48 hours. So it wasn't me, but it could have been me. Like, so the video that got used, I remember it really well, actually. It was a guy called Jack, who was my best staff member. Like, he had such good control of the pack. He was amazing at his job. And we had a Cocker Spaniel, I think, or was it the Cocker Spaniel that was getting shagged? A Cocker Spaniel was involved. I feel like the Cocker Spaniel was a humper who was humping constantly. So that really disrupts the pack. It's not fair on the dog that's getting humped. It ruins their experience. And I mean, like, incessant humping. Like, that's all it was focused on, going from dog to dog and humping, and then it would pick on certain submissive dogs and just hump them into the ground. So, of course, we have to protect that dog. So the pleb, the positive reinforcement dog trainer, you can only lead dogs, well, they don't use words like lead. You can only train dogs through positive reinforcement. Don't replicate, you know, how dogs speak to each other. Don't replicate what dogs understand. Project your human liberal bullshit onto the dog and then expect the dog to understand. Like, this is why this is why people who only reinforce positively end up with dogs on extendable leads and can't let the dog off the lead, and they end up with an aggressive dog, a very unhappy dog. Whereas people who will lead, people who will, oi, sit, no, jab. Because once you do this, once you're physical with your dog, once you set those boundaries, and the dog can then relax and see you as a leader and know that you've got the situation, that you're in control, and the dog doesn't need to lead, i.e. be aggressive or submissive, because that's what they'll do if they're forced to lead in a human world. They'll do one of those two things. Once it's all set, you never need to be physical with your dog. But also, when your friends come around, you don't have to lock your dog in another room because you can't stop it from jumping on them. Also, when you walk it, you can have it off a lead. It can be a dog. So it's not even harsh, but if you see that as harsh, then it's harsh to be kind. And then you've got, so then you've got the whole, well, what did you expect Jack to do? Just let the dog get humped, not control the pack. You know, I mean, this is liberalism all over, isn't it? You lose all control. Look at California. It's a shit show because of liberalism. Well, these same people want to judge us for using our feet to control dogs. But really, we were protecting the dog that was getting humped. And we were using the sole of our foot to push the other dog off and to show it a physical boundary. Like, no, I'm in charge here. And every time you get on that dog, we're going to use a physical boundary. And that physical boundary will get a bit stronger each time to the point where we do make contact with you here. And it does hurt a little bit. And then you'll fucking listen. And then you'll stop humping that dog. And then you'll learn how to be in a pack. And then you might be a bit easier for your spaz-card owners that can't lead you at all. And then maybe we can train your owners, because that's what dog training is. It's not training people, it's not training dogs, it's training people how to communicate with their dogs, because dogs just fall into line the minute you can communicate with them, because they want to, because they're loyal animals that want to be led. So it's just a total lack of understanding of it all, but also where that person is concerned, it's being a demonic, hating retard that hates themselves and therefore needs to hate on everyone else. So don't engage with them, Riley. You're way too good. Mud Fossil University is a good channel, although this was a couple of years ago. I last watched it. I can just tell by the title name that that's going to be brilliant. I don't know this one. Thanks for the recommendation. Keep them coming on this. This is really good. Yeah, and then there's this as well. Like, even if I did go around kicking dogs 15 years ago, so what? I am who I am now. But of course, you know, they you know, ultimately it comes down to how much they hate themselves. And therefore they can only operate out of hate. So they need to hate on others, and that's how they get dopamine hits. And it's how you know, I talked about the mental somersaults that the trans movement has to do. So as much as you're avoiding this, you have to go the same distance in the external. So if this is really calling out, you know, so obviously a trans person is very traumatized and needs therapy. So this is calling out. By this, I basically mean the inner child. You could also say nervous system. You could also say emotion, but it's the inner child is screaming, and they can't connect with it, and they're so scared of connecting with it because it feels like anxiety and fear. So they have to scream as much in the external, hence chopping their dicks off. And that demonic cunt that I just got rid of is doing exactly the same. Like, he's screaming in here, and therefore he has to scream in people's comment sections. Okay, he hasn't got to a point of chopping his cock off, I assume. Maybe he has. I would prefer to, so this is Kerry on the AI thing. I would prefer not to have to work out if I'm looking at a lie or not. I'm not scared of AI. I've watched a lot of Tartarian Vault to get an idea of it, but want something with more meat. Okay, great. Fully respect that. Take back everything I projected onto you, Kerry. That wasn't the case. You've just explained what the case is, and it's very clear where you're at. And everything I said was true about people and AI, but it wasn't true about you. So I take that back. There's no point apologizing. That's just low vibrational pleb shit. I just own it and I take accountability for it, and I said you got some love. Can't argue with you on that stuff. So Riley is not a tranny. Yeah, I knew that. American name. Oh, it's more female in America. Okay. American name, though, moved from the States when I was 15 with my mum. Wow. How do you feel about that? Are you still in the UK? Do you think it was a good move? Would you rather be in America? Presumably you're allowed to go back to America anytime and you have a passport. I'd like to know answers to all those questions. Well, because you're a cunt. You're disgusting. Like, of course you're banned. You're not commenting. You're shitting all over the chat and being a cunt. Just an attention-seeking hater. Like, how are you honestly asking why you've been banned? You're disgusting. And I banned at least 10 of your profiles now. So you're one of the worst. You're fully possessed. Do you not realize this? Is he thinking he's normal? Kyle Piddock put up a video today of him rough playing with his XL bully. Oh yeah, they'll be going mental. And women in the chat are going nuts saying he's abusing the dog. Oh my God. Mental, powerful dogs. Love. I used to play so rough with my dogs. There was one in particular, Charlie, a Staffy, who was my first dog, so I was learning. And he was a nutter. Like, he was a highly aggressive dog. This was before he walked to my heel and all that, but he would fuck off and kill stuff. And then come back with blood all over his face. It was fine. He had at least 4 sheep. Yeah, he was a proper nutter, and I used to really rile him up. So I used to play fight with him. But there were 3 occasions where I took it too far, and he was like right on the edge of snapping. So there is a learning with it, but that was taking it too far, as in getting him too into his instincts. There's a balance with it for sure, but yeah, like, if you get that balance right, which you will if you're like Riley is, or the guy in this video, Kyle Piddock, I don't know who it is, but I know, I can just tell anyone who's rough playing with an American Bulldog, like, they've got leadership. Because you can't do that if you don't have leadership. Like, you can't, and this is why the women are going crazy, because they walk their dog on an extendable lead and have an aggressive dog. So they just assume that all dogs are like that, and they don't take any responsibility. They don't observe self. They don't take accountability. So obviously they can't see that they're the problem. They just assume that all dogs are like their dog. Yeah, women and dogs, man. Fuck that. Awful. There's something else I wanted to speak into on this. Rough play. Yeah, I think I've covered it all. Yeah. You've just absolutely summed up. It's just utter retardation, and women fall into that category very easily through no fault of their own, because they're such beautiful emotional beings, so they're more easily manipulated than men, and most men have fallen for it as well. So women have got no chance. But, it's not in their DNA to spot danger. It's in the man's DNA to spot danger. So of course they're going to fall for it easy. Plus they're connected with emotions, so they can be manipulated into suicidal empathy a lot easier. And even having said all that, 90% of men have been conditioned into it too. So don't take it as an insult, women. It's just what's happened to us, unfortunately. Yeah, that's a great way of responding. Just ask them questions that totally expose them. I'm just chatting. Why have I been banned when I'm just chatting? No, you're going into my past 15 years ago, taking a little morsel and twisting it to make out like I'm some dog abuser. Like, people watch my videos, Lord. Lord. Tramp. People watch my videos, tramp. Like, why do you think you can change? Well, this is the thing about the world we live in. You can convince people to believe your hatred over the evidence of their eyes. Is it Orwell that says that? The people wouldn't believe the evidence of their eyes? It's like, oh no, the government would tell you to forget the evidence of your eyes. And people are actually that stupid. Night, Straw. Night. I'll be thinking about you tonight, Straw. I'll be thinking about you tonight. Good night, Straw. Thanks for the attention. I don't care that I'm not attracted to females. You're giving me attention, so I'm going to just live with that. All right, where are we at? I said I'd do 3 hours, didn't I think? Or was it 2.5? No, it was 2.5. I've done way more. Six minutes, guys. It ends in 6 minutes unless I get more shekels. No, I think that's me, Rachel. I assume you're referring to this hater, Tramp. Yeah, I mean, maybe he deleted all his own comments because he will be that fragile and that in the minds of others. Because he thinks he can influence the minds of others through hatred or influence my mind. Like, he thinks that I'm going to be upset by it. I mean, I don't even read him. But like, he thinks he can upset me. And that's because, again, people can only perceive from their current level of perception, and everything upsets him. Because he's, easily offended because he hasn't met himself. So so he will assume he can do the same to me, which is just hilarious. But it's, yeah, I think when I ban him, I think it deletes all his comments. Yeah, there you go. Tramp was banned and their comments were removed. So no, I think it's me that did it. You can move back, but wouldn't want to. It's worse than the UK in many ways. Still in the UK, but looking to move, just figuring out where we're best. Yeah, I totally agree. You're so on it. You're so great about it. Wow, you're really great. Are you young? Are you sexy? You're too wise to be young. You're definitely going to be over 30, so you're way too wrinkly for me. Yeah, so you're super aware. I don't need to tell you what you are, but for the chat, this person is very aware, very wise. Would never move. Yay, we're carrying on. That's great news. That's an odd number, £5.11. Oh, 5.11. Does that mean something? I know. We'll get to that in a second. We'll get to it now, in fact, because super chat should always come first. But just honouring Riley and her wisdom. I mean, it's very obvious, what we're saying here, but the US is just as bad, if not worse, than the UK, and it's certainly going to be. I mean, there's more beasts of the land there. And the beasts of the land are more entrenched, like they've been there a long time. It's hard to, like when we talk about remigration in the UK, is in like how Steve Laws talks about it, like actual remigration, all must go. It's a big stretch for many people in the UK, but for me, it's very obvious. They've only been here for 50 years, like get rid. All of them, any of them. Even if they're mixed with a bit of us, get rid. Just get rid of them all. The many have ruined it for the few. It's too late. It's done. It's over. Get out. End of. That's where I'm at with it. But in America, and I believe that the same will come to America, and that is the only way that America can be saved. They all must go back to where the beasts of the land should dwell, a certain continent that is designed for the beasts of the land. And it says in the Bible, do not mix with the beasts of the land. Well, I wonder what it's talking about. I don't think it was talking about lions. That's fucking obvious, isn't it? Who's going to mix with a lion? It's not even possible to mix with a lion. So Jesus wouldn't have needed to tell you that, or whoever said it in the Bible, which also does have a lot of truth in it, even though it is the Bible. So obviously they were talking about somebody that you may mix with and not realize that you shouldn't be mixing with. I wonder who. Obviously that's all just a story, and everyone's the same. And diversity is our strength. So yeah, it's a lot harder to get them out of America because there's more of an argument, and there's no argument. They're the beasts of the land. They need to go back. Simple as, end of. But in the retard's mind, there's more of an argument that they are American and must stay because they've been there. Well, actually, have they been there for longer than 50 years? Probably not. There's just so fucking many of them. Right, who's this amazing person? Oops, we've already got them on the screen. Oh, thank you so much. They don't even have any requests. They don't even have any expectations. They're just, here you go. Right, can I ask you a question? Why £5.11? I love it. I think it's great. I love quirkiness. I just wonder if there's a real reason for it. So actually, all that does is that just takes us to 2:45, and I've already done another 15 minutes, so the live's still ending. No, of course not. I'd never do that to you. So that takes us to 3 hours 15. I've given you all half an hour for free. Can we go on longer? I feel like I've got longer in me. Can we get another £5 and go to 3.5 hours? Thank you so much for Fran on it. I think I've said that right. Fran on it, thank you. I will look out for your comments more in the future, like this, although you are just speaking to somebody else. I would also like to hear why it's £5.11. Or the 11 is what I'm interested in, obviously. Tom, you can see, why would I want to do that? I haven't even read his comments. Like, why are you so stupid, Rachel? You can see all the tramps' comments if you watch this live back. Oh, sorry, you're asking me a question. Sorry, Rachel. Sorry. Tom, can you see all the comments if you can be bothered to watch this live back? I have the ability to. Just like you, when you watch the live back, I think you can decide whether the chat's on or not in big. I always would just have that off. I'm not interested. I don't want to read. I don't want to escape myself so much that I want to stare at a screen and read what other people are saying. Like, no, of course not. I'm way too wise and deep and enlightened for that. However, what I will see is the chat that is this. That's just come back on the screen. But I'll see that, but I won't read it. I won't even look at the screen. I'll just be listening. Just like any wise person would. All right, we're at the bottom. No real reason. No real reason. The O and the I are close, and I was too lazy for a backspace. So that's in regards to the name. Fran on it. So I'm assuming you're called Fran, and you're owning it. I like the name. Assuming you're called Fran. If not, can you explain it a bit more? Debbie's just thrown some love into her chat. Thank you so much, Debbie. That's amazing. So we're going to 3.5 hours. So I think that might mean a coffee needs to be made soon. It might mean a smoke needs to be rolled up as well. I shouldn't really need to smoke on live stream. It's a bit silly, really. Of course, and that's the problem. It looks like a joint, but really it's just tobacco. So I don't really want to be doing that on camera because I've only ever really smoked joints, and that's how I always rolled up. I roll my tobacco that way as well. So it's not really good in a country where smoking joints is illegal to smoke something that looks like a joint on camera. But at the same time, many people smoke with big Rizzlers, and it's not a joint. So what can you do? 34. Yeah, I can't lick that. One thing that I would say is better in the States is that you can still protect. Yeah, definitely. You can still protect yourself. So guns. In the UK, we are wanting to ban any dog capable of protecting its owners. Yeah, totally, man. And people are clapping it in. Did they do that? Amazon can't sell knives with a sharp blade, with a point on the blade anymore. Did that happen? It's so amazing, isn't it? Rather than getting rid of the people that use knives in a demonic fashion, we stop all the good people from being able to cut their meat. It's just crazy. I think overall right now, the US is a less tyrannical place to live unless you live in a liberal state. But if you live in a red state, I think it's a less tyrannical place to live. But I think when the shit really hits the fan, I think America will be worse. I don't know. The UK is going to be horrendous. I can't believe you're in the UK, Valley. You're not even English. Like, what you're doing there. And you're really conscious. Like, why are you still in the UK? Like, wow. I know you're making plans to leave. I'd like to hear more about that. You're way too good to be in the UK. Ah, thanks, Rachel. I appreciate that. So I'm at the bottom of the chat, guys. I'm happy to do another 25 minutes, but I need some stimulus. So I guess this is a good time to take a little break, and we'll add another 5 minutes on. Go on to 3:35. I'll go and have a little push for a poo, and then so if you can get some comments in for me to speak into, that would really help the live stream. Na, 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 na. I could really do with a second cup. He's going to see Coffee Man today. So you'll meet Coffee Man in about 10 days. He becomes a bit of a character of the show. Only a peripheral character, obviously. But yeah, I go to the same coffee guy. He sells amazing coffee really cheaply. It tastes of hazelnut and chocolate, man. It's just outrageous. I dread to think what's in it. But it tastes so good, I don't care. Yeah, I need to go and see Coffee Man today. Oh, God, it looks like it's going to be hot, man. Oh, I'm going to have to... So it's 6:30 for me now. So this live stream cannot go on past for another more than an hour and a half. I don't think it will do, but it can't go past 4.5 hours because I need to get out and do my shopping at 8 a.m. today. I just can't deal with this heat. It's too hot. If I do anything past 10 a.m., it's just a nightmare. Right, have we? Oh. Not for long, thankfully. Why am I in the UK? Where I am in the, so this is Riley. Where I am in the UK has not been affected by any of the new engineers. Oh, gutted. So you're still living in the Stone Age. They haven't come and built your country for you yet. That's a real shame. I really feel sorry for you. How's the mud hut? Oh, well, soon the engineers will come and rescue you and build your part of the country like they built the rest of the country. And we'll all be out of mud huts. It's a lovely place, but that said, I can see it's just a matter of time before it does not happen. Where are you planning on going, Riley? Very good. Yeah, well, Sophie's not getting any attention, and Sophie is only here for attention. And I'm not giving her any attention anymore other than the funny, fanny things that I do. She's getting no attention from me whatsoever, unless she pays for it. And even then, I don't think I want to give it to her. I'm totally done with Sophie. I've just accepted that. I mean, the story I may be projecting, but the only way I can rationalize her behavior is that she's special needs, like actual special needs. And I'm not here for special needs people. I don't judge them. I don't look down on them. I'm just not here for that. I'm not here for that. I'm not here to wipe bums. I'm here to lead people to consciousness. Yeah, I think you're right. What's your experience? Have you been to Southeast Asia? Have you been to Siem Reap? Like, where are you speaking from? Or can you just feel it? Because you will be right. If you've met yourself, I don't know you at all, we're getting to know you tonight for the first time. I think this is the first time I've seen you. But if how you've shown up so far, I think you've met yourself. So therefore, you're right. Stormdog. So when I tried giving the court my birth certificate, saying I'm not a citizen, or a Mr. and that Freemason oaths have no place in public, I got put in cell 33 for 4 weeks. They do have a sense of humor. Strawman, would you be interested in doing a live stream with me and telling your story and whatever else you want to say? You're very interesting. You are very external, but you're very, 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 very good at the external, better than me. You know more than me. I'd like to do a live stream with you, if you're up for it. So when you say, Stormdog, when you say they do have a sense of humor, who is that? As in who, my understanding is the police, for example, are just idiots. And they don't know anything about the number 33. And they don't even know what we think about it or anything, like it means nothing to them. So who are you referring to? Who would have made that decision? The judge, potentially, but again, I think they're idiots. I don't think they know about the number 33. So who would have done that? I'm not saying you're wrong. I mean, clearly the fact that you got put in cell 33, but I wonder if it's more like the universe just did it through them to speak to you. Maybe. I don't know. I'm asking you, like, what do you think? Because I can't see anyone in the system who is deciding what cell you go into that is conscious enough to even know what the relevance of 33. What do you think about that, Stormdog? And that comes as a question. Oh, Rachel, you're so amazing. I'll keep my promise, Tom. So I've made my contribution of 50, which I would have made through the bank transfer, minus YouTube's 30% now and more. Thanks for the understanding that I need Lee big. She wants Lee's big one. Great. I'm here for you anytime you feel I can be of service. But if you feel that somebody else is of more service, then obviously go to that. Hello, I feel like I don't recognize you. But you feel like you've been here. I would assume from a comment you've been here before. But welcome, whether you've been here before or not. So I'm at the bottom of the chat again. Ooh, Cantona. Right, how are we going to make this work? Let's move the fan there. So we're still getting fanned. Oh, night time. My family has ties to it, but yeah, it's all encompassing. Okay, this is really interesting. I really would like to do a live stream with you. I'd like an answer on, yeah, I can tell it, I can see it's all encompassing. And maybe it's your purpose, maybe it's what you're here to do. But I can't believe that there isn't meant to be a bit more internal journey as well. And you know, maybe I'm projecting, and I think judging would be a better word than projecting. Maybe I'm getting my judgment wrong, and that you are doing all that as well, but you're just meant to speak about this. But my judgment is it's not judgment, my understanding, my assumption is that anyone with this level of knowledge over the external, this level of all-encompassing, isn't meeting themselves. Because in my experience is you let go of that as you meet yourself. And you clearly haven't let go of it. You know, and I'm not saying you necessarily should, but I'm just speaking from my experience, which is the only place I can speak from. And of course, what I've seen in others. anyone who's this in the external is the same level out of the internal. So that's my assumption. Tell me how you feel about that. And also answer my questions about who put you in number 33 in your opinion. Fucking Lauren is just exploding with Laurenness, which is the only thing she can be, so that's great to see. If someone has an expectation of me to do something, then that's about them. So I won't do what they expect so that they will learn a lesson and have the mirror held up. Amazing. So is that why you're not commenting? Because I'm expecting you to comment. Oh, Lord, I love you so much. Riley, I'm looking for a camper van. When I find one, the plan is to go to Eastern Europe and see what happens. Oh, let's meet up. Maybe I will give you a link. If I find a place I feel I could settle, then I will look to do that. So the lick is obviously just for comedy. Don't let that put you off. If I come to Eastern Europe, I would love you to email me and I would love to meet up with you. You're really cool. No licking, no, none of that. As in, maybe it happens, maybe it doesn't, but like, you know, that's not a thing. We're not meeting for that purpose. We're meeting as two conscious beings that can vibrate consciously and maybe lick each other. But you're probably too wrinkly. I need to shift the TV. It's getting too shiny. Oh, shit. Alrighty. I got pinched one time Friday the 13th, so I think pinched means arrested. On Friday the 13th. If I started shallow work with you, we're not going to be doing anything shallow, mate. We're going to be going deep, but at the pace that you're ready to. I know that that's a typo. If I started shadow work with you, would I need to do once a week or less than that? I am thinking about doing it with you, but I just need to work out getting the cash together. So it's different for everyone, mate. It's whatever you need. So I would... If you're really ready to lean in and really wanting to do the work, then I would recommend booking 4 sessions over 4 weeks and then taking it from there. So it might be that that's all you need for now. And it might be that that's all you ever need from me and the for now is someone else. There's no part of me that wants to engage you for 5 years. There's no part of me that wants you to be a client once a week for 5 years. You know, I want you to meet yourself and walk in a way where you don't need, you know, in my experience, it's always good to have a mentor in your life. Not always, like you definitely have periods where you don't as well. But in general, you know, I've always basically had somebody that I feel I can learn from around me or in my presence. In my consciousness. So I would recommend just booking a session call and not really worrying about it or thinking about it, and you will know from there. So you're committing to 1 session, you're committing to £50 or nothing more, and go from there. You will know whether it serves you. You will know whether doing it once a week serves you. Now I would suggest, so I've got like a couple of clients who just check in every 2 or 3 months and they're not making much progress. I mean, they are, I suppose they are. But from my point of view, they're not making much progress. Like not in terms of like when I relate it to my journey and the people that I really walk with and really resonate with who are just like, this is all they think about. For them, they see it more as just like, oh, you know, a therapy session, but you know, it's fine. They use it however works for them, and that's fine. The ones that I've really seen shift, like Debbie, are the ones that do once a week. My ego wants to tell you that Debbie has only stepped away through a realization that she's doing too much right now. And also, in her words, she's wasting her money because she can see how rapidly I'm growing or shifting, and she wants to book in with me in a few weeks' time because I'll be a different person. Even though what she's already received has been amazing. So I really saw with Debbie, and then people I've worked with one-on-one in person in the past, huge shifts and huge transformations. And that's one, because of where Debbie was at and how ready she was and how open she is and how self-observant and rational she already is. So she was ready to make big steps, but it's also because she was doing it once a week. So that's my thoughts on it. But I would say you're thinking about the future. Just focus on the now and just book a session and see what happens, and see if you think it's worthwhile doing it once a week for who knows. And maybe it's not. Maybe we never do another one. Maybe we just do once a month. Maybe I would imagine you'd be like, oh yeah, that was amazing. I want it every week for the rest of my life. And then after a few weeks, you'd want a break, because you'd realize how intense it is. Not so much for a session, but living like this is very intense. Living like I think you already are, but ramped up a little bit, or maybe a lot. Interesting. I met my God, Tom, and I'm here to help. I mean, God is still separate to you, it sounds like, so I don't think you've really met God. But you've met a story of God. And that, again, this could be assumption and projection, but I think it's the truth. You've met a story of God, hence why you're still in the external, because you can't trust the story. You can only trust the real connection. So that's why you're still focusing on the external, because you can't trust a story. Ask Stormdog. You probably are asking Stormdog. Don't the UK courts work under Admiral law? I thought it was maritime law, and maybe it's the same thing. Yeah, it's something to do with common law, isn't it? So oh, there's a really good word, but I can't find it. I don't know it. It begins with S. It's something like subsequent, but it's not subsequent. To go under, to be deceitful, to bypass the common laws. They use the laws of the sea instead, I believe. Stormdog will tell you. Fantastic. I mean, I hope I am projecting onto you. I've seen the whole thing, and I am here to reclaim it all. I love your language. I love your power. I love your integrity. I love your clear alignment. I love your dedication to, let's just call it truth, over self. I think you're great, but I don't think you've connected with God. Well, you can project that if you want. You're going to spend the rest of your life as a tourist, moving from country to country. So this is how the retard will wrap up my life, so that they don't have to question their own. So this is probably someone that's never left their hometown, certainly still lives in their hometown. I'm sure they've left, but they live in their hometown, probably work a job, maybe even took the jib jab. The Serpent Gallery probably didn't take the jib jab with a name like that. But is very repressed and scared of life. And therefore, when they see a free being living beautifully, they will make up some stupid story like this. I mean, I'm not a tourist. I'm a refugee, and I'm living permanently now. I'm basically living as if I'm going to be in Siem Reap for the rest of my life. Is how I'm living. Whether that turns out to be the case or not is up for, is open, because I don't control and I don't judge, and I'm not repressed. So I'm what people would call an expat, but really I'm a refugee. So I'm not a tourist. I live permanently. I have pets. I'm about to buy a bike, so I'm clearly not a tourist. So it's just stupid. You are stupid. What do you want me to do with your stupidity other than tell you what you are? It would be great to meet if we were both in Eastern Europe. Yeah, I'm really up for that, Riley. Oh, I didn't know that Rachel enjoys green ones. Respect. Right, so was it Strawman that asked, I just read something out about maritime law. No, Strawman, it doesn't. The UK is common law and statutory legislation. Oh, God, you know what I'm trying to say. Admiral law is maritime law. Oh, so I was right about that. So you're saying the UK still uses common law? But what about all these stupid laws they make now? Because common law is basically, isn't not just for 10 commandments, basically. It's just basically like, you know, don't harm anyone else and you're good. So what about like terrorism laws? Like that's not common law, is it? Like what's that? Is that not maritime law? I don't fucking know. All right, so here we go, the 33 cell. So the 33 cell time was over me saying Coof was treason. Oh, yeah, okay. What happened in 2020 was treason. And would they bet their soul it wasn't? Yeah, but who was conscious enough to know? I suppose there are probably some prison officers that will believe that crazy conspiracy theorists have crazy conspiracies around the number 33. And it's all just madness because they're too scared to look at it. Maybe there is that. But I want to know who was conscious enough, aware enough would be a better word, who was aware enough to put you in cell 33 and know what that means. Because we are dealing, because in that system, you are literally dealing with the most robotic people ever who have no awareness whatsoever. So I'm still intrigued as to who was funny enough to put you in cell 33. Got you, thanks. And no, I know that, mate. I've been looking for a teacher and I want to make sure to not get scammed. Yeah, you're definitely not going to get scammed, mate. I think you've seen enough of me to know that I'm here for you and I'm doing this. Obviously, there's self-service in this, but really this is service. I think you've seen enough in me to know that I'm not interested in taking money off people and not giving anything back. You know, I'd even be happy enough to say, if you're not happy with a session, I'll refund it. Because I mean, I just know you will be. Because you're open, that's the only question, is whether you're open or not. And then there's like, am I right for you in terms of you might get to a place of softness and openness and beauty in your life that is beyond me, and therefore you would want the next level of teacher? Because there's no doubt that and even using the word teacher, I want to do this, but there's no doubt that there are more advanced people than me offering sessions. But then, as I was saying to Rachel, you know, there's got to be some of this. You know, there's no point going like this. For me, there's no point Rachel going to Lee because it's off the screen, in my judgment. But maybe I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope it works. I can also acknowledge a part of me that hopes it doesn't, and she comes to me. But you know, it's just an ego part. Yeah, so you've had some bad experiences, but I think you've seen enough of me to know that I'm completely authentic. And also there's a lack of trust in here, as in trusting yourself, which shows up as a lack of trust in me, but really it's a lack of trust in self. But you would know, like you should know, like you do know, like you know, you know, Cole, you know who you are and what you need, and you know. I'm just going to say that, actually, you know. It's a knowing. You know well enough. Just that, like that should be enough. Like, do I need to add more onto that sentence? You know, I could say you know yourself well enough, but you know well enough that you can trust your feeling. You can trust what you think I am, because I am what you think I am. I am the real deal, Cole, and I can really help you. And I come with total integrity. And I think you know that. So I think you can risk £50 on yourself, actually. It's not on me, it's on yourself. Can you trust your knowing enough? Because you do know that I'm the right one for you right now. But because you've been scammed in the past, and I only do that because that's the word you use. I'm not saying you didn't get scammed. But it is a very strong word. It could just be that it wasn't the right person for you. It could be that the person was, in their spiritual ego, so you could see that as a scam, but the person doesn't know that, so they're not really scamming, they're just not ready. Or it could be that you actually got scammed. I think it's much more likely that you met someone in their spiritual ego who couldn't really help you, but they thought they could. And maybe that's me. But I think you know that I can help you in this now moment. Who knows how long that will be for. And genuinely at the end of the session, if you're not satisfied, I'll give you your money back. But there's no point in even saying that. It's ridiculous. You'll be so satisfied. The system can't hear a living thing as they are a dead entity. Oh, and I can't do all this. I respect it. I honor it. I think you're amazing, but I can't do it. This is important to me, so this is why I want to go into it right, and I intend to go, oh yeah, I know you will. I just know we're meant to work together. I've known ever since you commented on my videos in Bali that we were going to work together, Cole. It's just so, I can just feel it. So yeah, take your time, man, and email me and ask any questions you need to ask to feel safe. And important to me that you go into it right. Whatever you need from me to help you feel that, I'm more than open to. But also, there's just making the jumping off that edge of the cliff. Because really, what's probably happening here, Cole, is your ego is creating these stories based on past experiences, like it always does. Because really, don't forget, the ego is just trying to help you, but it's basing it on past experiences, and it helps you by repression. Let's just not do anything because bad things have happened in the past. So I think really this is your ego dance. I think this is your ego trying to stop you from breaking it, from getting to the next level, which it knows that a session with me will really help you do that. Now, also in that, if you never had a session with me, you would do it anyway, but just not as fast. It's inevitable. Like, what you are becoming is inevitable. It doesn't really matter what you do. It's just, do you want it now or do you want it in 6 months' time? Do you want to feel the pain for another 6 months, or do you want to just break through it? And in that, I don't think you're living in agony like most people do. I think you're living in a lot of peace and presence. But there's obviously still some pain and repression there, which is inevitable, just like there is in me. For the ego to be making up this story, I think. But also, I honor the truth in the story that the ego is using. Submerge. No, I don't think so. Submerge is like putting something underwater, isn't it? Subverse. It's like, here's the truth, and here's the lie they use to sub something the truth. Circumvent. Circumvent? What does circumvent mean? I think it's circumvent, which begins with a C. To circumvent the truth. I think that's what I was trying to say. What does circumvent mean? I used it in my last video, so hopefully it means what I think it means. I can't define it, but obviously I think I know what it means, otherwise I wouldn't have used it in my last video. So I think it means what I've just said, to go around the truth, to circumvent the truth. Debbie, that's about right, Tom. And I think personally, so this is why Debbie has currently stepped away from shadow work sessions. That's about right, Tom. And I think personally, from my side, I hit a point I need to take in and make sure I am living it before I take, yeah, absolutely. So that's called integrating, before I take the next step. So Debbie was going like a fucking train, and she was breaking through, and it was amazing. But she's dead right. Like you have to integrate. It's like when I was doing ayahuasca once a month. I wasn't doing ayahuasca because I wasn't listening to it. I wasn't integrating it. I was having these incredible experiences, and I became addicted. They became my coping mechanism. So I would go for the peak experience every month. But I didn't really want to integrate that experience. I didn't want to do the work. So once you've drank ayahuasca, you have no choice but to do the work, unless you drink her every month, and then you don't have to do the work. Yeah, you have an intense night once a month, but you're not really doing the work because you're not receiving the lessons. You know, if you're drinking it every month, like, she teaches you so much, but you're not honoring her, you're not respecting her. Like, and you know, and you see this a lot on the plant medicine. I was definitely at the very, very, very extreme end of it, surprisingly. But, you know, and I do think there's an argument for when you first find these plant teachers, that you're going to overdo it, that you're going to be like, why would I not do that again? Like, why would I not receive that incredible love and wisdom again? But really, there's more avoidance in it. So I really respect it. I really honor what you've decided and how you're listening to self and honoring self and respecting self, and not letting the ego use the journey, use the awakening, use the shadow work as a way of escaping, like I did. So yeah, very good. Stop doing this. Of course it makes sense. You're very wise, you're very intelligent, you're very articulate, you make perfect sense, but because of your childhood, you feel a need to do yourself down whenever you make sense, which is all the time. Stop asking if you make sense. It's like people who say sorry all the time. You know, when you walk past someone, you walk past someone and they're like, sorry. Or like you're going through a door and they're like, oh, so sorry. You know, they've spent their whole childhood being done down and now they're sorry for existing. Well, that's this energy, Debbie, if that makes sense. That's exactly the same as the people that apologize for nothing, apologize for being alive. It's like you spent so much of your time living around, you know, being dumbed down by people who were supposed to bring you up, parents, and then hanging around libtards, like only recently getting rid of a very libtarded friend, so therefore walking on eggshells and not saying what you think, not saying what you know. And therefore, whenever you have said anything that might slightly challenge someone because it's true, you've had to apologize for it and back down. So you're still doing that with me and in the chat and in all your communications. I pulled you up on this in our WhatsApp chat yesterday. So just notice it. We're not shaming it. We're not shaming it. We're just noticing it. And we're also acknowledging how deeply ingrained it is. So that's why we're absolutely not shaming it, because it's inevitable and it's how you've lived your whole life. It's how you survived. So as I encouraged you yesterday, what we want to start doing now is noticing it. And when we do say it, I mean, if you're at the point where you're writing it, like it's so ingrained. So the saying it is inevitable for quite a while. I would really like to think you're almost at the point where you can stop yourself from writing it, because that takes a real conscious decision. Like that takes a demon, actually. That takes like the darkness. That takes the shadow. It can be any of those things. You use whichever one of those words means something to you. So I think for you, Debbie, the shadow. Like that's a deep level of shadow control to the point where it's got you writing it. Because it's not just a spur of the moment thing. Like you're actually thinking about it and processing it and then pressing enter. Like that's very deeply ingrained to the point where you'd have to say it's some sort of attachment. But it doesn't matter if it's an attachment or shadow. It's all the same thing, and we heal it the same way and we detach the same way. That's all just story. None of that matters. Feeling is the only thing that matters. So you're very in it because you're writing it, but I would like, as I told you yesterday, because I know that you will say this all the time, especially if you're writing it. Of course, you'll say it all the time. So let me talk about me rather than Debbie. So for 20 years, I can't do this, I can't do this, I want to end this, I want to end this, I want to end this. And also, Tom, you effing idiot. So if I dropped a lighter, oh, you idiot, you're so stupid, like anything I did. Because I hated myself. So that was deeply ingrained. So when I became aware of this and realized that this isn't how I wanted to live the rest of my life, I stopped shaming myself, first of all. But actually, I didn't know how to do that. So the way I did that was this. When I did shame myself, which was inevitable because it's the only way I'd known how to live. So of course it was going to carry on playing out. Like, you don't just decide something in your head and then it all changes in your body. Like, no, this is deep. It's a process. So over 2 years, I would still say that, Tom, you idiot. And then I'd go, Tom, you wonderful, beautiful man. And say the truth, reframe it. And now I never say that. I can't say that, that's not quite true. If I do something really stupid, then I still say it. But I end up just laughing at myself and loving myself now. Like, I'm not in it, I don't stay in it. I'll notice it straight away and I'll just start laughing. And also when I do something stupid, I just find it funny now. Like, I really don't live in shame anymore. Like, of course there's still gonna be little elements of it. I really don't live in shame anymore. And you know, it takes helicopter. It takes me losing 2 cats 18 hours after adopting them from 2 people who I am becoming friends with, and my ego values that friendship so much. It has stories of like, oh, you need to impress them, you need to not be a retard around them, which obviously makes you a retard and makes you less impressive, so it's ridiculous. You know, when I was first showing up around Michael, I was like going in and saying, oh, I've been smoking, I'm very nervous. And like, so what happens? I show up nervously and he's not interested. Like, whereas yesterday I just showed up as me, knowing I was good enough, and suddenly we're chatting and he's interested. But I can still notice an anxiety between us, but I think it's all from me. I don't think it's from him, but obviously I project it onto him. Have I finished with this point? Showing up anxiously. I know Debbie doesn't need any more. Debbie knew the moment she wrote that. And the moment I picked up on it, she knew all of what I've just said. But she needs to hear it a few more times, clearly. Oh, Debbie, you're so cute. I feel like there was a bit more in that. Tom, you're an idiot. Tom, you're a loving man. So after 2 years of doing that, I basically don't say it anymore. Oh yeah. So it does still come up, but it takes really extreme stuff, and that is in like, I really have been irresponsible would be a better word than stupid. So it turned out I hadn't lost the cats, but had I have lost the cats in the way I thought I'd lost the cats, which was basically irresponsibility, not creating a good enough barrier out of laziness and irresponsibility, then I would have felt shame. So it takes something like that for me to feel shame now. So there are still layers of shame within me, which are linked to lack of responsibility. That's what I'm ashamed of, my lack of responsibility. So I think I told you at the start of this live, like the whole journey I went on with this. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll play this voice note that I sent to Jamie, which really speaks into it. And I'll have a smoke when I do that. So this is what I realized. So this is just after I'd found the cats.
I realized.
Whoa, shut up.
Yeah.
Right, so she was saying the whole way through, they're in your flat, stop panicking. She was also saying if they're not in your flat, then it's meant to be, it's happened for a reason, don't worry about it. Wow. Sorry, I'm just getting amazed by magnets.
Yeah. And I did too, but it got to the point where I was just, I checked everywhere, but I didn't know that didn't have a back on it. It's been beautiful though. It was a real lesson in responsibility.
So that's the draw. That's me saying, I knew that they were in the flat too. I knew it was ridiculous, but I didn't know the drawer didn't have a back on it. And it got to the point where I checked everywhere where I started to think they weren't in the flat.
Responsibility and integrity. So basically what it showed was, when I created this barrier, which actually was fine because the cats are so scared they're not even coming to this side of the room. So it was fine, but there was a part of me that knew I wasn't taking enough responsibility because I hadn't put that cardboard in, and I knew that they could get over it. And I still did it. And then when I went into a 4-hour story of, oh my God, I've let Michael and Jamie down, this is fucking horrendous, the humiliation of it all, I really had to look at that. And you know what's interesting? Obviously, I was in anguish and I felt sick. And I realized I accepted they were gone, so I had to go through an acceptance piece. Then I had to go through this responsibility piece. And then I had to let it go. I had to really accept it. And I did that, and the minute the anxiety left and I just accepted it and was like, it is what it is, I heard meowing. Amazing.
So this is what we call synchronicity. This is the universe or self, God, I am, self. But if that's too much for you, if you're not ready to recognize that you're a mini God, then you could use God or universe. I've lost it because I tried to explain the word God too much. I hope someone learned something from that. 12, is that a new one? Rachel's coming again. Sorry, I miss you, Rachel. Has that been there for a while? I think that's probably been there for a while. I'd actually forgotten, Rachel. You're so cosmic and wonderful now. I'd actually forgotten that you did this to yourself. I took the jib, but I'm trying to detox. So, right, let's actually read it and then comment. I took the jib, but I'm trying to detox like your body worker. I smoke green and nicotine, so hopefully I've missed the missed the major protein of the spike variety with a question mark. But I think the most important thing here is your belief, is your vibration. There is an element of fakery in this, but so there's no doubt that what is in your internal reflects your external. What you believe will manifest. As so within, so without. That's true. So, a mystery gift. Ooh, that's exciting. We've got a mystery gift. We'll get onto that after Rachel's comment. So, for example, even in normie world, there's an acceptance, like even doctors will accept that belief system has a big effect on disease. So a hypochondriac, for example, is much more likely to die of whatever it is they're scared of, because they're manifesting it. Whatever your consciousness is on will be your reality. So, of course, you need to be realistic, and it is healthy to acknowledge what you've done, and therefore it's inevitable there's going to be a bit of fear around it. But that fear is going to lead to the protein we're talking about having its effect. Because it is all about vibration. If the protein vibrates here, it's going to be low, but let's just say this is low, and your vibration is here, then the protein can't touch you. So you'll do that through practical things. You'll develop that trust in yourself and what you're doing, and also in what I just spoke into, the vibration chart. I really need to get that on a screen share so I can just put that up whenever I'm talking about this sort of thing, because it really helps to see it. Once you start to trust yourself and your vibration, and also trust the knowledge of vibration and the truth of vibration, you will know that you can out-vibrate this. No problem. But the thing is, most people who did that aren't leaning in like you are, so they're never going to out-vibrate it. So then everything I say about it is true, and it was a really bad thing. But for you, everything is meant to happen. Everything happens for a reason. So for you, it's been part of your journey, and it's probably been one of your major motivating factors in leaning in as much as you are now. So honor it, thank it, respect it, love it. And then also take the practical measures that you are doing. So I agree with, I'm not so sure about green. I think that's more in terms of mind control. So that is probably what the protein is about as well. So very good. Nicotine, there seems to be a lot of evidence that helps. I've seen a lot about pine needle tea. I hope you know more than me, because you need to look into it, and you should be looking into it, and you should have researched it at great lengths, and you should know exactly what the detox is. And if you don't, make sure you do, and do it, but don't do it from fear. Do it from like just knowing that you're moving past this and you're getting rid of it, and you're learning much more importantly than the physical stuff, which I do think is still important. but you're learning to vibrate higher. What did the body worker say? I didn't really resonate with what she said. So from what I can feel, I know the body worker isn't affected by this protein. But what she said she did to detox didn't seem like enough to me. I can't remember what she mentioned. I feel like lemongrass, maybe she mentioned. It didn't feel like she'd done enough. But then I could feel that she had done enough, which to me proves the vibration part, because she hadn't done much physically. She drank a few teas, basically. But clearly, just her vibration, it just didn't affect her. But then also, you've got the whole batch thing as well with these jibs. So it's scientifically proven, if you watch real scientists that aren't just paid by the Them Every Time Club. And by paid by them, I mean they don't work in a system where if they say any truth, they'll lose their job. I.e., they have found a way to self-fund or are being funded by somebody who values truth, so that they can actually speak the truth. So they're not working in a university, for example. So I've seen real scientists talk about the difference in batches and how there's been much higher ending rates with certain batches and almost 0% ending rates with, I mean, there probably are some batches with 0%. I can't quite remember it. But there were certainly some batches that were like 1-2% ending rates. And then there were some batches that were like 95% ending rates. So also there's trusting that. There's trusting that, yes, you needed to do this act to propel your journey, but also maybe you didn't actually need to get poisoned to propel your journey. Maybe the manifestation was that, yes, you need to go through the fear, and yes, you need to go through the, oh my God, what have I done? Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Yes, that was all self-serving, but you don't actually need to be poisoned. So if I was you, I would be strongly leaning into the possibility, and I would probably be making it a fact for my ego that I received a batch that isn't going to hurt me. And I think that's probably true for you, Rachel. But also, do everything you're doing, but don't do it with fear, and don't do it with shame. And if you are doing it with fear and shame, just accept that that's where you're at now, but also circumvent that with your brain and do it with love. So even if it's not real, even if you are doing it out of fear, and that's just the only way you can do it right now, that's fine, love that. But also start saying the sentences like, I'm not in fear, I'm not poisoned, or whatever resonates with you. I wouldn't have the word poisoned in there because you don't want to negatively spellcast. So I'm and you don't want fear in there either. I'm trusting and I'm healthy is the sentence that I would be repeating every time I acknowledge that actually I'm very scared of what I did. So you're reprogramming, you're literally like, so this is scientific, you're reprogramming the neuro pathways in your brain. Okay, what the hell's a mystery gift? We've not had this before. It's such a mystery, I can't even click on it. What's going on? Why wouldn't it let me bring it up? What? Is that the mystery? You can't click on it? Oh my God, it's not letting me bring it up. Let me see if I can find it in the actual chat. I've never experienced this before. 1, the mystery gift, and 2, the not being able to bring it up. Whoa, it's not even in the chat. What's going on? Is that the mystery? Right, as much as I appreciate it and as much as it's funny, it's really pissing me off. So can you tell me what the mystery is? Can you tell me what you've done and how much it cost you? Maybe that's the mystery, that you can't click on it and you don't get anything. Right, so I can't bring you up, but Gowest Media, GWM, so that's GOWEST Media, GWM, may have a channel, it looks like. Has donated a mystery gift, but it's such a mystery I can't show it to you. And I don't know what it is. Please explain, Gowest Media. This is going to drive me insane. So what I just did there, Rachel, like acknowledging the ego in me that is going to get driven insane, but then I just laughed at it. So that was like the higher self, the authentic Tom laughing at the egoic Tom that needs to know. So that's what I'm telling you to do. But at first, that was so natural, like that. So now it just happens for me. Like the real Tom just comes in and laughs at the silly Tom, at the ego Tom, at the inner child Tom. But laughs lovingly, not ridiculing, like it's loving laughing with. So for you, it won't be that natural, that balance, that instantaneous yet. So that's why you'll have to do it from the brain and reprogram the neurons and say these things when they don't even maybe feel true, but they will become true. Right, let's go back down the chat. So that's where we were. Well, do you really want me to? So that's who's a good one. Just come on, what have I missed? Oh, you're asking the chat. You're not asking me, are you? And that's me being egocentrical and assuming that everything in the chat is for me. You're not honestly expecting me to tell you what's happened over the last 4 hours rather than you just going back and watching it. Clearly, you're speaking to the chat. Cool. 100% no, you're not going to scam and like to think I'm open. Maybe, but that is part of it all. And I think like your bluntness, and I think I like your bluntness. I work better that way. Yeah, so we're opposites. Tell me if I'm wrong, and obviously I'll know this once we've spent 5 minutes together in a session, but so here's balance, here's off balance, here's narcissism, here's people pleaser, same, all manipulation, just playing out in different ways. Obviously, we're trying to come back to balance. So I'm pretty sure you've come from a people-pleasing side, and I've come from a narcissist side. I mean, also people-pleaser. Like all of it's in all of it's in all of us, but there is one that shows up more predominantly. So I think your predominant is the people-pleaser. Hence why the teacher that's come from this side and is not balanced, but he's like this now, is probably going to have more to offer you because I have what you don't have, and you have what I don't have. So we're the perfect teachers for each other. There's no point learning off somebody who's the same as you. And that's not true. Like somebody who's come from the same, let's just call it the people pleaser side, who's more advanced and has met themselves on a deeper level, of course they can help you. But you're probably at this moment, the reason you're resonating with me is because I have what you don't have. And also you have what I don't have. So it's going to serve me too. Now, doing a session with anybody serves me. Often, I will actually learn from them, like I just said, but I will with you. But in terms of they will have a wisdom that I don't have. But also every single session, like even a session with Sophie, for example, I would learn so much about facilitating. With every session I do, I learn more about my facilitation, which is basically how can I meet somebody on their level without triggering them, which is basically softness and compassion, what you have in abundance. I'm pretty sure I'm right in assuming or feeling, potentially projecting. But I don't think it's a projection. I think it's, well, you'll tell us if it's true or not. I think that's it. I know I do, yes. I love you, bro. I don't think that's in relation to what I just said because I think I'm too far up the chat, but yeah, I love you too, man. And I know you know. Tom for PM, you're decent orator, good sir. Thanks, Daz. Can't happen for many reasons. One, I'm not really good enough to be PM. I mean, I'd sort the country out for sure. And the world and the country would be a much better place. So that's speaking into it as if a person that's not part of a club can even become PM. So obviously that's the first barrier. No one real can be a politician. And if you are, you won't get anywhere or you'll get killed. So this is why people believing that Rupert Lowe is on our side is absolutely insane. Because you should have seen enough from politics by now. I mean, really, this is why the Tartarian stuff is so important. Once you understand what happened in the 1800s, or you have a vague grasp of the most likely possibility of what happened, it's all evidential, it's right there. So the orphanages, the mental asylums, the Great Reset, the imprisoning in mental asylums, anyone that didn't accept the Great Reset, hence why we had all the orphans. Once you understand all the old architecture stuff, all the mudflood stuff, the Tartarian stuff, then it's impossible for you to still believe that they did all that and then gave us a political system where we have the say. Like, it's impossible. So really, for me, that's the key. To be honest, I let go of any belief in democracy or politics before I knew all that. But it was already finished for me. I can't say that finished it off, but if one needs it finishing off, that will finish it off. So it's impossible for a good person to become a politician, let alone a prime minister. And then there's also me. So I'm not good enough in terms of I'm too brutal, I'm too blatant, I don't toe the party line at all. And that is obviously what the country needs. So Rupert Lowe's got that. I mean, not really. Like, he said a lot of boomerisms recently, and he said that diversity is our strength recently, or something along those lines. But Rupert Lowe almost has the right bluntness. But he's still of a liberal paradigm. And he works for them anyway, so it's irrelevant speaking about him. The point I'm making is, in the current paradigm we live in the current retardation we live in, people need softly toe the party line, push the Overton window a little bit, maybe they can lean into that. I mean, look how much people struggle with flat earth. I mean, just the fact that I'm a flat earther, it's over. It's over. Because people can't handle that. And don't forget, you need 50% of people to vote for you, or whatever it is. It's not 50%, is it? Keir Starmer got in on like 10% or something now. I think it was 30%. But you know, you need a large enough percentage of people. Well, just the fact that I don't believe we live on a spinning ball, it's over for me. I'm too real for people. I'm too real. Like, I wouldn't get enough votes because I would upset too many people. Even the people that want to see what I would bring in would get lost in their, you know, you look at the comments on my, not to say Satan, and you literally get people going, wait, this guy's a flat earther. Like, that was literally a comment on my last video, that exactly word for word. So they're agreeing with everything I say. And then just the fact that I've even mentioned a possibility that they might have been lied to about the most illogical thing in the world, they totally spaz out. There's no like, I've agreed with everything he said. I know that this world is satanic. I know that they lied to us about everything that I've ever experienced in my life, but there's no way that's a lie. Like, they totally spaz out. So there's no way. I'm way too much. I'm way too real. People still need plebs. Only plebs vote for plebs. That's the best way of saying it. And then there's also how the media will take anything to destroy you. And, you know, just like the liberal does, just like the hater does in the comments, they're not interested in the truth. They will take a morsel of your past that maybe isn't even true, but they might take a morsel of truth and then they'll twist it and blow that up. So, for example, like, look how much the haters get excited about the dog kicking that happened 15 years ago that wasn't even dog kicking. You know, and it's stated in the article that it wasn't me. And then there's another article, if they really want to look into it, where the RSPCA come down and endorse my business. Like, but they don't want to, and they don't. And even if they see that, they'll ignore that, because all they're interested in is twisting and hating and destroying. So think what the media would do if I ran. Like, there's loads of stuff in my past that they can take and twist and make sound awful, but really it's just experience and life and growth. Yes, I am an English refugee. That's exactly what I am. It's not a satirical name. It's reality. So I think I've done what I said I'd do. But we've had more stuff. We've had this mystery gift, which is still a mystery. And there's more. Wow, everyone's getting really, oh my God. I like this person. So the same person that sent a mystery gift, which I can't show, said, but it's this person that's on the screen, actually. It's the person that made that comment. But I can't, they've done it again. They're taking a piss out of me now. They're playing with me. I love that. This person's so cool. So this person is so cool that they would rather play with me and my ego, which is of service, because it's me getting to see my ego, as in the part of me that wants to know. and they've just taken a piss out of me. They've sent, I assume, another gift, and I can't click on it again. Very good, very funny. Taoist media, very wise, very playful. I like it. Very frustrating. Which is why I like it. I like it when people can bring up my shadow. And because I can see it straight away in most cases. Not always, sometimes I need Lee to point it out. But in most cases I can see it straight away like I am doing now. So it's very beneficial for me. So yeah, they've done it again and they've put chill. Very good, very good. Okay, great. So I don't know how much Taoist Media has donated, but we'll assume along with these people. So Rachel has chucked another 2 in. I'm doing it out of trust and I'm all good, Tom. Yeah, I know you are. That's amazing. I'm really glad to hear that. And then Daz has chucked 2 in as well. So along with Daz's and Rachel's 4 and Taoist Media's exposing of the ego, which could be anything, I think, you know, that takes us to 4.5 hours, let's say. But I also need good comments, which I think there's plenty of. I think we're fine. Daz. So obviously if somebody donates, their comments are much more likely to get brought up. Police are lapdogs for whoever is in power. Yeah, I mean, and they've literally started employing based on this, haven't they? So one, they send, I mean, certainly in Ireland they're doing this. I don't know if they're doing this in England, but in Ireland they're literally sending recruitment teams to India to get Indians, who are the definition of an NPC. You know, there's no critical thought going on in an Indian. Now, of course, there's some of them are very good, but in general, there's no critical thought going on in Indians. Yeah, I'll leave that there. So what we're definitely doing in England is, one, we're employing brainless animals who are just all about the power trip. So they are what you just said. But more than that, we're now DEIing and only employing from universities. So obviously anybody who's gone through the university system and completed it is, well, 98% of them are going to be completely indoctrinated and completely liberalized. So they only employ from that pool, and then out of that pool, they're mainly employing women and non-English people. So we end up with a police force full of egoic, power trippy people pleasers, which is another way of saying exactly what you said. What? Stormdog. Once we realize we are at 0 point, what then? You'd need to explain what 0 point is. Well, you do not go poof and vanish. Oh, is it death? You enjoy the game with editorial rights. Well, that's very interesting, but I don't quite know what you mean. I think I might know what you're. I can see the lines you're speaking into. I don't quite know if 0 point means when we become ethereal or when we've done the work. I don't know if you're talking about this life or the next one. Riley, when I woke up to all the lies, I imagine that was a long time ago. One of the rabbit holes I went down was the whole Magna Carta thing. It's very, 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 very difficult to win using it. My understanding is the only body, I don't know why I just said that, because what I meant is the only one I know about. There could be others, but have really utilized the Magna Carta and won with it is the herbalists. So obviously Pharma has been attacking herbalism for a long time. You know, they can't use certain titles, they can't claim to cure anything, they can't really even advertise. So, you know, they've done a good job at suppressing it. But they've tried to totally abolish it. They've tried to make it illegal to, you know, use herbs for anything. And the herbalists have brought out the Magna Carta every time in court, and so far we still have herbariums. Okay, they can't advertise. Okay, they can't say the truth, which is they can cure stuff. But they still exist, and that's because of the Magna Carta. Cool. Yes, my ego does hold me back at times. I know this. Yeah, of course, you're human, man. That's fine. As long as you know it, it's fine. Yeah, circumvent, it is the right word. Thank you for confirming. Strawman. Yes, right. The police called me a free man on the land. They said it's not real, just internet myths. But they did call you a free man of the land. I'm surprised they even used that. But it sounds like they were doing it in a piss-taking way. Which obviously the joke's on them, because you are right. Oh, shush. Shush, 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 shush. We just want the analytics. We don't want the noise. Sorry to say, I'm glad cheating Argentina lost the satanic ritual. If they'd have won, there'd have been uproar. Why do you care? And why are you sorry for saying that? Goes back to the reflection I gave to Debbie. Just say it if that's what you believe. It's all fine. You don't need to apologize before you speak. Yeah, I mean, obviously they're cheating scumbags, very violent. But again, it's all just part of the show. Like they want you to believe all this stuff. Yeah, I just don't care enough, mate. I just don't care enough. I think even though it was very clearly fixed, I'd have preferred it if a more non-muddy team won. But I really don't care. And why would you care about a satanic ritual that's fixed? Like, to care is to be of it. Oh, Debbie, I love you. Strawman. Every British police force officer you see has been psychologically profiled as a sociopath with average intelligence. Strawman has just perfectly said what I said over 5 minutes. With many assessed as upper borderline dull. I've not heard that phrase. It's not about me agreeing. You've taken it to another level, and you've very succinctly said what I rambled about. That is why when one attempts instructing most police officers, so this is common law, you instruct them, as you should, because they work for you, on law and what is not the law, one often sees an empty stare. Strawman has obviously got a lot of experience with this. I would love to know common law like you do and be able to do this. It is amazing. It's amazing. I really, really honor it. It's great. Similar to a blank television screen with no incoming signal. Oh, man. Yeah, I really like you, Strawman. You're spot on. Like I say, you're more than spot on. You're bringing a knowledge and wisdom to a chat that not many people hold in this area, including me. Every police officer has been brainwashed, indoctrinated, and given training that people who assert their rights are enemies of the state and must be crushed by all means and all costs. So true. And because they've been through the university system, they love the state. They worship the state. Like, they're so in fear, they need to be told what to do. And this is most people. This isn't even police officers. Police officers are just the most extreme version of this, or in it the most deeply. You know, like Keir Starmer is a great example of somebody who loves law. Like, that's all he knows is law and rules, and because he doesn't know what to do. He doesn't know how to be a human. So he loves being told what he should do. And this is why they all loved the Coof so much. Because not only were they told what to do, but they could tell others what to do, because it was very clear. You stand here and you stand on that stick and you don't stand in between them. Like, they could understand that. So it was the first time they had a knowledge of anything, even though it was like, you know, just standing on a sticker, that they could impart on another. Because in their mind, if they saw another not following that, it was because they were stupid, because they couldn't even comprehend, you know, the possibility that people were fighting against tyranny. Love it, Strawman, love it. Fan on it, resonates. Every police force operating in England has signed a gagging contract known as, as a Crown official secret service. Yeah, Strawman, if you want to come on and do a live with me, I would love it as well. Oh my God. Stop it. Stop it. You're fantastic. So Gowis Media has done it again. And this time it just says gold coin, because they know that that's going to drive me insane. Because my ego is desperate to know what the mystery gifts are. And now it says gold coin. So it's like, now it's got something to transfix on. What's the gold coin? How big is the gold coin? How much gold is it worth? Great, Bants. And thank you, I assume, for a donation. I assume there's some monetary value in it. But if not, just great, Bants. Probably even better, Bants, if there's no money in it. I would be pissed off there. And I would have a go at you in the next live. And then Rachel is just coming in with more love. Go to bed. It's clear you're knackered, Tom. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I choose to do these lives at these times. And I have, so last night I went to bed at 9 p.m. I fell asleep pretty much straight away. And I woke up at 3 a.m. And I no longer, when I wake up now, so previously, until 3 lives ago, when I woke up at 3 a.m., I was like, bump, upright, you know, ego activated. I want to live stream. I want attention. I want money. I can't wait. I'm feeling excitement. You know, excitement is of the ego because it's not balanced. I think that's right. I'm pretty sure that's right. Yeah, of course. Like, if you can't walk around excited all the time and be present. Whereas now, when I wake up at 3, so I woke up at 3 and there was a knowing I was going to live stream within the next hour, because there was a knowing that I'd had my 6 hours and I wasn't going to go back to sleep. But rather than jumping up, I was like, just what does my body need? Oh, it wants to roll around a bit. Oh, it wants to go into the I'm going to go back to sleep story. Okay, we'll go with that story, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen. 5 minutes later, yeah, it's not happening. Okay, I'm ready to go. So, you know, I feel like I'm doing it with an honoring of a body, an honoring of my sleep patterns. Yeah, so last night I was really enjoying my evening, but I'm not, like, it's just what's right now. So I was really enjoying my evening, and I sensed the story of, if I want to live stream in the evening in the UK, I need to go to bed by 9 o'clock. That was something I said to myself. But also by 9 p.m. my eyes were shutting. Like, I couldn't stay awake any longer. So I'm just doing what my body's telling me to do. And then there is also obviously some ego in it that loves live streaming and wants to do it at the peak time. Even though we've kind of learned that it doesn't seem to matter what time of day I do it. And then there's also my sobriety issues. So there's also the fact that I can't, well, the story is I can't live stream unless I'm sober, or to start with at least. So the story is I can't really do it in the day because I'm very not sober. But also I bet I could. I bet I could live stream just fine. I don't know, it'd be interesting to find out. I should do it. When I will have done it before. But, you know, I'm a different person now, so I'd need to find out from this present moment. Oh, that's a good question. So Daz has asked people what brought you here. Stormdog, Tom's energy for me. Daz, yeah, I think he's from Sheffield too. Are you, Tom? Yes, I'm from Sheffield. You're from Sheffield, are you, Daz? Yeah, I think I knew that actually. Miss Channel, great to work. This channel is a front line in the great work to restoration. Beautiful. I appreciate that, Stone Dog. That is how I feel. Yeah, if you're still hanging on to this as any sort of solution, mate, then he's just going to take us into the authoritarian big brother. He works for them. It means you need to look at Tartaria and what happened in the 1800s if you're still holding on to these silly stories. Storm Dog's granddad was a Yorkshireman. All other blood was Pictish. I don't know what Pictish means. Daz is a Viking. Love it. Debbie agrees about the different batches that we were talking about earlier in the jib jab. Oh yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I don't want to go into the negative side of it, but yes, I have seen these videos where magnets stick to the arms in the location of a certain jab. Very interesting. Cool. My uncle was a lab rat for them. He applied to trial. Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you imagine trusting them so much that you'll even be a lab rat and do the trial when they're even at the stage where they're admitting they don't really know? Oh, which of course was always, well, they knew exactly what they were doing, but oh my God, I just can't live with this level of depression. Okay. My uncle was a lab rat for them. He applied to a trial before full release, but not know what batch that was. But then again, I didn't believe in this, so don't know much about it. So I think he didn't believe in the batch stuff. So I'm just going to focus on your uncle's depression. Like, that is incredible. To trust evil so much that you would be a lab rat for them. That's just incredible. An incredible level of repression and an incredible level of running from the truth. You know, so like when the truth, obviously the subconscious, comes up in this person, they're so determined to force it down that they'll go and do this to prove, you know, to really reinforce their belief system. Like, this is what I mean. The brain is looking to reinforce its belief system. So the minute that his ego was about to crack around this, i.e. something happened in his subconscious and he felt an emotion, that's as far as it would have gone for him. He won't be able to assess it any more than that. He would have ran to this, to run away from that emotion. Just amazing, man. Amazing. I mean, presumably he's not still alive. Yeah, Debbie wants to know as well. Like, that's obviously the next question. Yes. Yes, but he is not the same. He's been getting sick and he says it's age. And this is a really frustrating thing, isn't it? How, you know, they then get the evidence and they still can't accept it. It really is all about acceptance and responsibility and how scary that is. He's been getting sick and he says it's age, but he's only 58 and he lives like he's really old. What a sad story, but also, you've done it. You've done it. You found the button. You found the button. Thanks, Daz. Tom, you were only just reading the chat from 10 minutes ago. Yeah, it's something, you know, I'm learning how to be a live streamer. I'm much better than I was. So 5 live streams ago, or even 3 live streams ago, I was like hours behind. Now it's 10 minutes, so I'm getting better. I think it's better for the stream, as in more interactive if I'm at the bottom of the chat, but also it means I don't have any context, I miss stuff out. And also, if I'm at the bottom of the chat, I haven't got anything to speak about. So, you know, there's a balance. And I think 10 minutes is probably the right balance. But also, I can appreciate that it is a little bit frustrating from your point of view. Yes, agree. This is why I want to work with you more than I want to work with Lee, at least right now. Yeah, totally. Lee is, you know, probably for you as well, but just not in this now moment. And I think that applies to Rachel too, but I think she's so of the ego, she just wants to jump to the top straight away, but she's going to fall hard. And she can fall into my loving arms. Yeah, I don't think you trigger easy either. I don't think you do offense. I think you will, like anyone, you will have an ego that is very tricky and very clever. And yeah, so you're more likely to stop doing shadow work with a particular person, me or anyone else. We'll use me as an example. You're more likely to go into the story of Tom doesn't know, or let's not use me, let's just use the therapist, the person I'm seeing as a teacher in this now moment, doesn't know, isn't good enough, has this shadow. You're more like, your ego is more likely to use that as a way of blocking you than I'm triggered, you're offensive, you're a dickhead, you're a problem. Like, I don't think you can go to those levels, but your ego will still find a way of tricking you at some point. So I haven't done it on Lee yet. I noticed my ego trying to project onto him. So my ego went into a little story of, oh, he's needy because he wants to be around people all the time. And so this was obviously me being repressed and not wanting to be around people, so projecting that from that place. I do wonder if there's a slight grain of truth in it. So like he'll be explaining that. So obviously I have told him to dumb everything down, and it is clear that I am retarded when it comes to technology. So I can totally understand from his point of view why he thinks he needs to over-explain everything. And in 90% of cases, he's right. He does need to over-explain everything. But for example, like we were learning how to use OBS, and he was showing me how to set up the live on YouTube. And I was like, yeah, I know how to do that. Like, you don't need to show me every step of how to set up a live on YouTube. That's not actually a good example because I didn't know that. It was something else. So then I can go into a story of, does Lee need to feel, no, that's not right. What would the story be? But basically, yeah, so it's this needy thing, and it is a story and it's a projection, I'm sure it is. But Lee has an element of neediness in him. So there's sometimes with conversations with Lee, only the ones around technology, maybe the other ones a little bit too, but definitely around technology is where I've noticed it, where I feel like he's over-explaining to keep the conversation going. Right, okay, here's a great example. So I showed the, this is it, this is the example, and then we can discuss whether it's real or a projection from there. So I showed that landlord video the other day where the landlord is trying to show me how to use a fan, and it takes fucking 20 minutes. And I don't know if we even, I think in that video, it does get to the place where he does show me how to use a fan. Maybe it's not in the footage. So giving leeway to the projection onto Lee, as in leeway, if that projection was true, which I'm sure it's not, I'm sure it's a projection, but let's just say it's true for the purpose of this, well then to give reasoning to why Lee would have done this, maybe he didn't see that the fan was working. I mean, he definitely didn't see it, but maybe it wasn't even in the video. Maybe he didn't even have the opportunity to see. So he comes up at 10 o'clock at night. I've been in bed for half an hour. My foot is really hurting, like to the point where getting up and going to the door is a problem. And I really don't want to do that. And I've already done that 8 times for him because he's come to help me 8 times. And obviously that's worth it. And obviously I'm grateful for it, and it's fine. But I'm really at the point where I don't want him to come around again. And I don't want to have to stand up again other than the last walk I'm going to have to do to my bed. So I've been lying down for half an hour. My foot is throbbing. It's not anymore, but this was 2 nights ago. It's throbbing. And I know that I have to lie down. I cannot be upright anymore. And I've been in bed for half an hour, and I decide I need to smoke some more. I can't get to sleep. I need to smoke some more. So I get up and I walk, and I switch my light on. He knocks on the fucking door at 10 o'clock at night. And when he does it, I go, for fuck's sake, fuck off. Why are you here again? I think that's exactly what I said. But you know, he's not going to get upset about that. He knows that, yes, I am frustrated, and it is true, but also I'm doing it in jest, and you know, both are true. And also I'm definitely not really angry, although I am very frustrated, but I'm never actually going to open the door and be like, why are you doing this? Like, I shout back before I open the door, and then as I open the door, I go, yo, bro, how you doing? And And he's come in to show me how to use a fan based on that video where I didn't know how to use a fan. So is that love to a level that I've never experienced and care to a level of experience care to a degree that I've never experienced and therefore I'm projecting onto it? Or is it him needing attention? You know, I think it could be the second one, but it's probably the first one. So there's the potential truth, and there's the projection that I have that has come up for me around Lee. Now, I haven't latched onto it. I haven't made it my reality. I haven't let it affect me. Even if it is true, then okay, he has a bit of shadow. Like, everyone has shadow. Everyone I've met has shadow. There's a possibility that Lee doesn't. But I imagine he does. You know, he's still human. So that's probably his tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of shadow that I've managed to spot. Am I going to write him off over it? Am I going to stop this beautiful relationship and this cosmic learning over it? No, of course not. But I am searching for ways to knock him off his pedestal, which is probably a good thing, because pedestaling anyone is no good. But if anyone deserves the pedestal, not that anyone wants that, not that Lee wants that, like no one wants to be pedestaled, because if you are pedestaled by another, then it is inevitable that at some point you're going to fall off that pedestal in the other's eyes. It doesn't mean you actually have, obviously. But at some point, if one raises you beyond where you are, then obviously you're going to fall off that because you're not there. Like, you're not meant to be there. And it's all in the other person's mind. None of it's real. So of course it's going to fall apart because it's insane. Yeah, I've totally lost it. I don't know how we started on that, but I think it's finished. I want to work with you, which is, I think it was the next comment that inspired it. I don't think it was this that inspired it. I don't think I triggered too easy. Yeah, so that was a subtle example of how you may decide that a teacher is not the right teacher for you based on your ego. Of course, there could also just be the truth that you've outgrown a certain teacher or outgrown the teachings of a certain teacher. You know all this, Cole. I've said enough. Is that meant to be funny? Is it even at me? Oh, can't see you as a Fabian. Sorry, I misread it. All right. Have I done what I said I'd do? I think so. I might try and hit the 5. Because we don't know what these mystery gifts are. Like, these could be, you know, it could be 40 quid. Could also be nothing. Very frustrating. I love it. So I'm going to assume that there's a bit of an honouring in those gifts. And it's going to take us to 5 hours. Yeah, so I've done a whole video on this. If you want to know, on Tom Gray Twigs, it's only about 10 minutes long. It's not a big watch. But no, of course not. I'm not partaking in any illegal activity ever anywhere in this world. There's a video about it on Tom Gray Twigs if you want to know. And it's interesting. It's very nuanced. Well said, Cole. It's so annoying that I can't think up that mystery gift. And it also says how detached from your ego you are, that you don't want to be seen and you want to just play with me instead. Great. Fantastic. This is shadow work. Goist Media is a teacher. Yeah, exactly. So this is what the VTARs will project. So they're used to seeing. So bumming rent boys for £8, definitely PM material. Well, I mean, it is actually, isn't it? Because they actually do that and much worse. But you know, this person is coming from their depression. So they're used to seeing a politician in a suit as a robot, and they think that that's what a politician should be. They don't want to see anyone who's alive, anyone who's real, anyone who's authentic, because it scares the shit out of them. And it would feel unsafe to them. So this is, you know, this is what the media will do. This is what all the zombies will do. As this person is clearly a zombie. So yeah, this is why I could never run, amongst all the other reasons that it's all fixed, it's all false, and you just get off if you even tried. Yeah, the work to become whole. Oh shit, this person's really wise. Oh my God, this person's wiser than me. That's why I've been projecting onto him. So I think we're about to see the whole of Stormdog here. So far, I feel like we've only seen the external focus of Stormdog. But as I said earlier, I feel like it's Stormdog's purpose. And I think Stormdog is about to prove that they have the other side too, and they've realized that this is their purpose. Yeah, the work. So this is, yeah. To become whole or whole enough, 0 points of all. Oh my God, this person's next level. Stormdog, I take back all my projections. I'm so sorry. Not that you need my apologies. They mean nothing to you because you're not influenced by the projections of others. You know who you are. But I've definitely been projecting onto you. I've definitely got it wrong. You have definitely done a lot of work and are holding a wisdom that is beyond mine. Yet the work, become whole or whole enough, 0 points of all potential, which we are, then back to the game with God power. I understand what you're saying. I'm not sure I do. I understand it as well, but I can't speak into it anymore because you're using language that's beyond my language. Big respect, Stormdog. Honored to have you in the chat. Similar to the Magna Carta point, digital IDs go against the European Bill of Human Rights, the right to privacy. I'm an optimist. Yeah, but you're an optimist through their satanic laws. I don't think it will go through. So I love that you're an optimist. I love that you don't think it will go through, but you're basing that based on their laws. So that doesn't correlate to me. Even if their laws do state that, like, they'll just change them. Police are just well trained into whomever is in power at the minute. Left-wing nonsense sticking up. Yeah, so they support repression. They'll do anything that reaffirms their ego, their brain, their repression. So it doesn't really matter what the state is, as long as they're told what they're supposed to do. So when it's Rupert Lowe and it's swung authoritarian, they'll back that too. They'll back the winning, what they see as the winning team, because they're so repressed and scared, they want to feel safe. And they think that complying with tyranny, with the government, is safe. So it doesn't really matter what the politics are or what the ideology is. They've hoodwinked everyone through emotion by focusing on what sounds nice. So protect the NHS, trans rights are human rights, safe and effective, human rights, like the fact that these laws that are used to enslave us all and destroy the West are called human rights laws. So it all sounds very nice, and that's how they get you at first. But then it will swing dead. But then that all goes to shit, and people live in terror. So then the pendulum can swing to where they really want it, which is authoritarianism, social credit system, China. And that's what Rupert Lowe is going to do. Or maybe the one after Rupert Lowe. Rupert Lowe will start the swinging, and then the next one will fully swing it. Your class is a member, but I don't recognize you. So I think you must be one of the 30 gift members who I haven't done a PDF about, so I don't know all your names. Coppers are tools, but sorry if that's not the case and you are a genuine paying member. I will check and make sure I honor you more if that's the case. Coppers are tools for control. Sovereign citizens in Australia pushed back against the jab, and the last person to try to take the government to court ended up unalived. Yeah, I mean, who's really ended Anne Widdecombe? It's clearly not the person we're being told, and you could put Charlie Kirk into this bracket as well, and many others. It's clearly not the story we're being told. I mean, for me, it's very clearly the people that you just mentioned. Maybe not like that first word, maybe not them, but you know, it's of the regime. You know, she's been ended by the regime, but also they could all be shapeshifters, and Anne could be one of them. So I'm not saying she is. I don't know. I'd like to think she was a genuine good person, but my experience tells me probably not. Not because of anything she said or anything she's done, just because that always seems to be the case when you're in a position that she's in. So it could be that, you know, she's just been shifted into another character, and no one even died, because these shapeshifters can't die. But it's definitely not what they're telling us. So if she has been offed, then I'm pretty sure the state's done it. And they haven't done it because she's a threat or anything like that. They've done it, she's part of reform, like clearly not a threat. They've done it because they want to create this psyop, and they want to create this story. And basically that story is, there's many layers to it, but the main story is that it's no longer safe to be a politician. So don't even try and get involved in politics. And also, we need to replace politicians with AI, because they're all just going to get ended. That's why they've done it. CTB, evenings are a waste of time. I get why office workers need to watch TV to unwind, but for the self-employed people, it's better to just go to bed and watch TV. I totally agree. I totally agree. And when I'm fully sober, I feel this so strongly. Like, it's so clear to me that the evenings are just a waste of, are just zombie time. And you want to be up for the crack of dawn. I totally agree. When I'm not sober, it's easier to lean into the comfort of an evening, i.e. watching screens. But even that, like by 9, well, it's because I get up and do this at 3 in the morning. So obviously by 9 o'clock at night, I'm done. And I honor that and I respect that. I don't fight against that. You know, for many years of my life, I fought against it, as I'm sure many of you can relate to. You know, like, yeah, there was like this story that this is my time. Like, I worked so hard in a day, and yes, I was running my own businesses, but I was a slave. You know, I was a slave to the money and a slave to those businesses, and therefore the system. So I had a strong story of this is my time and I've got to make the most of it, and I would try and stay up till like 1 or 2 in the morning. But obviously, really what it is, I think the reason people do this is because they dread going to bed and meeting themselves. They've been distracted all day in the office. They've not had to feel themselves all day. They've been numbed out by a screen and some boss and PC language. And then they come home and numb out in front of the TV. And when they go to bed, it's the first time in the day that they could potentially meet themselves. Now, of course, they won't, because they'll fall asleep to the TV, or they'll at least fall asleep listening to something. But people are so scared of meeting themselves, they're scared of going to bed. Did I ask where you're from? And you're Scottish. Thanks for that information. The uncle calls you insane. The uncle that was Cole's uncle that was a trial for the jib jab calls me insane, but me uncle is nuts, not me. Well put. It's amazing, isn't it? Amazing. But we got another one that thinks that politics is real enough for me to become a PM, but I appreciate your sentiment. Hi, Tom. I felt compelled to watch The Truman Show last week. Oh, Rachel, bless you. I felt compelled to watch The Truman Show again last week. I'm too tired for words like this. I don't think that's spelled right. I think spontaneity is how it's said and spelled. The spontaneity started singing Fly. Yeah, I think that's wrong. The spontaneity, but I'm also questioning if I'm wrong. Started singing Fly Like an Eagle, Steve Miller Band, and then YouTube popped you up. Yeah, it's not spooky. I understand why you think it's spooky. So this person is really experiencing synchronicity, and they've experienced it all their lives, but all their lives they've called it coincidence, because that's what we're indoctrinated to believe. Big bang, coincidence. Spinning ball appears out of a coincidence. So we've been conditioned to believe in nonsense, coincidence. for ages, for our whole lives. And then suddenly we start coming in here and seeing that, oh no, this is all synchronized. And at first, this person's termed it spooky. I was saying, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, how can this be? How can everything be so synchronized? How can the universe be talking to me? But actually, it's really simple and really obvious, and it's called natural law. And once you lean into this more, so I can see exactly where you are, where you're accepting synchronicity and you're honoring synchronicity and you're leaning into synchronicity and therefore trust. But it's still completely shocking to you because you don't really trust yet, which is inevitable. Right now you have courage enough to lean in to see it, and soon that courage will turn to trust, and then you'll just walk in synchronicity and knowing. Beautiful. So soon it will turn to like, yeah, of course, like this is the most simple, obvious way that the universe works. Like, it's absolutely obvious that the external is a reflection of your internal, but you're still collecting evidence for it, and this is the evidence which will allow you to trust and will make it become obvious. Rachel has been so giving and loving tonight. Keep going, Tom. Folk having a meltdown as I pissed outside. Vlog, get over it. As in, you've just done that? Are you not at home? Have you chose to piss outside over the toilet, which I would actually really respect? It's a big deal for a woman to do that. I mean, it's not like it's nothing, and you're dead right. Get over it. What you're talking about? We all piss. I'm in the garden. It's natural. Get over it. But from society's standards, to see a woman pissing in her garden is pretty shocking. Oh, Rachel, you're so great. So can we have a bit more context, please, Rachel? Are you at home? Have you done it in your garden? Did your neighbors just see you? Can you tell us more about the interaction? Because I just love awkward stuff. I just love making normies feel awkward. I think it's the best thing in the world. If you're doing it through authenticity, like pissing in the garden, if you're doing it because you want to make them feel awkward, then that's pretty much ego. Which I've definitely done a lot of. But I just love watching them, and I mean, the comment section is the best ever for this. Watching them do the mental somersaults because they can't accept that I'm authentic and real. Because they've never seen authenticity before. They've never seen it. They've never seen truth before. So they can't take it in. So when they see me, they can do one of two things. They can go, oh, wow, like authenticity and truth exists. Or they can spaz out and stay repressed. And to do that, they need to make me a liar. It's so funny. It's so cute. Yeah, that's a good point. Riley says to Cole, I thought they didn't bother with human trials because it was Project Warp Speed. I just can't believe people still think he's legit after he did Project Warp Speed. It was so critical to get this jib jab to save humanity, even though the people that didn't take it are more healthy than the people that did, like massively so, and much more alive in both senses of the word, in the way I use it and the literal sense. Yeah, the story was that they didn't have time for human trials. And then it came out that when they tried it on rats, all the rats died of a big C, but they still gave it to the humans anyway. Stormdog gave up hard substances after 30 years plus because of the coof and the coof shot. Then all hell broke loose, so I could climb out. Wow, amazing. It's so normal it's so inevitable, it seems, that, yeah, I mean, it's obvious, isn't it? I mean, one, substances are very enlightening, so of course you, even hard drugs. Now, obviously, it's not ayahuasca, but it's there is a enlightening or surrendering element to it. There's also massive escapism, of course. And the massive escapism is because you're born as a wise soul with a massive heart and a massive knowing and a massive wisdom. And then everything you experience as a child contradicts that. So you end up like, you have this massive heart and you have to find a way to close it. And this is why so many of us use substances, but also because they're very enlightening or have had a history with substances. I mean, I don't know one enlightened person that's never tried almost every single substance. And then also plant medicine as well. I haven't asked Lee if he's done plant medicine. I just assume he has. He must have. But, you know, maybe not. He must have. Yeah, he has. There's no way he hasn't. Yeah, I think we're finished with that. But yeah, great comment. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, it's absolutely the case. And again, this gives the robots something that their ego can jump on, because they're so repressed and so scared. They would never want to leave their consciousness or risk their consciousness, even though there's nothing to risk because they have no consciousness. I'll never forget when I went to football and had football friends, repressed retards, who all ended up taking loads of these. I was talking about the night before where I'd taken 18 tabs of LSD or whatever it was, you know, many tabs, over 10 tabs. And he was intrigued. And he was, you know, miles behind me, but I was his teacher without knowing it. We were just friends. But he would lean into things about 2 years after I would. Veganism was one of them, which obviously is retarded, but it was a leaning in at the time. It was part of my awakening, even though it's obviously not the ultimate answer. I don't think. Well, I'm about to release a video with Lee, which might contradict this. But anyway, where I was doing it from, which was complete ego and making myself better than others, was definitely not aligned. And then 2 years later, he went vegan, and briefly, like, he was always following me. So he was intrigued by the acid. But he said, I will never do that because I've heard that you may never be the same again. And I was like, yeah. Why do you want to be the same? Look at you. You're OCD, you're mental, you're repressed. I didn't have this language then. I didn't see it as clearly as I do now. But I do remember saying to him, like, yeah, that's the whole point. Why would you want to be the same? So people are so scared, even when, and this guy had big problems. You know, he was OCD like mad. He had a lot of sexual darkness. You know, really, you know, he had big problems. But he didn't want to not be the same. So, and he hated himself, and he knew he hated himself, maybe not, but he definitely hated himself, and he knew it, and he wouldn't say he was happy with everything about himself. He wouldn't say he was happy about his life. He wasn't that deluded. He wasn't lying to himself to that level, yet he was still so repressed and so scared that even when he was showing up in total darkness, not total, he also had a lot of light. But he was really showing up in quite a dark manner, and, you know, drinking very heavily, and you know, coping through alcohol, football, and sexual activity, which he could acknowledge. He still didn't want to do something that might change him. Mm-hmm. Talk about fear playing out. Okay, I am going to stop at 5 hours, so nobody put any more money in. Wow, 2 5-hour streams. Oh no, we only did 2 hours the other night because I got pissed off with the lack of authenticity in the chat. Like, it was such a people-pleasing chat, and the fact that I'd chosen a people-pleaser as a moderator really upset me as well. And that was before I even realized what they'd done. I wasn't going to sack the moderator from last night just because of a people-pleaser. It was when I realized, or it got reported to me, that they had blocked APV urban mining based on a very funny, so basically this was the comment that got blocked. He wrote to Sophie, I'll give you one, but I haven't had enough Stellas yet. And she blocked him for that. I mean, that's a hilarious comment. That's exactly what I want in the chat. Humor, characters. So that was when I realized, well, there was no realization. It was just like, oh, sack. But I wasn't going to sack her for just being a people pleaser, because I accept that the type of person that's going to moderate is going to have lots of shadow. And like, of course, because you just wouldn't be interested in doing that. I mean, Lee is happy to do it, but he doesn't like focus on it. Just like if Lee was doing live streams, I'd be a moderator for him, but it wouldn't be my focus. It would be, I'd be doing it out of service. I wouldn't be doing it because I want to do it. Whereas the one we had last night was, you know, definitely doing it out of ego, as was clearly proved because she controlled the chat based on her ego. And she was trying to tell me stuff like, you don't know who people are through the comments, like just totally not honoring my my ability to read. Wow, Rachel, thank you. My ability to feel and my experience and wisdom. She was totally belittling all that and making out that I was just bullying Sophie. But I still wasn't going to sack her. Like, you can be a retard as long as you do the moderation without ego. But then she didn't even manage that, so she got sacked. Oh, hang on, we've already seen that one. Oh, right, yeah, so Rachel's answering the question. I didn't expect another super chat, Rachel, but bless you. Okay. I just love you so much. Oh, God, that's so real. That's so not repressed. That's so, like, you're such an interesting one because you're so repressed in so many ways, but then there's this. I'm at home, can't be asked to go upstairs to use the toilet, and it feels free to use outside. Yeah, I agree with that. There's something that feels really good about, I feel like there's like a connection with the lands through the urine. It's like almost like feeding the lands, giving to the lands. It's like that symbiotic, is that the right word, symbiotic, circular relationship, rather than just taking like most humans live. So I really agree with that. I feel that too. I also understand, not especially if you're token. Can't be asked to go upstairs, feels easier to go outside, plus it feels nicer. Yeah, resonate with all that. Toilet, to do a wee, obviously I wouldn't do a poo. Yeah, I also resonate with that. I do think that would be a step too far and also would just make your garden disgusting. Air around private, no, sorry. You can give another 30, is that meant to say 30 minutes? I don't think I can, and I did say don't donate anymore. I am quite enjoying it. Maybe we can go for a new record. So we've hit 5 hours, so we're on the record now. So another minute and it's a new record. Not that that really matters. It's all opposite of the ego. I'll go to a toilet, and if there's, you know, I'm very, very, very grateful for the donations we've had tonight, particularly Rachel. I mean, you've just been incredible. But I hate doing that and singling one person out, even if they've donated loads more, because it implies that I'm not happy with, you know, I'm not super grateful for Daz, for example, who's donated once. I'm super grateful for all the donations and the energy behind those donations and what they mean, you know, like, I'm really, really grateful. So thank you to all these people. I've received enough to carry on. It's not a case of I don't want to carry on because I haven't been honored and what I'm giving hasn't been reciprocated like I felt other times. It's nothing to do with that. It's just I'm very tired. But I'm more than happy to just keep going because I'm enjoying it and I want to, you know, reciprocate the generosity. So I'll go to the toilet and we'll see what happens. Now, let me get your opinion on this, guys. So people, Art, seem to have an issue with me being shirtless in videos. So it's definitely like, so if you watch any, and of course they're all normies, and they're talking about, you know, creating slop for the masses. So it doesn't really resonate with me, but any YouTube guru telling you how to be a YouTuber will tell you never do a video shirtless. And it does show up in my comments. People seem to get triggered when I'm shirtless. I assume it's because they're repressed and living under chem sprays and are jealous. But obviously their story is it's unprofessional, it's this, it's that. Like, what is professional? Well, professional is just being a retarded robot. So of course I'm unprofessional. So it's very professional playing out. I've no doubt about that. But do you think it's worth, like, so basically this is what I want to do today. I want to go and buy a necklace. So then when I do my live streams, I don't have to wear a t-shirt, because wearing a t-shirt in Cambodia is crap. Like it doesn't feel good at all. Like it feels like this rather than this. I mean, I'm a nudist at heart. I've never really practiced it, but you know, I'm an absolute nudist. Like I just wish we all walked around naked and didn't bother with this clothes thing, other than for practical purposes, like staying warm or protected from the sun, obviously. But this whole like doing it out of oppression, like, you know, like, so now if somebody walks in on me in the bathroom, you know, like the natural is to like, oh, cover yourself. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, you've seen me, even though you walked in on me. Now, like, I mean, I've been doing this quite a long time. I would just go like this. Because why should I be ashamed that you've seen my cock? Like, one, you walked in on me. And two, we've all got a cock. Like, who cares what? We've all got parts. Like, why are we shaming it? Why have we allowed ourselves to be so sexually repressed and repressed in every single way that we're now like, oh, I'm so sorry you saw a piece of my flesh, even though you walked in on me. So I don't lock cubicles when I go to them, because I don't want to touch the handles. I don't want to get poo. I don't want other people's poo on my hands, because I'm not going to wash my hands. So if I go into a public toilet, I will rinse my hands, but I'm not using any of that pleb stuff that we call soap. And I also appreciate that that could be my anti-authority ego that's doing that, and it's not actually rational. But to me, it's rational. So so I very rarely lock the cubicle door. So people walk in on me all the time, and I'm just like, I love watching them squirm, but they don't know what to do, and I'm just like, it's fine. It's just a penis. It's fine. It's a very big one, actually. It's very nice. You should be impressed. But no, they seem to get all repressed and retarded over it. It's so funny. Oh, I just love watching plebs squirm. I just love watching plebs squirm. I love much more watching them break through, and I love connecting with people much more. But, you know, that's not possible with 99% of the population. So just enjoy watching them squirm through your authenticity. That's where I'm at. Now, the next stage is Lee, where he's found a way to connect with them rather than making them squirm. But I can't connect with them. So this Amos, the video that I'm recommending to you on Lee's channel, AMOS, really interesting. So he's new to the journey. And we met. So I was with Lee, and he came to see Lee, as in he's going to go and sit with him for an hour. It's arranged. So Lee is obviously the focal point. Neither of us know each other. I've seen him before, and I've already written him off. I've judged that he's unconscious, and I'm not interested in him, which of course comes from my repression. As in my experience around unconscious people, where they've called me an anti-vaxxer or whatever, they've, you know, called me names, and therefore I have this energy towards unconscious people now to self-protect. Whereas Lee has this energy because he doesn't need to self-protect. So Amos comes, so there's Lee, me and Amos, and Lee obviously says, hi Lee, I'm already talking to Lee, and then me and Amos look at each other, and I can just feel his nervous energy. As in, I can feel it in me, as in I can feel my nerves, but I think it's really his nerves, which creates this in me straight away. So it was really awkward. So we're both like stood looking at each other, and we don't even acknowledge each other because we're both so nervous. And I think it's his nerves that I'm feeling, but it's also activating the part in me that I haven't learned to hold. And therefore I can't meet somebody in his nervous energy without getting nervous myself. And therefore it's disconnecting. Now, I've always dealt with that rather than accepting that he's activating the part of me that I can't hold. Like, that's a new acceptance for me. I've always dealt by that by going, my ego has always dealt with that by going, oh, he's an artard, he's not good enough for me, reject. But really, he's activating a part of me that I haven't learned to love yet, therefore I can't meet myself in this moment, so I definitely can't meet him. So that's all been playing out between me and Amos. And then I watched, and also I had this video that I'm recommending to you is an old video. It's 2 weeks old. I watch all of these videos, but I've not watched this one until yesterday. Because it's amazing. I was so repressed and so egoic 2 weeks ago until yesterday, but I was telling myself a story that there's no point in me watching that one because it's Amos and I will know everything that's in that video. Because Lee will have to speak to him on a level that's so unconscious. So not unconscious, obviously Lee's not going to speak unconsciously. That's so basic that there's no point in me watching it. But really, the reason I had resistance to it is because I'm going to see in Lee's holding of that session, I'm going to see what I can't do. I'm going to see compassion and softness. I can do it, but I can't do it to Lee's level. So that's why my ego was rejecting that video, because it was going to crush that part of my ego. So yesterday I'm editing like crazy to escape myself and to earn money. And I just, I'm in silence. And I'm still repressed enough to want a video on when I'm editing. Just in the background, I put something like Stoic Journal on, or, you know, something speaking about wisdom. And that video popped up onto the screen. So I was like, oh, I'm in silence. Why am I in silence? I've been in silence for half an hour. No, let's not do that. Let's put some noise on. So that's a pattern, because I clearly didn't need to do it. I was clearly totally content in the silence. But my pattern tells me that I will be more content if I'm not in silence. But it's just a pattern. It wasn't true. But I let that pattern win, that part of my ego win. I didn't even consider it. I just went into it because I'm still of the ego in that regard. And come on, try and finish the story. Right, so I was like, oh, it's that video that I've been avoiding for 2 weeks. So I was conscious enough to know that I was avoiding it for some reason, but I came up with that story about Amos, that projection about Amos, instead of the real reason that I don't want to see somebody facilitating better than I can, because it's going to make me have to accept, even though I already intellectually know that Lee is a better facilitator than me, obviously. There was still a part of me that didn't want to see it and really acknowledge it and feel the difference and analyze the difference and therefore make changes in myself. Even though intellectually I will tell you that's exactly what I want to do and that's my whole focus of life, and it clearly is, but there's still parts of me that don't want to do it. We call it the ego. Come on, don't lose it. You're so close to completing this. Come on, Tom. Let's take some rocket fuel. Okay, so it came up and I felt the resistance. I felt the story of, I don't need to watch this. I'm not going to click on that. What else should I search for? And then I told myself, it is going to be worth watching, because I think I even acknowledged, because you're going to learn how to facilitate better. So there was an intellectual understanding of that. And then what tipped it over the line was the fact that I was editing and it was just background. So even with all of that I was aware of, had I have just been sat on the sofa smoking, I still wouldn't have clicked on it, because I'd have let all those stories win. But because it was just background and I didn't really need to listen to it, I was like, oh, I'll just put it on. It's just background noise. I'll carry on with this. Ended up like that, you know, like I couldn't keep editing. I had to fully give all my attention to it, because it was mesmerizing. You know, it was a absolute display of skill, incredible facilitation. And of course, that skill just comes from experience. It's not born. I mean, it kind of is, like old soul, young soul thing, I think, is a thing. But really, it's all based on experience of many lifetimes potentially, but you know, even just this lifetime. So yeah, and I ended up commenting, I wrote, this is fantastic, honoring Amos for being courageous enough to do it in front of a camera, because that takes great courage, especially when you're as egoic as he is. And I don't say that as criticism, like he would acknowledge that So in this video, it's the third session we've done together, and Lee comments on the first time Amos showed up, and he showed up as somebody who knows, i.e. the ego was telling him stories, but he also showed up in intense nervous energy because it's not connected. It's only a knowing here. There was no connection to any knowing in here, which means this knowing is not knowing and it's all false ego projections. So Amos showed up as somebody who knows. He got his pants pulled down, lovingly, not sexually, energetically. His ego got exposed, would be a better way of saying that. And oh, no more tangents. Come on, just finish it off, for fuck's sake. And Lee acknowledges, or Lee reflects to him in the third episode, that there's only one episode, but in the third session, that now he's showing up with an I don't know. And therefore there's less nerves because there's nothing to prove. Like when you're trying to show up as I know, and it's all from here, so there's no real knowing. That's why you're nervous, because you don't know. But you care if people think you know or not. This is the unconscious way. You know, we're all pretending like the people that freak out over me questioning the shape of the earth as if they know what the shape of the earth is because they were told it in school. You know, like they're freaking out. And they're performing nervously, showing up nervously, because they're holding on to a belief that isn't a real belief. They're holding on to what they think is a knowing, but really it's a belief. And beliefs are bullshit. Look at Christians. So I think that's it. Right, and then the other side to it now that I've seen Amos being vulnerable, because all I saw was nervousness, and I know where that comes from. That comes from ego. So I just saw ego. And I've already explained how my ego dealt with that. But now that I've seen him being vulnerable in that video, suddenly now, like next time I see him, I'm going to be like, yo, Amos, how's it going? I really appreciate that video you created with Lee. It taught me a lot. Thank you. And just go from there. And just know that, like, his nerves are his. I don't need to react to those. I don't need to get nervous because he's nervous. But this is, you know, because we are, it is all vibration. So until you are really whole, until you are really holding yourself, loving yourself, holding yourself, other people's vibrations will affect you. And that's even at my level of guruship. So imagine what it's like for all you plebs. That was a joke, kind of. My donations up to date. Fuck for bank transfer. So in terms of financially, like, have you given back? Absolutely. But in terms of you not being so repressed and facing your fears, I think you need to do a bank transfer. It could be £1. It's not about the amount. I think you need to do a bank transfer. I think energetically this needs to be done. I know it does. I mean, obviously, like, you can't run away from your fear. You have to follow your fear. So you need to do this bank transfer. You know, make it £1. It's not about the money. You know, you don't owe me anything, Rachel. And if you feel you've received from me, then you have more than given that back financially in the way that you can. So I don't, you know, there's no part of me that's trying to eke another donation out of you. There's a part of me that wants you to honor yourself and see yourself and meet deeper versions of yourself, meet the deeper, truer self, or layers of it, as you chip away to the whole real self. And I think you need to send a bank transfer as a self-work piece, because it's facing all your fears. That better not be another one. If that's another one, I'm going to shit myself. Oh my God, Rachel, I'm going to have to shit myself. I'm paying you for NSS, Tom. My donation, sorry, let's get that on the screen. So that's a big one. Wow, Rachel, this is crazy. So I think that's supposed to say am. paying you for, and I assume that's meant to say NTS. This is what we have to do with Virgil. I'm paying you for NTS, Tom. Well, thank you. It's gratefully received. I think you've done more than enough. But you do need to make the bank transfer for you. Make it for a penny. Like, it doesn't. It's not about the money. Just do it. Now I can see you, Dad. I've been. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat now. Oof, that's good. Anne Widdecombe was a warning. Yeah, I think it buys into the show too much, actually, because she, maybe she wasn't a puppet. Maybe she was just, I don't want to use the word stupid because she was on it with a lot of things, but she joined the Reform Party, so obviously that's stupid. So maybe they've taken out a useful idiot that is seen as right-wing, in the Reform Party, as a warning to other people that might actually be right-wing, potentially. But I think you're buying into the system too much. I think you're thinking it's all too real. I think Anne Widdecombe is a puppet, is an actor, is a potential shapeshifter. I don't know, and I'd really like it if she wasn't. I'd really like to be wrong. I've just seen too much now to have any faith in any politician not being a shapeshifter. I accept there's some low-hanging fruit, but Anne Widdecombe's a bit more than that. Like, she's been in the public eye for many years, so I think she's a shapeshifter. I appreciate the, I can't even name them because they're so meaningless. Like, I'm not saying that every MP is a shapeshifter, but they're meaningless. They're just brainwashed, so they don't need to be. So yeah, I disagree is too strong. I don't resonate with this because it comes from the indoctrination that politics exists and that there's a way of politics saving people, and therefore they would need to warn people against becoming the political savior. So I disagree, but it's possible. And I can see your thinking, and I totally appreciate from your perspective that is, so assuming your perspective is that democracy exists and that, Rupert Lowe is going to save us, maybe. I imagine that's your perspective. Then yeah, absolutely, totally agree. Yeah. But I don't think Riley would agree with this. So Riley knows the state did it, obviously, because Riley's super conscious and wise, but I don't think Riley would agree with this. I think Riley would be more along my lines. What does Cole think? Cole thinks Anne was more about building more votes for reform. Like, this is a really good possibility as well. More votes for reform against that bin man everyone told me about. Yeah, not that. That's neither here nor there, that by-election. But in general, yeah. So what this does is it makes reform look more legit. So this is why, I was thinking about this earlier, why they do, this is why they allow people to say so much truth. Joe Rogan, Russell Brand, all puppets. Tommy Robinson has said a lot of truth, but is a massive puppet. Oh shit, I'm losing it again. Because they want it to look, this is why they send people to prison, this is it. So this is why they send people to prison. This is why Tommy Robinson has been to prison. I don't believe he ever went to prison. This is why Lucy Connolly went to prison. There's a better example than that I was thinking of when this really came to me. But there's someone currently being threatened with prison who's, a right-wing speaker, a puppet. I'm losing it. Come on, Tom. There, this is a problem with 5 hours and smoking. Okay, so the reason they put Tommy Robinson in prison is because they want it to look like he's against the state. They want you to believe that he's not working for the state, so therefore the state imprisons him. Obvious, right? Yeah, you've all got that. So this could be the same. They want reform to look like they're right-wing, even though they're basically the Liberal Democrats. They want reform to look like the right wing. So therefore, if they start offing reform people then people will believe that the state is against reform, and therefore reform isn't part of the state, and therefore if you want to bring down the state, you vote for reform. But of course, reform are really the Liberal Democrats. So part of the same bird. and basically do have the same policies as the Liberal Democrats. There's very little between them. As Simon Tomlin points out so well of the Daily Agenda, recommend that channel if you're interested in politics. He's the best political speaker that I'm aware of. Simon Tomlin on the Daily Agenda. Okay, I think we are getting to a point where I need to lie down. I'm really enjoying it though. I don't know. He did show me papers before the jab. Right, so this is Cole's uncle who went for the jab trial. Oh, right, and somebody said, I didn't think they trialed it on humans, and that was my understanding too. So Cole's responding to that. Oh my God, I drank way too much coffee. I don't know. He did show me papers before the jab went out fully. But again, I don't know much as I didn't believe the sickness was real. So it was all BS to me anyway. Yeah, I mean, I don't think your uncle's going to be lying to you about that, is he? I think in general, there weren't really any trials. But, you know, they may have performed a few trials to make it look like there were trials. You know, I mean, obviously they weren't actually checking anything because they knew what it was when they patented it 5 years previous. And, you know, they saw it on that. And, you know, you know, there was no part of trying to make a jab. There was whatever it is they were trying to do through that jab, which we don't exactly know, but, you know, basically turn everyone into zombies or off everyone. It's one of those two things. Or it could just be ruin fertility. Like, we haven't really seen that yet, have we? I mean, obviously it's going to have massive effects on fertility. So it might be that, you know, in 20 years, we'll really be seeing the effects of it. Like the thalidomide stuff took a little while to see the effects of it, presumably 9 months. So this is going to take 10, 20 years to really properly see the effects of it, isn't it, in terms of fertility? So I imagine in 20 years' time, there'll be a very small percentage of people that can create babies. Or certainly babies that have, you know, all their limbs. I was meant to say, then spontaneously spooky was just me just being silly. The synchronized factor has always been with me. That's what teachers label difficult. Yeah, so, I mean, it's what I said before. I'm not going to go into it too much. Like, yes, you know that synchronicity exists and you've walked with that for a long time. But it's not you being silly. It's the indoctrination that you've suffered. So there's a part of you that trusts synchronicity, but there's also a part of you that is shocked by it. And that's the ego. It's not silly. It's totally, it's the only way it can be. And of course, that can change as you lead into yourself more and the ego becomes smaller and smaller and the you becomes bigger and bigger, as you already know because you're experiencing that. I used to watch them escape myself, Daz. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. I'll move on. I'm being honest here. I do live in a small country and people here are all NPC sheeples. And one of them dragged me down with them, my aunt. As I said above, she snitched on me via contact tracing. Oh my God, that's such betrayal. Such treason. So what's that teaching you? Is it teaching you to let go of people that don't serve you, even if you're blood related to them? Is it teaching you to find people that resonate with you and honor you and can serve you rather than demonic scum that you allow in your life due to the shame of not being liked by your aunt or the shame it will cause to your mother? Fuck that. Empower yourself. Tell the bitch to fuck off. Because she'll be replaced. Hello, Caluso. Better late than never, brother. I was a little bit worried that I might have triggered you yesterday. I know I didn't, because I know you're better than that. But you know, I gave you some very strong reflections from the heart, which I was slightly concerned you might struggle with. But it's really good to see you, man. Back to the last comment. I think I finished it. Oh yeah, that was that last point. Right, so you're the mean of you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. Obviously, this is basically true. You could replace that with things. So if you spend more time in nature, then obviously you're going to be, and you could replace average with vibration. So you're going to vibrate with whatever you vibrate around. You're going to correlate with whatever you're hanging around, whether that's people, nature, or cities. So obviously, if you're in a city, you're going to vibrate lowly. If you're in nature, you're going to vibrate higher. But also, people are involved. So if you have a let's just call it overtly demonic person like that, obviously, let's just call it that. Your aunt is the worst of the worst. If you have someone like that in your life, then that vibration will be part of your vibration. And also, you're not creating the space for other people, other vibrations to come in. So get that bitch out of your life, no matter how much it upsets the rest of your family. Honor yourself. And maybe the whole family needs to go. Yes, ayahuasca, better is the wrong word for me. So Riley says ayahuasca is better than shrooms. It's deeper. It will take you deeper, and you will learn a lot more than shrooms. However, I think shrooms are a necessary stepping stone. I would always recommend to someone to start with shrooms or LSD. And I'd recommend shrooms because it's plant medicine rather than man-made. But I do think LSD is amazing. But of course, I'd never recommend any substances. Never take any substances. Be an NPC. Be a robot. Take the jib jab. Let the New English grape your daughter, and if they want to behead you, then lie down on the floor and let them gouge out your eyes and behead you, otherwise you're racist. Oh, right, this is interesting. I'm really enjoying this thread with the demonic ant. It was during a family gathering. Oh my God, no. So, hang on, I haven't read it yet, but I think what he's about to say is she knew there was a family gathering. She obviously didn't want to be part of it because it was illegal. AKA, she was shit scared. And she dobbed the family in. And I read enough to know that she came with the flu. That would have been COVID though, right? The flu didn't exist in 2020, don't forget. The flu disappeared in 2020 and 2021. Okay, now I'll try and read it and just read the comment and then respond. It was during a family gathering. She showed up whilst having flu symptoms and wearing a mask. She went to the health center and had to give up the names of the people she had been in contact with. Okay, so I don't think it's quite as bad as you first made out, or as I understood it. So I understood it as she rang the police. It sounds like it's not quite that bad. So it sounds like she dobbed you in through the contact center, but then what did that mean for you? Like, what, did police show up at your door? Because it wasn't actually a law, was it? It was, what did they call it? Not a recommendation. It was something. Advisories, bullshit. But they had a word for it. It wasn't actually law. And I know someone who got a 10 grand fine, and they did go to court. They didn't common law it or anything like that. And they basically got let off. They might have ended up with a £500 fine, maybe. So basically, they couldn't enforce any of it, and he didn't even try to fight it. Like, I just wouldn't have gone to court. I'd just been like, there's no way I'm paying a fine over this nonsense. Like, there's just no fucking way. Or I'd have learned some common law stuff. I'd have fought it, and there's no way I'd have paid it. So now the question is, what effect? So you say she dobbed you in. Like, what happened? So she dobbed you in through repression and stupidity and retard and all that stuff. But also in her mind through doing the right thing, which obviously is just being a repressed pleb. But what then happens there? So the hospital realized, well, that means these people you've been around have broken the law, broken the advisory BS. That isn't really advice for your benefit. Let's not get lost in that tangent. So then what happens? Did the police come to your door and tell you you'd been a naughty boy or girl? I'm going to assume boy, but I don't really know. Did they spank your bottom? Like, what happens next? We need to hear the end of the story. Duke of Death. Right, I'll look out. Duke of Death. I think we're coming to the end, but I definitely need to hear the end of his story. So Daz, I think is asking about Aya. So Aya is from Peru or Brazil. It's 2 vines mixed together. It's 2 jungle plants mixed together. And that in itself is incredible because they're not local to each other. So if you think about it from the pleb perspective, everything is, there's no mysticism, there's no God, there's no synchronicity, there's no knowing, there's no being spoken to. Is actually what it is. It's not this, it's not external. But it starts off with that understanding. Tangents. Right, so if you ask the tribes how they knew how to mix the plants together, they just laugh at you and go, the plants told us, obviously, because to them it's obvious. Like, that's how they live. Like, they speak to plants, plants speak to them, like, obviously. So they knew that this vine from way over here and this vine from the other part of the jungle, or maybe even like, you know, like they're really far apart. They don't go together. They were told by the plants to mix these 2 vines together and drink it. But obviously the Westerner, the pleb Westerner can't possibly believe that's true. So they will assume that it was just trial and error and coincidence, but like, it's impossible. So there's that for starters. So ayahuasca is a medicine, it's a teacher, it's a feminine energy, it's God in liquid form, it's you in liquid form. And it will take you closer to you, God. But you definitely, just drink it. So what I'm about to say is both true and untrue. The sound advice, but it's slightly repressed, is you need to do it with a good shaman or shamaness who's got the lineage, who's from Peru, who's from Brazil, who's got a real lineage with this medicine. That is the safe advice, and that is the best way to do it. And it would be a bit of work for me. I would actually want some money for it because it would take me some time, and I'd have to contact people that I don't really want to contact, only because I haven't spoken to them for so long. There's no issue. Yeah, I think I'd have to go through my ex, actually. I don't think I have any of these people's contacts anymore, but I know people who do, and my first port of call would be my ex. So I'd rather not do that because I think he has a story around, you know, a negative story around our relationship, potentially. And the last time we spoke, it wasn't very good. I threatened him, actually. He stole from me, so I threatened him. It was bad on both sides. It's fine. I don't hold on to that anymore. There's no problem. And I'm sure he doesn't either. But maybe he does. So I'd have to deal with all that. So I'd want 50 quid. But if you email me and put 50 quid in my account, I will get you the details for how you can drink ayahuasca in a teepee with somebody from Brazil who has the lineage throughout 7 ancestors in her family. At least 7. It's probably more, but it's definitely 7. Who have all been serving ayahuasca. And she... in her tradition, I can't remember the age, I'm going to say 13, they get sent out into a forest and have to drink ayahuasca for 3 days to get to know the plant. And they're given it from the age of 2. So this is who you want to do it with. So if you want those details, then give me 50 quid and drop me an email. Here's the email. aho.gmail.com. Yeah, we'll make it happen. I don't think you can get it any other way. Like, so you can get it, you know, if you go on, I shouldn't really tell you this. No, I'm not going to tell you that. This is how you do it. You email me and give me 50 quid and I'll hook you up with a real lineage. All right, so we've got, I forgot that I need to look out. Right, so your next comment, Doesn't seem to be what I want to know. But no, I did not get any jabs or boosters. I wouldn't have gotten the nasal swab if it wasn't. Oh, you got that. Oof. As if, yeah, so this is the perfect example. I wouldn't have got the nasal swab if it wasn't for my aunt. So this is a perfect example of what happens when you let people like this into your life. Look what you did for that stupid woman. And I'm angry, not at you. I'm angry at the fact that you've been so indoctrinated and so attacked that you let them burst your brain barrier because of your retarded fucking aunt, because of the repression made you perform out of obligation to your retarded family. I don't know, I should have done that for family, not retarded, because this family thing is bullshit. Like when it's getting to these levels, like of course, if you can have your family in your life, that's great. And I fully encourage everyone honoring and having a beautiful relationship with their family, but not at this expense. And also, you can't have a beautiful relationship with your family if you're doing this. If this is the vibration of your family, it's not beautiful anyway. It's all just repression and trauma playing out. Get rid of your family, man. Just get rid of them. If it's making you do stuff like that, fuck me. Definitely get rid of her, but I imagine your whole family needs to go, at least for a period. You may be able to reconnect with your parents and maybe some good siblings after that. But for a period, you need to totally isolate from these demonic spastards. I couldn't care less about social gatherings or going to these large loose harvests. You know, you're way too wise to be letting these people have any influence on you. Like, why are you still having these people in your life? Large loose harvesting events, but many did this jibby jabs precisely for that sort of stuff, not to mention shedding. Yeah, totally, but I want an answer, well, to my latest, well, no, I don't want an answer to that. I just want you to feel it and act upon it, or not, it's up to you. I want to know what happened when you got dobbed in. Did the police come out? And that's what we're waiting for. Caluso, today I got high, went for a walk, listening to ambient music, sat by the lake, overlooked the lake, and I couldn't help just think how crazy his life is. Yeah, man, beat me up, Scotty, it's mad down here. Yeah, and you had a completely non-crazy day. It's interesting, isn't it? It's like when you're in the craziness, it doesn't seem crazy because you're just in it and you're not observing. But when you're out of it, which clearly you are, and you're having a day that's got no craziness at all, you're like, oh, yeah, this is crazy. And I do it all the time. Like, wow, this is mental. You know, it's mental that you can be having an experience like that whilst this person that I was last speaking to is jamming blood-brain barrier breakers up their nose because of some demonic ant. Yeah, and we're all, you know, in the same consciousness, in the same reality, just bonkers. But we're not. Like, your reality is very different because you've created it. And you've obviously met yourself to a point where you can, because, you know, even like the artards reading that will be like, oh, I'd love to be able to do that, but they couldn't do it. They couldn't possibly sit by a lake for more than 30 seconds because their anxiety would come up, their unfelt emotions would come up. They'd start texting, they'd start scrolling. So you've done enough work to be able to do it as well. So honoring that. All right, we're done, guys. We're done. Oof, can we get to 6? 6 hours. 6 hours, that's crazy, man. No, love yourself, Tom. Respect yourself, honor yourself. Rest. Give your body what it's clearly telling you it needs. Oops, we need to go up, not down. A massive thank you to all these people, plus Gawest Gawest Media, who did the whole mystery thing. Gawest, you're going to have to tell us one day. Like, if you want to play with me for 6 months, then play with me for 6 months. But at some point, can you please tell me what the hell you just did? Because it's not going to drive me crazy. I'm fine with it. I'm totally accepting it. But I'm intrigued. I like to know things. I would like to know what the hell you did. Big love, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much to all that donated. Thank you so much to all that commented. And thank you so much to all that watched. Please do click the like button. I would really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I will see you for more streaming fun tomorrow, I imagine. If not, I will hit you with 5 videos tomorrow. What time is it for you? Is it night time for you? I don't even know what's happening anymore. I have no idea what's happening. At some point, I'll hit you with a load of videos and do another live stream, and it will all be in the next 24 hours because I'm manic and don't want to meet myself. Big love.